mouth snapping shut. "Oh, hello," she sings, dramatically flicking her hair over her shoulder. "And who might you be?" I don't like the cheeky smile or the delight in her eyes. Like a goldfish, I stand there, blank, my feet automatically taking another step back. "Danny," I murmur like an idiot, looking around before turning my wary eyes back onto her. Him, the man, the woman. What in the world is going on? And who might you be? I ask, tilting my head, my persona no doubt nervous. I don't do nervous, but it's the way he's looking at me, like I'm lunch. This is my Aunt Zinnia, Bo says from behind me. She's coming down the stairs, her hair wet, an amused smile on her face. "Aunt?" "Oh," I breathe, clicking, wondering why really no one thought to tell me. I would have been more prepared, less obviously shocked. I didn't think she'd be visiting for a while, or I would have mentioned her. Bo passes me, still amused, and joins her uncle. "Aunt, I'm a drag queen, darling. Don't be alarmed." Zinnia rests her weight on a hip, her hand there too, her long talons a vivid shade of pink. Bo's barely keeping her laughter in check. I roll my eyes, looking back when I hear more footsteps behind me. James plods down, fastening the 2 buttons of his polo shirt. He too has an amused smile on his murderous face. I curl my lip at him. Jerk. He definitely could have told me. Returning my attention back to Bo and her uncle. "Aunt," I smile. "I know it's dark. Well, I'm a murderer, so no judgments from me." She gasps dramatically, her hand slapping her chest. "This is your house?" "This is my house," I confirm, passing them. "I hope you're enjoying your stay at my pleasure." I turn and walk backward. "How's your father?" "I'm just going to check," Bo says, motioning to the kitchen. "Your mom was making him tea?" "He stayed the night?" She shrugs. "I wanted Doc to check him over." I laugh under my breath. The only thing wrong with Bo's father is a serious case of being a difficult person. But he's going today, right? Because I can't promise I won't kill the person if I bump into him. "Yes," she assures me, a knowing glint in her eye. "I would have asked, but Tank said you were busy." "Wait," Zinnia yelps, turning into Bo and grabbing her cheeks. "Tom's here?" "Yeah." "Oh my." She pirouettes on the spot and flounces off toward the kitchen. "Brother," she sings as she enters. "What the hell is he doing here?" A loud, gruff voice barks. Bo sighs, turning to kiss James. "I'd better go." She jogs off, and James catches up to me. "I've been thinking," he says, focused forward. "Me too." I open the door to my office. "I think we need to get moving before we end up dead." I smile. "For real. Great plan," Brad agrees from the couch. "What in the world are you doing here this early?" I ask, scrutinizing his bedraggled form. "I stayed the night so I could be here this early," he says, as Goldie, Ringo, and Otto all pile in. "It's not even 8 and my house is full. I need to start charging rent." "What in the world happened?" Brad asks, getting up and pacing. I drop into my chair and gaze around the office. "Something's different," I muse quietly, not quite being able to put my finger on it. Goldie coughs, and everyone's attention turns to her. She taps the carpet with the tip of her boot. "New carpet?" "Oh, yeah." I lean across my desk and crane my neck, taking it all in. "Blue. I like it. It was the only color available off the shelf." "You laid it too?" "Yes, I laid it too," she grates, daring me to make a big deal of it. "Ringo moved the furniture for her." Otto's face is deadpan as Goldie swings toward him. "Are you ever gonna shut that really trap of yours, or do I have to carve your tongue out?" I press my lips together. I want to keep my tongue. "All right, children," I sigh. "Good job, Goldie." "Thanks, boss." "Thanks who?" James asks, and she shrugs. I chuckle, and James drops to a chair, exasperated. Let's get on with it. I don't know where to really start, I admit. "Maybe here," Otto pipes up, coming over. He throws a picture on my desk. "I believe you know this man." I stare at the image, almost afraid to ask. I do. "That's Rose's kid's dad." "Biological?" Otto asks, and I shake my head, feeling James's eyes on me. He knows the story, but I won't be going into details with anyone else. "He's a lawyer, yes?" Otto asks, and an uncomfortable shiver slithers down my spine. "Yes, he's a lawyer," I confirm. "Will you get to the really point?" "He's representing Vince Roque." The room falls silent, and James shoots a shocked stare Otto's way as I try to get my head around what I'm hearing. The alligator? I ask, the Irish person who's rumored to be taking the place of the snake? Hillary and Derek are respectable people. Who bought Rose's kid on the black market? James says quietly, telling everyone in the room what I didn't want them to know. I flash him a threatening look, and he tilts his head, his eyebrows high. Be real, Danny, Brad says. James is right. There's not a cat in hell's chance he'd represent someone like Vince Roque, I say, agitated. Known criminal, drugs dealer, and murderer? I laugh. No way. James shrugs. Not unless he's being blackmailed, I whisper. Really? We all jump when Rose bursts in, breathless, panicked, out of her mind. Daniel, she blurts, her eyes welling. He said he's not allowed to see me anymore. Oh, really? Brad breathes, immediately starting to pace. Oh, really, really, really? The rage is instant, it's hot, and it's going to erupt. Get him here, I demand, standing from my chair. No, forget it. I'll go to him. I round the desk and stalk toward the door, stopping when I reach Rose, taking her wet cheeks in my palms and kissing away her tears. What's going on? She asks, taking my wrists. Do you know why? Am I going to fix this? I ask, resting my nose on hers. She nods, sniveling. You bet I am. I push my lips to her forehead and leave her, walking through the mansion with purpose. Get me his office address, I call back to whoever's following me, and my machine gun. Danny, Tank appears, looking a bit bewildered and worried. She's in my office, I snap, my pace not faltering, my purpose unwavering. Why didn't you know that? I did know that. I stop in my tracks, and all the men behind me grind to a halt too. So why in the world is he looking so worried? I'm in the middle of something here, Tank. It's important. Important? As in, it concerns my important wife? He nods, his eyes flicking to the men behind me, prompting me to turn too. They're all silent, uncomfortable, and I realize that whatever has Tank looking worried isn't because he briefly misplaced my wife. I'll meet you at the cars, I say, and of course there's no contesting. They all file past, Brad giving me a look to suggest I should keep my cool no matter what I'm about to hear. Likely. James comes out of my office with a machine gun in each hand, looking as murderous as I feel. She's still in there? I ask him. Opening a bottle of vodka, he says, handing me one of the guns. It's 8 o'clock. I've called Bo down, he adds as he walks on, obviously reading my mind. Thanks. I give Tank my attention again. Talk. She's throwing up. All the time. I back up, my head tilting, my mind refreshing the memory of her in the shower last night, circling her tummy, looking mildly uncomfortable. Since when? That I know of? Yesterday morning. Why am I only finding this out now? You were a bit sidetracked yesterday, when we took a call from the bear and left the mansion like missiles. Does she know you know? She warned me not to tell you. Why? I ask like a jerk, as if Kank might know the answer. Of course he doesn't, for goodness sake. I slap his beefy bicep. Good man. I leave him and burst into my office, finding Rose on the couch with the vodka in her hand. I narrow my eyes. When I get back, we're going to have a little chat. What about? About your vomiting episodes. Her jaw hits her lap. He told you? Yes, he told me. Because he works for me, Rose. Me. I point the machine gun at her, this situation doing my other situation no favors. Why is she throwing up? Is she ill? Obviously, I'm thinking the worst, and that only serves to bring my already terrible mood down to the gutter. Be here when I get back. I turn and leave, slamming the door behind me. Where the heck do you think I'll go? She yells. I snarl my way down the corridor. Watch her, I order Tank as I pass, seeing Bo hurrying out of the kitchen. She looks at me with the machine gun in my hand, her face a picture of disbelief, and she quickly backs up to the kitchen, pulling the door closed. I couldn't give a care if her father's here. Did you know she's been throwing up? I ask, hostile and threatening. She recoils, a filthy look passing over her pretty face. Who the heck are you talking to? You. Did you know? Calm the heck down, she shouts, just as James walks back through the door, obviously wondering what the commotion is all about. What's going on? He asks, eyes swaying from me to Bo. He's being a jerk, she snaps. Do I know what? My jaw rolls, but I do my best to rein in my temper. That Rose is puking her guts up, I say calmly, feeling anything but. Beau pulls up, thinking, I did think she looked a bit pale yesterday. She did? She did. Why didn't I pay more attention to that? I recoil at my own thought. Am I a terrible husband? Yeah, James says, and I blink, wondering if I asked that out loud. She disappeared into the bathroom pretty sharpish after we'd found Lawrence. I am a terrible husband, and that's the fault of all the criminal jerks out there who are monopolizing my attention. I'll kill every single one of them, even more slowly than I'd planned. Is she still in your office? Beau asks, and I nod. Where are you going? She moves around me. To kill someone, I grate, marching on, really slowly. Don't get blown up, she sings. That's not really funny, Beau, I shout back, emerging into the sunshine, slipping on my shades. I stop at the top of the steps and scan the line of cars in the driveway, a man at the driver's door of each. Not really funny at all, James hisses, joining me. Your girlfriend is about as hilarious as a nasty rash, I say, checking the gun as Otto approaches. The address, he says as my phone pings, Blue Lagoon, just south of MIA. Nice, I reply, knowing the district well. He moved in 2 months ago. From where? A very unassuming, cramped place downtown. Otto raises his eyebrows, twirling the piercing in his lip. Interesting. Let's go. I take the steps and point to the third car back with my gun. We're in this one. I'll drive. Brad falls behind the wheel, I take the passenger seat, and James slides into the back. What the heck is wrong with my wife? His office block is impressive, very impressive indeed. The giant glass structure sits proudly on Blue Lagoon Drive, casting a shadow over the water. Palm trees line the front, the sun reflecting off the endless windows, making the building glimmer. It's quite a step up from his unassuming, cramped office downtown. I slip out of the car and remove my jacket, laying it over my machine gun. I'm good from here, I say to the glass entrance. Not a chance, Brad scoffs, brushing past me, heading into the building, covering his own gun with his jacket. Why is he being such a difficult person these days? The only difficult person I see around here is you, James grunts as he follows Brad. They disappear into the lobby, and I sigh, going after them, leaving the rest of the men with the cars. The foyer is as impressive as the exterior, all cream marble, glass, and pale furniture. Floor? I ask. 5th. James points to the elevator. Can I help you? I turn at the sound of the voice, finding a middle-aged woman behind a large marble desk. I flash her a smile. She recoils. We know where we're going. I take a leisurely stroll to the elevator and board with Brad and James, all 3 of us lining the back wall. Do we have a plan? Brad asks, hitting the button for floor 5. In answer, James tosses the belt that feeds his gun over his shoulder. Subtle, I muse, smiling as the doors close. They don't meet in the middle, a man's suit-covered arm appearing and stopping them. They reopen, and he looks up, smiling, stepping inside. It falls when he clocks us lined up against the back wall. Going up? I ask. With wide eyes rooted to James's bullet belt, he backs up. I'll take the next one. I nod, hitting the button again, and we ride in silence to the 5th floor. When the doors open, I step out, glancing around the fancy reception area. This must cost a pretty penny, I say quietly, taking in the clean space, the white and glass at every turn offset with potted calms. I'm here to see Derek Green, I say to the lady behind the glass desk. She glances past me, to Brad and James, and I look back, seeing James has covered the belt with his jacket.
So it's clearly only our presence that's the problem. I correct myself, we're here to see Derek Green. Do you have an appointment, sir? She asks, going to her computer, clearly anxious. No, he's in the boardroom. A meeting. I glance past her, to the walls of glass forming a corridor, rooms on either side. That way? Yes, thank you. I flash her my sincerest smile, which I know will still be sinister. Some tea would be lovely. I call back as I wander down the corridor casually, slowly glancing each way as I go, checking the occupants of each room I pass, all smaller offices. The final room reveals an extensive boardroom with an enormous white table and gray leather swiveled chairs surrounding it. I count 30 chairs, but only 5 are in use, and at the helm, Daniel's father. He projects quiet power, unassuming, unlike his surroundings. He looks up, sees me, drops his pen. I pull back my suit jacket, revealing my machine gun, and then slowly twirl my finger in the air. Wrap it up. Darting his eyes to the table before him, he swallows hard. His persona, the fact that he clearly knows who I am, tells me more than he undoubtedly wants me to know. Is he supposed to recognize you? James asks. Nope. I move back, away from the door, my eyes unmoving from the flustered, flat-out panicked form of Derek Green. Speaks volumes, doesn't it? His mouth moves, forcing some smiles, and the men at the table start gathering their laptops and files, leaving the room, every one of them recoiling when they spot us waiting outside. As soon as the room is empty, except for Derek, I stroll in, taking the seat at the far end, opposite him. James takes the chair directly to his right, Brad the one on his left. He eyes them both, then me. My lips straight, I place the machine gun on the table. His eyes land on it and stick. Nice office, I say, taking my time to gaze around. What do we have here? I muse. Maybe 5,000 square feet? Premium spec, unrivaled location. So maybe $30 per square foot a year? I pout, looking at the ceiling. We're talking $12,500 per month. I blow out my cheeks. That's a massive leap from the, what, $1,500 you were paying a few months ago? I reach for the machine gun and swivel it to the left and then back to the right. Business must be booming, Derek. I look at him. Care to explain? His sweat is very real. So is the fear in his eyes. So if he tries to play dumb, I can't promise I won't make him regret it. It's been a good year. His words shake, his hand instinctively reaching for his tie and loosening it. James, as hot-headed as I've learned he is, picks up his gun and rests it on the desk, aimed at Derek. He flies back in his chair, hands up. Brad chuckles. You're playing with the big boys, and a little machine gun makes you mess your pants? I don't know what you're talking about. James releases the safety and loads, the sound making Derek flinch. You sure? He asks, moving a fraction to the right and firing, obliterating the wall-hung TV behind Derek. The sound is ear-splitting, as round after round sounds, the belt jumping across James' shoulder as it feeds the machine gun. James? He's motionless, expressionless, a complete robot. Derek? Oh, poor Derek. His arms go over his head, his body folding over the table. I can see Brad laughing, can't hear him though. Gosh, my ears are bleeding. But I let James at him, knowing how he feels about any poor person who's stupid enough to get embroiled in the bear's business. James finally relieves us all of the noise and relaxes back in his chair, eyeing the glass wall into the corridor. Tell them you're okay, he says quietly. I look to see people on the other side of the glass, some stock still in shock, others running scared. Do it now, I order. Get up and reassure your staff that all is well. I watch, amused, as Derek stands on shaky legs and more or less stumbles to the door, sweat pouring. And if anyone calls the police, well, I don't think I need to spell it out. No need to panic, Derek says, sounding really panicked. We're just, acting out a crime scene to, to corroborate some evidence. He coughs. Back to work. He shuts the door, presses a button, and the room is suddenly private. Acting out a crime scene, I say, thoughtful. Very good, Derek. His forehead meets the glass. Why are you here? Why am I here? I brush my lips slowly with my middle finger. You've upset my wife, I say quietly, and he peeks at me. Therefore, you've upset me. I stand, walking around the table and claiming Derek's arm. I manhandle him back to his chair, pushing him down. Take a seat, Derek. You're gonna need it. I've done what any decent father would do, he cries, his arms thrown into the air. You're not his father, I point out, crouching beside him, my glare deadly. You're the man who paid handsomely for a baby who was ripped from his mother's arms. Unlucky for you, the victim in all this happens to be my wife. I could have ended you 3 years ago, Derek, but I did the right thing by Daniel because I knew that was what Rose wanted. I get up closer, making him lean back. She's done everything right, and now you're saying she can't see him? Do you understand the consequences of your actions, Derek? Do you really understand?
I reach for James's gun and turn it a fraction, so it's aimed square at Derek's forehead. He inhales. Now, this can be solved pretty easily, and you know how. I rise to my full height, slip a hand around the back of his head, and smash it down onto the desk with force. He cries out, grappling at his bloodied nose, his glasses bent and broken. So fix it, because I won't be so nice next time. The door knocks and opens, and the lady from reception appears with some tea. I slap on a smile and go to her, relieving her of the tray. Thank you, very kind. She can only nod, her eyes glued to a bleeding Derek Green behind me. He's a great actor, eh? I chuckle, holding up the tray. Thanks for the tea. We were just taking a break from acting out that crime scene. I step forward, forcing her to retreat. She quickly shuts the door, and I take the tray to the table, lifting the lid off the pot and stirring. Now let's move on to Vince Roque. The staff may have indirectly been told not to call the cops, but let's face it, who wouldn't? Derek glances up, his nervous form becoming more frantic. A client of yours, I believe, on remand, found guilty at trial, has appealed, fired his attorney, and hired you. Of all the people in the world, Derek, he hires you. I pour the tea, a cup for each of us. Milk? I ask the tray, getting a grunt from James, a please from Brad, and nothing from Derek. Do you have milk? I look at him, and he nods jerkily. So I add milk. No sugar for me. I smile at him, obviously. I proceed to spoon sugar into Derek's cup, one after the other, until the bowl is empty, and Derek's tea looks like toffee. Drink up. I slide it toward him and hand out the delicate cups and saucers to James and Brad, taking my own and sipping. I hum, holding the cup up and inspecting it. You know, no one makes tea like my mom. No one, Brad agrees, joining me and testing. She's not passed on that talent to you, Danny, he grimaces, placing his cup down. I take another sip, just to test it again. What do you think? I ask James, who's contemplating me with a poorly concealed smirk. It's average. It's average, I mimic, returning my attention to Derek. I'm wounded. How about you, Derek? Do you like my tea? With shaky hands, he lifts the small cup of goo to his lips and practically chews his way through half of it, his skin turning a fetching shade of green, fighting to suppress his heaves. Very good, he coughs. My nose wrinkles. Don't lie to me, Derek. I hate liars. I slip the cup and saucer onto the desk, move the guns closer to him so the ends are touching his chest, and retake my seat at the end of the table. Bear that in mind when I ask my next question.
I push the tips of my fingers together, resting my elbows on the arms of the chair. Who do you answer to? He wipes at his nose again, exhaling, any fight he had in him leaving his body. The bear. I only just control my surprise. Directly? No middleman? No middleman. How does he reach out? Email. I note James goes straight to his phone, texting Otto. On his way, he confirms, resting his mobile on the table. What has he got against you, Derek? What's he blackmailing you with? What do you think? He asks, exasperated. He knows we didn't obtain our son legitimately. You realize this is one mighty big, really coincidence, don't you? I can't assume the bear doesn't know who Daniel is to me, and I won't. Have you mentioned Rose? God, no. But you understand why I have to stop Daniel seeing her. And you. For gosh sake, hell think I'm in your pocket. You are, Derek. From now on, you most certainly are. His head falls into his hands. Oh, God, I knew taking on the Dorn case was a mistake. I frown. What's the Dorn case? First-degree murder. He waves a hand in the air. Hedge fund kid with a psychotic personality disorder. The evidence was circumstantial, but you'd have to be a really jerk to believe he didn't do it. Apparently, lucky for me, the jury was full of jerks. Dorn walked free. I made a name for myself, as well as a few bucks, and now I'm first port of call for any really murderer in Miami who needs a lawyer. Brad peeks up at me, as well as James, both clearly thinking what I'm thinking. Could it really be a coincidence? Could it really be that simple? Because if the bear knew Daniel was my wife's son, surely he would have utilized that tool before now. Time will tell. Until then, this is what's going to happen, I say, just as Otto walks in.
He takes in the carnage behind Derek, the state of Derek's face, and then grimaces at his half-drunk cup of tea. You're going to give Otto here all the email communications you have from the bear. Hell, kill me. Jesus, he already impaled Daniel's hamster on our porch railing. I recoil, swinging my eyes to James. And there's us thinking he's fond of animals. I haven't encountered one called the hamster yet. He shrugs. Maybe he has an aversion. Rodents. Brad shudders. I hate rodents. I smirk, edging forward in my chair and laying my forearms on the table. Derek, you have to trust me on this, I say, as James and Brad both reach for their guns. I am not the lesser of two evils in your life right now. I push back in my chair and kick my feet up on the table. I know you hear me. So, you will continue to represent Roke. You will forward any information you have to me, no matter how small or insignificant. Derek shakes his head, straightening out his broken glasses. Do you know what you're dealing with? He asks, looking at me as if I just don't get it. Do you? He swallows, looking away. The extent of that man's power, the size of his web of corruption. Politicians, police, lawyers, criminals, they're all making a living because he allows it. Literally anyone who carries any clout in this city and beyond is ruled by his silent fist. I'm not, I say quietly. And I carry a lot of clout, Derek. Yes, so I can see why you're a big problem for him. I'm not a gambling man, Mr. Black, but I would bet that coming back to life is one of the worst decisions you'll ever make. My fist hits the table hard, the bang echoing around the room. I'd like to think it's inherent anger at his audacity and nothing more, but there's an irritating slither of frustration mixed in there too. Jesus, what would Pops make of this? He'd find the root of his problem and kill it. End of story. So that's what I'll do. Me being raised from the dead could be the only thing that keeps you alive, Derek. Remember that. I look at Brad because I just can't be bothered to get up and walk the length of the room again. He reaches across to Derek's head and brings it crashing down onto the table with a thwack. He yelps, holding his beaten face. I don't want Daniel to see you like this, I say, my lip curling at his shaking form. So I've arranged for someone to pick him up from school. I stand and grab my machine gun. He's going to stay with us for a little while. What? He shoots up. You're kidnapping him? I look at him like the jerk he is. Derek, that kid is more mine than he is yours. I'm married to his really mother, you deluded jerk. She's played fair so far, let you spin your story about adopting him, let Daniel believe every word to save your integrity. Really, it was the only way, without giving Daniel the gory details of Rose's traumatic history. She didn't want to scar him with that. She doesn't want him to believe the world can be so cruel. And you, by trying to stop her seeing him? I laugh, and there's not one scrap of amusement in the sound. How will I explain that to Hillary? I don't give a flying gosh what you tell your wife. Lie, whatever. His shoulders drop. And what will you tell Daniel? He's coming to stay with his mom for a while. Nothing strange about that. I pull out my cigarettes. I bought him a jet ski. I'm sure he's told you. We'll have a few day trips, spend some time on the water. He loves cooking with my mom, too. Derek gets up and goes to a nearby console table, pulls a Kleenex out of the box, and dabs at his nose. I always wondered about you, he exhales, looking at me. Why there were no pictures of you from his visits to St. Lucia. I pout. I'm camera shy. And supposedly dead. When did you figure out who I was? I ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. My client, Roke, he sighs. I was asked to deliver an envelope to him on one of our meetings about his case. He shakes his head, wedging one hand against the wood and leaning on it, his body visibly heavy. Inside was a photograph of you. So my mugshot is being passed around the recruits? Not a surprise. So you took a peek before handing it over to Roke? Very naughty, Derek. And you recognized me how? He nods at my hand, and I look down, seeing the leather band on my wrist that Daniel bought for me from a market on his first visit to St. Lucia. Well, very. Daniel still has his too, Green says, sounding rather sad. He didn't shut up about your matching wristbands and jet skis for weeks after he came home. I bet Derek had a heart attack when he figured it out. And now I bet he's wondering what he's done to deserve this. to be entangled in this web of crime, blackmail, and exploitation. And it's not because he bought a kid on the black market. No one in Miami knows that Rose is Daniel's mother. That's circumstantial. What Derek actually did was win a high-profile court case. He made himself useful to the bear, and lucky for that elusive person, Derek had some skeletons in the closet to hide, something juicy to blackmail him with. And now he's useful to me too. Was there anything else in that delivery we should know about? Like what? Pictures of anyone else? He looks at Brad and James. No. I'm injured, Brad mutters, as James sits, looking too thoughtful for my liking. We know why there was no picture of him, because the bear thought he was already dead. Well, I think that's business concluded, for now, I say on a dazzling smile. I bet it's nice for you to finally put a face to the name. We'll be in touch. I slide my gun off the desk and leave, Otto, Brad, and James following me. All this in 3 really years, and no one, not one really person knows who he is? Someone did, James mutters, hitting the call button of the elevator with the tip of his machine gun. Yeah, great. She's dead. Very useful. Don't piss me off, Danny. Sorry, I mumble, actually feeling it. James knows I don't hand out apologies freely. Rose mustn't know about this. She'll lose her mind, and I have enough to really deal with right now. We board the lift and the doors close as James's phone rings. He answers, peeks across at me, frowning. Where? He asks, his body visibly tensing. Watch them. He hangs up. 2 men just pulled up in a Chevrolet. 2 men that don't look like they belong in this building, if you know what I mean. Men like us? I say on a laugh. He looks up at the small screen above the door and then back to the screen of his phone when it pings. They're waiting for the elevator, heading for floor 5. Convenient. How do you know that? Goldie asks them. I laugh, slipping a cigarette between my lips, lighting it, and lifting my machine gun, aiming at the door. Ready? They all mirror me on grunts of agreements, and the doors slide open, revealing 2 men. Their eyes widen in unison. They back up, but they're not stupid enough to reach for the belts that I can see poorly concealed under their jackets, not when faced with 4 men, 3 of which have machine guns pointed at them. Turn around, I say nicely, and they both slowly turn. And let's walk ever so calmly out of the building. James steps out with me, each of us pushing the tips of our guns into their lower backs. Excuse me, sir, this is a no-smoking premises. I look past the men before us, seeing a security guard approaching, young, built, and probably bored out of his mind for 99% of his day. I bet my cigarette is his biggest drama today. I flick it at his feet and nod to Otto, who wanders over and stuffs a wedge of notes in his jacket pocket, giving it a friendly pat. Apologies, he says, smiling through his overgrown beard. What's your name, chap? Jerry. Jerry, Otto muses, pulling a card out and slipping it into his pocket with the cash. I think you're grossly underpaid. Give me a call, and I'll fix that. He nods, his hand over his pocket as he steps back. Have a good day, gentlemen. You too. Otto swings round. Let's go. Yes, let's go. I have something to clear up with my savage wife. Rose, you've been staring at that bottle for over an hour, Tank says. Over an hour? Is that how long it's been since Bo left me in Danny's quiet office to shake off my supposed headache? It wasn't a lie. I do have a headache. A headache from thinking too much. Worrying. I slowly move my eyes from the bottle of vodka to Tank. His eyebrows rise but remain a bushy straight line rather than a curious curve. I blink and return my stare to the clear glass. I can only assume he is getting bored of watching me in my silent turmoil. That's too bad for him. He should have kept his big mouth shut. Are you going to drink it or not? He asks. The print on the label starts to blur, the reds and blacks blending messily from staring so hard. Not, I murmur, slipping it onto the nearby table, feeling a weight lift from simply not having it in my grasp any longer. I inhale and rise from the couch, brushing my front down. Where did Danny go? Tank looks at me in a way that suggests he thinks I think he's stupid. I roll my eyes and glance at my cell, desperate to call Hillary and plead for her compassion. But I need to have it together, and I feel anything but at the moment. We've always been so cautious. I knew bringing Daniel to the house was a terrible move. God knows what he said to Hillary and Derek. I walk to the door on heavy feet, and Tank pulls it open for me. Thanks. I make my way to the kitchen. Hey, I say to Esther's back, where's Bo? She's with her father in the lounge. Esther places a dish on the counter and tips a bag of raisins into it. Doc's checking him over. She pushes the dish aside on an exhale of tired breath. What's going on, Rose? She asks, and I frown. I don't know. Ask your son. I mean, with you. What's going on with you? She collects a loaf of bread and dumps it on the counter heavy-handedly. You're off. I'm fine. Then why are you throwing up? She starts buttering the bread, her attention split between me and her task. Danny's called me to make sure Doc's available when he gets back. Why? Is he ill? Don't be smart. I let my head fall into my hands, massaging my scalp. What can I say? I'm stressed? Worried? Anxious? No. No signs of weakness. I can't give any clues to suggest I'm struggling to deal with this world. I'm a joke. Because anyone with a pair of eyes can see the turmoil I'm in. I want to be strong. I want to be everything Danny needs me to be. 3 years ago, no problem. Now, God, it's so tough. Maybe because I've had a taste of normality. Well, normality with Danny anyway. Danny and I will never be truly normal. We'll always be fire and ice, hot and cold. I'm fine. I release my head and offer a meek smile. The look pointed at me by my mother-in-law is a picture of incredulity. The guy from the workshop called. He'll deliver your gift for Danny the morning of the wedding, but it'll be early. We'll need to find somewhere to hide it. Hide an ice sculpture? I ask. I'm more worried about making sure it remains ice. Otto found the perfect spot, shady and minimal air circulation, as the sculptor recommended. When did Otto become an expert on ice sculptures? She shrugs, and I turn on my stool when I hear footsteps behind me. Bo wanders in. I feel like a terrible friend for not asking about her father when she sat with me in Danny's office for an age, trying to wring a reason out of me as to why I'm throwing up regularly. Truth be told, I feel a bit pathetic. She's more together each day, even with bombs being thrown at her. I know the appearance of her Aunt Zinnia has helped. Bo has told me a lot about her uncle, Aunt, but nothing really prepares you for that first moment when you meet Aunt Zinnia, or Zinnia Dolly Daydream, her stage name. And such a transformation from the skeletal, near-dead uncle I saw only a day ago. I smile as she joins me at the island, reaching for her hand and squeezing. I'm much better, I assure her before she can ask. I ignore Esther's light snort. How's your dad? Insufferable. She cranes her neck to see what Esther's making, reaching across and plucking a raisin out of the dish. Doc thinks he had a mild panic attack. I laugh under my breath. That's not surprising, given what's happened. You heard from the guys? She asks. Nothing. I look down at my cell again, my heart naturally picking up pace. I'd like to think Danny's destination wasn't Hillary and Derek's house, not when he walked out of here with most of his men and a small arsenal of machine guns. And yet, I know Danny. He takes no prisoners. But I also know his adoration for my son is limitless. He wouldn't storm in with guns, literally blazing, not with Daniel around. But Daniel wouldn't be home. He's at school, and Derek would be at work. Oh, God. My head goes back into my hands, hurting, but shoots back up when my cell rings. I scramble to gather it up, deflating when I see it's the gate calling. Hello? Rose, it's Bud. I'm on the gate. There's a visitor for Bo. I've tried calling her, but I'm getting no answer. She's here, I say, handing my cell to Bo. Visitor for you. She frowns, accepting and taking it to her ear. Yes. She stiffens. What? It's Bo's turn to rub at her forehead. Yes, sure. She hangs up and hangs her head. Gosh, what? Pushing my cell onto the island, she gets up from the chair. My dad's girlfriend is here. Oh, I know how Bo feels about her. Just smile sweetly, and it'll all be over very soon. You've not met her. She's unbearable. She wanders off, muttering under her breath. I'll come rescue you. Just call. She throws a small smile over her shoulder, and I return forward, finding Esther now plunking slices of buttered bread in her dish. I'm going to lie down, I say, getting up before she can resume grilling me. Okay, she replies quietly, thoughtfully. I pass Tank at the doorway. Is it necessary for you to follow my every move around the house? I ask, sounding grumpy. He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. He's been following me around since the moment he was appointed my personal shield. Today is no different. I'm just being snappy. I see Beau closing the doors into the TV room, and I take the stairs. Each step I'm climbing seeming to drain me more. It's an effort to simply walk.
I make it to the top and drag myself toward our bedroom, scanning the bright abstract paintings lining the corridor. I slow to a stop when I hear the front doors open in the distance. Where the really is my wife? His voice echoes around the mansion, and I whirl around, panicked. Oh gosh, I murmur, glancing up at Tank. His lips are straight, his hairy face expressing all the wariness I'm feeling. He doesn't sound happy, does he? I murmur lamely. He's sounded better. This is your fault, I fire accusingly, creeping to the top of the stairs. He pays me to do a job. Someone needs to remind my husband that he signed everything over to me when he died, so it's actually me paying you. I dare you to tell him that. Tank chuckles. I flip a quick, evil look over my shoulder before returning my attention forward as I approach the top of the stairs, seeing two men being manhandled toward Danny's office. His eyes land on me like a pair of wrecking balls, and I find my spine lengthening in an act of feigned strength I know deep down won't wash. James moves in close to his side, flicking a cautious look my way. If he's trying to silently warn me that my husband is in a rotten mood, it's wasted. I'm practically disintegrating under his fiery stare. I've never wished Danny would be too busy with work to give me his time, except now. James speaks. Danny nods, eyes unmoving from mine, and then James walks away, following the two men who've been practically kicked into Danny's office. Today's catch? I ask cockily, lifting my chin. Don't change the subject, Rose. He climbs the stairs with purpose, claiming my elbow and pushing me toward our room. I don't put up any resistance. I'm not a complete idiot. Take a break, he snaps at Tank as I'm hauled past his mountain of a body and thrust through the door. Sit down, he orders, so I go to the bed obediently and lower to the mattress, hands in my lap. He can't hide his surprise. Subservience isn't something he's used to or expects from me, and it's obvious he doesn't know how to handle it. But truth is, I'm too drained to fight him. He starts pacing up and down before me, his eyes on his feet, his mind obviously whirring, and my gaze follows him back and forth at least a dozen times. What's going on? Where's the attack? The monster? The threats to strangle me if I don't comply? I'm feeling as lost as he looks. Danny eventually stops, inhales, looks up. I withdraw at the swirl of regret in his icy eyes. Am I a bad husband? He asks, throwing me even more for a loop. What? You heard me. He comes to me and drops to his knees, his hands squeezing my thighs, drawing closer. Am I a bad husband? What is this madness? Well, you're legally not a husband at all. Small technicality that'll be remedied in a few days. Answer my question. Why are you asking me this? My hand reaches for his overgrown dark waves and pushes them back from his face. I'm just trying to figure out why everyone else seems to have noticed you're throwing up, but I didn't. I'm fine. Rose, he says, low and full of warning, why are you throwing up all the time? It's not all the time, I say over a laugh, like he's being dramatic. He is. A few times. That's all. Why? I'm worried, I blurt. Sick with worry. Worry for him, for Daniel, for me, for us. I'm simply out of my mind with worry. Why? Really, Danny? You're asking me that? I try to brush his hands off my thighs and get precisely nowhere, his fingers curling into my flesh. I hiss, throwing him a filthy look. Here he is, the hard-handed monster. You got shot at a few days ago. You walked out of a burning building yesterday. Today, I've been told I can't see my son. Daniel's sorted. I tilt my head. How? Some polite persuasion. A bark of laughter erupts and Danny glares at me. Polite? You? Always. You walked out with a machine gun, Danny. But I didn't use it. Oh, God. So I can see him? Do I care what Danny did, what he took, what he used, if it means I get to see my boy? He pushes himself up, resting his weight on my thighs, and leans in, biting my cheek. He's coming to stay with us for a while.
He heads to the bathroom, as if he hasn't just landed a bombshell, leaving me on the edge of the bed, struck dumb. A statue. Coming to stay? Snapping to life, I go after him. What are you talking about? I enter to find him standing at the toilet. And this is how warped I still am, because every time I see him taking a piss, I smile, being taken back to the very first day he took me from a casino floor and slapped me. I quickly shake my untimely reminiscing away. Daniel can't stay here, and surely Hillary and Derek wouldn't have agreed to that, especially now. I pull up. Especially now what? What happened? I ask. Why did Daniel tell me he wasn't allowed to see me anymore? Danny flushes and goes to the sink, flipping on the faucet. I expect because Derek found out who Mister is. He raises his eyebrows. How? We've always been so careful. Rose, baby, we're back in Miami. Don't remind me, I grumble, backing up into the door jamb when Danny stalks toward me. My back hits the wood, his fingers claw my jaw, and his face comes close. How long did you think we could be here without them finding out who I am? Which begs the question why they've agreed to let Daniel come stay with us. First, I can't see him. Now he can live with us? I narrow my eyes. What did you do? And don't say polite persuasion. I held a machine gun to Derek's head. I balk at him, reaching for his hand and pulling it from my face. I don't know why I'm surprised. This is my husband I'm dealing with. I shove him out of my way and go to the toilet, lowering to the seat. They'll take him away forever. Will you let that happen? Danny asks, because the Rose I know wouldn't. I look up at him, confused, and he exhales, coming and crouching before me. Derek isn't the stand-up man you thought he was, Rose. What? I whisper. He has a client, one of the Bears men. My mouth drops open. Jesus, that's too close to home, Danny. I know. Derek was legal counsel for a high-profile case a couple years ago. He got a lot of media attention, which led to the Bear moving in and hiring him to take the case of one of his men, a man called Vince Roque. But what if? His hand lands over my mouth, silencing me. If the Bear knew Daniel was my stepson, don't you think he would have taken him by now? It's hard to think rationally in the face of such a potential nightmare. What about school? I don't have all the answers yet, Rose. I can't allow him to go to school until I can guarantee he's safe. We'll have him homeschooled while I deal with this. But have I ever failed you? He asks, looking at me expectantly. No, and I never will, baby. In my world, I do what I need to do to survive. You and Daniel are a part of me, so I will do what I have to do to keep you both safe and keep my sanity. You've played ball for 3 years. You've protected Daniel by dancing to their tune. Placing a gentle kiss on the edge of my mouth, he whispers, "It's time to stop dancing and start fighting again. No second chances, baby." I whimper, taking his shoulders and hauling him into me, cuddling the grizzly bear like he's a teddy. He is sometimes. I know he's right. I've been more than understanding of Hillary and Derek, more than flexible, all for the sake of my son. And how have they repaid me? They've tried to push me out of Daniel's life. Do they have any idea of the world they're in? The safest place for Daniel is here, with me, his mom. I realize that now. I wouldn't trust anyone to keep him safe like I trust Danny, and with that thought, all of my anxiety transforms into relief. He's safe. My boy will always be safe, and I trust my husband to make sure of that. A knock at the door disturbs us, and Danny pulls out, smoothing over my skin with his fingertip. That'll be Doc. He gets to his feet. What? He's come to check you over, he calls back as he goes into the bedroom, and just like that, I'm all anxious again. Don't even think about fighting me on this. It's non-negotiable.
It's my body, I shout, outraged and frankly worried. Danny's back at the door in a heartbeat, his expression deadly. Wrong, he grates, his scar seeming to flash like a warning beacon. Anything more to say? Yes, really off. Oh, baby, you're one of the only people in this world I would never kill, and yet I want to kill you the most. Make it bloody, I practically snarl, and he laughs under his breath. Fond memories. He winks, and it absolutely doesn't suit his murderous face, but it's still sexy as hell. God, vary me. Come, he says, jerking his head. Let's get this over with. I have men to kill. He smirks and leaves, and I drop my head to my knees, staring at the floor where my hair pools around my bare feet. Mr. Black. I peek up at the sound of Doc's old voice, digging deep for the grit I need to appear fine, when now, more than ever, I feel the sickest. Rose, Danny calls, sounding all too happy about my impending examination. I don't even want to ask what he thinks I might be hiding from him. I'm scared to. Like I'm scared to seriously ask myself. I drag myself to the bedroom, finding Doc setting his medical bag on the end of the bed. "Hi, Doc," I sing, way too happily, dropping to my back on the mattress. "Mr. Black said you're feeling under the weather." He pulls his stethoscope out and tacks the end before hooking it around his neck. He's worrying over nothing. I keep my eyes off Danny, avoiding his displeased look, but I see him lower to a chair by the bed. So, he's going to supervise? Well, let's put his mind at rest, shall we? Yes, let's. I smile sweetly and drop my head to the side to get Danny in my view. He's busy mutilating men. Doc laughs if he plucks a thermometer from his bag. He actually laughs. I don't know if it's genuine humor or nerves. I keep my potent stare on Danny, who's silently observing, the side of his finger thoughtfully brushing across his lips as Doc takes my pulse, checks my heart, my temperature, and flashes his penlight in my eyes. "These waves of sickness," he says, packing his stethoscope away, "how frequent and how long do they last?" "They're sporadic. Some last longer than others, depending on the level of stress I'm being subjected to. Headaches? Sometimes." He packs his things away and snaps his bag shut. "A virus, I'd say." He reaches for his gray beard, stroking it thoughtfully. "Nothing to worry about." "Good." Danny rises from his chair and appears above me, his face hovering close to mine. "Wasn't so bad, was it?" My nose wrinkles. "And now you have a content husband who can get on with business worry-free. Good for you." He takes my cheeks, squeezes, and slams a kiss on my lips. "What are you doing this afternoon while I'm working?" "What time will Daniel be here?" "He's at soccer practice. I've got eyes on him. My man has his instructions." "Will I be able to take him soccer practice?" I ask, not at all hopeful. So when Danny smiles and nods, it's all I can do not to squeal my happiness. Such a simple thing, but at the same time, everything. I know I'll have Tank a few paces behind, and I know we'll be driven, but it still delights me. I'm going to Walmart to buy him a soccer net, maybe some new cleats, and a ball. The grounds will be the biggest and best soccer pitch ever. He'll love it. Okay. Do you have money? My eyebrow curves of its own volition. Yes, I have all of yours. He smirks dirtily and straightens, pulling his phone out when it rings. A quick glance at the screen, a definite narrowing of one eye. Then he slowly turns and leaves, taking it to his ear. But he doesn't speak. Not until he's out of the room. I flop back onto the bed on a sigh. "Okay," Doc says, perching next to me. "Let's speak frankly now Mr. Black has left the room." "Pardon?" "Rose, I have been a doctor for 45 years. I ran my own practice for 40 of those. What are you saying? Are you pregnant?" I recoil, so much so, I shift a few inches up the mattress. God, no, that's impossible. How? "She's hemorrhaging. She'll need a transfusion. Will she be able to carry again?" "Unlikely." I push back the brutality of my past and sit up. "Doc, you need to trust me. It's not possible." "As you wish," he says quietly, taking his bag from the bed and walking slowly to the door. "Enjoy your shopping trip, Rose." He leaves, and I close my eyes, immediately wishing I hadn't when I'm bombarded with flashbacks. I hold my head, fighting away the faces of evil. No. I slam my fists down and jump up, set on going to find Beau. I swing the door open. Tank's back. For such a mammoth guy, he disappears and reappears like magic. "I'm going shopping," I tell him as I pass. "I know. I'll get the car ready." "Beau still in the TV room?" "Sure is." "Thanks." I take the stairs fast and approach the doors, tapping at the wood delicately. She's been in there for way longer than I know she's comfortable with. It's time to save her. "Come in," she calls. I smile at the wood as I push my way in, her high-pitched, relieved tone giving her away. Her face says 1,000 words, part pained and part pleased to see me.
Is it that time already? She asks, jumping up. Yes, we'll be late. Dad, I'm sorry, I promised Rose I'd help her with something. The man on the couch cranes his head to look back at me. I don't miss the contempt he's doing a terrible job of concealing. Nice to meet you, I chirp, my curious eyes falling to the fake blonde sitting next to him who is yet to bless me with a hello or even her face. I bite at my lip, flicking an interested look Beau's way. She subtly shakes her head, exasperated. I'll see you both out. Yes, her dad says, standing. Come on, darling. He puts a hand out and helps the woman up from the couch. And then she turns. And I stagger from the weight of my shock. What in the world is she doing here? She must have courage greater than any of Danny's men. Rose, Beau says. All right? All right? Am I? I'm staring at the woman who not only once served as the in-house woman of ill repute here at Casa Black, but the woman who also held me at gunpoint when she realized I'd won Danny's affection. It was a shock to me, Danny's affection, not so much her reaction, so I can only imagine how she felt. Oh God, what in the world am I supposed to do with this? And more to the point, what in the world does Amber expect me to do? Keep a dignified silence in the presence of Beau and her father? She must have lost her mind. Why in the world did she come here? I don't know. Like I thought, massive courage. One thing I do know, though, is that she's more likely to come out alive facing me rather than Danny. The more I'm thinking, the angrier I'm getting. Amber. I glare at her. Rose, she says, smiling, like she's seeing a long-lost friend. It's so lovely to see you again. I look at her like the crazy difficult person she is. You know each other? Beau's father asks, his attention jumping back and forth between us. How? I laugh, and it's unstoppable as Amber shifts nervously from foot to foot. Just old friends, she says, linking arms with him. We'd better get you home now that the doctor has given you the all clear. Yes, get him home before I expose you for the gold-digging woman of ill repute you are. Why would you even come here? I ask, my mouth out of control. Do you have a death wish? She swallows, flicking her eyes around the room. Tom insisted, she murmurs. Then make an excuse. Why would she do that? Beau's dad asks. I called her to come pick me up. I can't drive. Too shaken after the ordeal I've been put through. She was worried. I blink my disbelief and come back to the same question because it's not really making sense. Why in the world would she come here? It soon hits me, but before I can unravel it and make my brain catch up with what's unfolding, Amber speaks up. I was so sorry to hear of your loss. Loss? Tom says. What loss? I close my eyes and inhale. I should be worried. I'm not.
Everyone will soon know Danny's alive and kicking, so what's one more person? My husband, I breathe, giving Beau apologetic eyes, knowing she's doing her best to keep the information her father has to hold against her to a bare minimal. My husband died. You remarried? He asks, confused. No, I haven't remarried. Then who's that man out there with Beau's antisocial boyfriend, the one who threatened me with a gun? Beau said he's your husband. He sounds so accusing, like I'm responsible for my husband's killer hands. That's my husband. And as if he's heard me summon him, he bursts in unceremoniously with Brad and Ringo flanking him. Ugh, great, I murmur, dropping my head. This couldn't get any worse. I'm wrong. Esther appears in the doorway with a tray of tea, all smiles, until she spots Amber. What is that tramp doing here? I will ask you not to speak to my girlfriend like that, Beau's father says, pulling Amber close, who is lost in a mixture of shock and embarrassment. I've got it, Mom, Danny grates, his eyes boring holes for Amber's struck form. Danny, she breathes, clutching her purse to her chest. Danny leers, looking her up and down before turning his steel stare onto Beau's father. I suppose you're with her for her wisdom and shining personality, aren't you? Did you know she's not a real blonde? I wince, glancing across to Beau. Sorry, I mouth, but she waves me off on a roll of her eyes. We all know why Tom's with Amber, and we definitely all know why she's with him. She's younger than Beau, for God's sake. I shudder. But I can't wonder how she stomachs an aging, overweight man every day. I was there once.
Difference is, I did it for survival, not money. What in the world is going on? Beau's father barks. Dad, Beau says, going to him, arms out, all pacifying. She stops just short, something seeming to come to her. She looks at Danny. Where's James? Busy, he grunts, eyes still drilling into Amber. Beau inhales, going back to her father. Let's sit down. Let's not, Danny grunts, striding farther into the room. Let's give your father a few home truths so I can get back to work. And what exactly do you do? Tom asks. For work? Jet skis, Danny barks. Ask your girlfriend what she does. I suck my lip, nervous for Amber, despite hating her with every fiber of my really messed up being. I know what she does, Tom says, motioning to the subject at hand. I know everything about her. Let's hear it then, Danny says, moving to a couch and getting comfortable. What's going on? Whispers in my ear. You know her? Yes, I know her. I'm so sorry. She was raised in New York by her parents, Tom says proudly, a heart surgeon and an eye doctor. Oh, really? Danny looks genuinely surprised, looking over to Amber, who is dying right there on the spot. Yes, she graduated from medical school 6 years ago. Tom smiles, and I cough over my tongue, restraining my laugh. Esther doesn't bother, falling apart, being forced to set down her tray of tea. What's so funny? I hate to spoil your bonfire, Tom, Danny says, amused too, but Amber here is about as qualified in medics as I am in sanehood. What are you talking about? She's a woman of ill repute. Danny says it quietly and clearly. A gold digger. She used her charms to gain access to this house, one man after the other. And once pulled a gun on me, I pipe in, like a pathetic snitching schoolgirl. I don't care. The audacity of this woman is off the charts, whether she thought Danny was dead or not. I don't know what her game plan was. Maybe she hoped a new mob had moved in and she could rekindle past intimacies. Maybe she was just curious about what I might be doing with myself now. Or maybe she's simply a brazen hussy. Whatever. Tom has been enlightened. There's no place for her here, over my dead body, and I doubt there will be at Tom's house now either. How does it feel knowing your precious medical student girlfriend was once little more than a woman of ill repute? Poor Tom's face is blank, and Beau's eyes are wide, wary, and maybe a little sorry for her father. Amber, he says quietly, turning to her, tell me they're lying. They're lying, she rushes to say, grappling at his suit jacket. Don't listen to them, Tom. It's jealousy. What am I jealous of? I ask, flummoxed. I've had my fair share of intimate encounters with out-of-shape, middle-aged egomaniacs. I wouldn't go back if my life depended on it. Remove her now or I'll do it myself, Esther declares, brushing her hands off and marching out. I think it's time for you to leave, Tom says, looking at Amber with sorry eyes. What? No, Tom, please. He shrugs off her touch and moves away, as well as looking away, and Amber's body deflates, an air of indignation finding her. She pulls her purse onto her shoulder. I notice it's Saint Laurent. And then she walks, head held high, out of the room on her skyscrapers. I notice they're Jimmy Choo's. Make sure she leaves, Danny says, pushing up from the couch. Back to business. He walks out with his men, and Tom flops to the couch, his head in his hands. There could be 2 reasons for his utter despondency. First, his enlightenment, although how he ever thought a woman in her 20s would be genuinely interested in him is beyond me. Maybe Amber is as good an actress as I once was. Second, his realization of the true web of unlawfulness his daughter is tangled up in. Dad, Beau moves in beside him. Are you okay? I feel like such a fool. Don't. It could have happened to any wealthy man. I don't know how she's being so compassionate. Tom left her mother for that tart. And guilty, he murmurs, for everything I put you and your mother through. She physically recoils at that, obviously shocked to the core. Okay. Looking uncomfortable, she stands, clearing her throat. Do you need a ride home? I can drive, he sighs, standing, glancing around the room. I can't convince you to come? No, Dad, Beau says, shaking her head. Why are you here? He goes to her, his voice begging. I don't understand. James, she says simply, detaching his hold from her, refraining from detailing everything else. The bear, the explosion, her uncle's husband, and a whole heap of other mess. The man's dealt with enough today already. I've got to go. I'll call you, okay? She drops a kiss on his cheek, leaves the room, and I follow quickly. Shopping? I ask, linking arms with her. Anything, she says, her tone begging. Did someone say shopping? We both look up the stairs, finding Beau's uncle in all his drag queen glory. Only Walmart, I admit. I need to pick up some soccer supplies for my boy. Ugh, Beau can't do Walmart, not at this time of day. I wince, throwing her an apologetic look. What time of day it slipped my mind. Yes, I can, she declares, thanking Fury when he opens the door for her. Because you'll be with me, Aunt Zinnia. I look at Larzinia and smile, seeing how elated he is by Beau's statement. Ready? He motions down his sparkly form. Born ready, darling. He struts down the stairs like it could be a catwalk, cocking his arm out when he reaches the bottom. Do you think Walmart is? I laugh, letting him lead me out. He's found his armor, his medicine. Alter ego or not, he's better, and that's a weight off Beau's mind. What did I miss? Danny asks as he enters, eyeing the backs of the two men in the chairs before me. I can tell by the look on his face that he's surprised they're still in one piece, or alive even. Not much, apparently, he muses. Still no words? They're Russian. I drag a chair over and sit on it back to front, resting my forearms on the backrest. How'd you know? Well, I reach behind me and slide a gold letter opener off Danny's desk, twirling it in my hand while admiring it. When I stick this in one of their legs, I flip the solid gold piece of stationery, catch it by the handle, and plunge it into one of the men's knees. Bled, the man barks. That happens. I twist and turn the blade, and the Russian starts to dribble and bumble. Then I yank it out. Translated, woman of ill repute. Or, really.
Whichever you prefer. That's my pop's letter opener, Danny says, collecting his own chair and joining me. I look at the blood tricking over the gold. Sorry. I press the length onto the Russian's bloodied jeans and drag it slowly, wiping it clean. Both sides. He hisses, jolting in his chair, his hands fighting with the cable ties. I place the letter opener back on the desk. It wasn't a dig. Danny claims it and does his own inspection, smiling fondly at it. I was just saying it was my father's. He tosses it, catches, stands for that extra bit of power, and sinks it into the other guy's thigh. Pizda! What does that mean? He pouts as he sits again, reaching for the handle and ramming it down some more until it hits the wooden seat of the chair. More dribbling, more hissing. Is that a new rug? Danny asks, looking at our feet to the oriental piece of rich reds and golds that's rolled out beneath our prey. Easier to replace than the whole carpet, Goldie says from the couch, not glancing up from her phone. Brad chuckles, heading for the scotch. Drink, anyone? Here. Danny raises his hand, as do I. May as well get comfortable. It could be a long afternoon. The unmistakable widening of the Russian's eyes makes me smile. Know any translators? I ask, accepting the crystal-cut tumbler that's half full. Yes, actually. I just had one call me. I look across to him as he next half of his drink. Which one? Our friend Volodya. Danny waves his glass at the two men. He didn't mention you two, though. So I'm thinking Sandy, I muse. Either or. Bad news for these guys. Do you think they can understand? No idea. I think so, Otto muses, tossing a burner phone on the desk. They seem to be able to text in English. Oh, good. Danny smiles brightly at the men. Bright, but dark. As I was saying, bad news for you two. You see, I did a deal with Volodya a few years ago, but he got a bit overwhelmed on power. Decided I should die. And Sandy? He sent some Russian woman of ill repute into James's... Danny points his glass at my girlfriend's hospital room to kill her. He reaches for the blade and yanks it out, then cranes his head, looking at the rug being pounded by a steady flow of blood. Gosh, I think that hit an artery. That seriously limits the time we have to torture information out of you. Torture, I whisper. Not how I'd like to spend my last half hour.
I put my hand out to Danny, and he graciously surrenders the letter opener. I don't think they're going to talk. I stand and move in behind the Russians, holding my hand out to Otto. He drops a pair of pliers in my hand. Ouch, Danny says, as I pry open one of their mouths, as he jerks and squirms, doing everything he can to hamper my intention. Too bad for him, I've done this countless times. I clamp down the pliers on the end of his tongue and yank it out, resting the tip of the letter opener somewhere in the center of the slippery organ. His mate in the other chair looks on horrified, bleeding out all over the rug. Danny stands and pulls the belt from his trousers, folding it in half and taking a seat again, threading the leather through his fingers. If I wrap this belt around your thigh, you might live. If you talk now, your mate might live. Okay. Ah, Danny chimes. It speaks. Hallelujah, Brad mutters, perching on the desk behind Danny. Get on with it. I have a club to run. You have to promise us protection, the one able to speak says, his accent thick but his English perfect, as his mate tries his best to shake his head, objecting. So we have a squealer and a loyal advocate. I chose the right man's tongue. I don't have to promise you anything, Danny grates. If the information you provide is any good, I might consider it. He flicks his eyes to me. Danny knows these two men aren't walking out of here alive, even if they lead us directly to our prey. Volodya and Sandy work together, he spits urgently. They head up the gun side of the business. The Polish deal with the women, the Irish in drugs. It's been peaceful. The only issue was the enigma. I look at Danny incredulously. So it really is one big happy family? Oh, I've heard of him, Danny says, getting up and going to pour more scotch. Another one, James? Hands are kind of full at the moment. I give the Russian's tongue a little yank, pushing the blade in a fraction, not piercing his flesh, but as close as I can get before drawing blood. You don't know who the Enigmas is? I ask. I think he's above their pay grade, Danny says, joining Brad on the edge of the desk. The bear, I say. What do you know? Nothing. For really's sake, someone has to know who he really is. So how really does anyone do business if they don't know who they're dealing with? He emails, only ever emails. Oh, for gosh sake, Danny snaps, slamming his glass down on the desk and lunging forward, ramming the letter opener through the tongue I'm still holding. The scream is blood-curdling. It also gets the other Russian talking again, although what he's really saying is a mystery. I expect he's praying. He should be. I release the clamp and move over to his dribbling, whining form. I hold the pliers in front of him. He emails the three at the top, he blurts, only ever them. Well, that's not true. He also emails Green. The ox leads the Russians. Volodya and Sandy answer to him. Then there's us below them. Oh, I muse, moving around the front of him and taking Danny's chair. I circle the pliers for him to continue. The shark, Polish, deals in women, I say, and he nods. And below the shark? The hound and the fox. The fox disappeared. The hound has a tattoo covering his right cheek, some writing in his native language. Where is he? Danny asks. He shakes his head. I don't know, I swear. But I can tell you the Irish lost the snake. The eagle and the alligator were below the snake. The eagle's dead. They're trying to get the alligator out of jail to take over the drug side. The dodo is also missing. I hear Danny and Brad shift on the desk behind me, and I glance across to see Otto, Goldie, and Ringo all looking rather bored. So what were you doing at Derek Green's office? Perhaps with a shortage of Irish to swing by Green's place, they sent some Russians instead. Happy families. We were told to give him a gun. Why? I don't know. I look at Danny. He's thoughtful. What is really happening in Miami? The Irish can deal and kill, the Polish traffickers can buy, sell, and abuse women, and the Russians can open fire wherever they really please. But it's okay because everyone gets along. Peace in the city, he said. What a shame we're really messing with their plans. Gosh, this mess. Thanks for the chat, I say, turning and putting my hand out to Danny, who places the belt in my hand. The Russian deflates before me, relieved. problem is, you've told us a whole lot of what we already know. His eyes widen, his back pressing into the back of the chair. The snake, the eagle, the dodo, the fox. I slip the belt around his head and use the ends to pull him forward. All me. No, he whispers, his eyes widening. Yes, that can't be. The enigma's dead. Danny laughs. You get the feeling people have a problem with us being alive? He asks from behind. He's being a real comedian today. I'm not sure what people should be more wary of, the Joker or the deadly short-fused monster. Both, in equal measure, because after every joke, there's a move that's going to be grim. So I shift slightly to the right, just as he flies past me, taking the bloody tongue of the non-squealer with his fingers and pulling it out, inserting the letter opener over and over again. So we're just going to kill you now, I say calmly, turning my stare back to my man, tightening the belt until his eyes start bulging and his face turns red. I look straight into his eyes, making sure he can see me, my whole miserable history parading through my mind in slow motion, cruelly reminding me of every dismal detail. My father's happy face the last time I saw it at the dinner table, his family surrounding him.
My mother's priceless pearl necklace that she constantly fingered while engaged in deep conversation. My sister's crafty smile when Mum slapped the back of her hand for helping herself to the eaten mess before Dad. She loved eaten mess. My family. Wiped out. I blink back the flashbacks, tightening the leather. Vessels start to burst in the whites of the Russian's eyes, tiny red cracks visibly branching. I see it clearly, like a close-up, like the growth of roots being recorded and sped up. His lips turn blue. His body jerks a couple of times before going limp. I don't realize I'm holding my own breath until I release the belt and exhale heavily, starting to heave on my chair. I thrust him back violently and stand, filling my hands with a glass and a bottle, pouring and necking. "You okay?" Brad asks, killing the silence. I gasp and slam down the vodka and tumbler, bracing my hands on the edge of the cabinet. Never better. Pulling myself together, I face Otto. Get in that phone and send a message confirming delivery of the gun. Call Breen and tell him to be in touch the moment he finds out why he's really been sent a gun. Done. Anyone else feel like we need a diagram of this web? Every man and woman in the room spring to life. "Yep," Danny says, coming to me and rubbing up my shoulder, not saying a word, but just acknowledging where I'm at. "A diagram?" Brad coughs, grimacing as he passes the dead guys, reaching past me for the scotch. "A diagram and a drink." "I'll get some paper," Ringo adds, starting to rummage through the drawers of Danny's desk. "Who's playing artist?" Otto starts pulling chairs from everywhere in the room, positioning them around the desk. "Me." Goldie takes the paper from Otto and collects a pen. Women are better handwriters than men. "You want to be a woman when it suits you," Ringo mutters. "Shut up or I'll stab you in the eye." Goldie sits down and we all join her as she draws a circle at the top of the page and writes, very neatly, it must be noted, the bear in the center. Then 3 lines from there. In one, the snake, deceased. In another, the shark. And in the final one, the ox. Irish, Polish, and Russians. Drugs, women, and guns. "These," she says, pointing her pen to the animals, "answer to him." She points to the bear at the top. "Could be a woman," Ringo says casually. I am deeply offended by your assumption. I hold back my chuckle, feeling the stress leave me. Every other man in the room, however, does not. I pluck the pen from Goldie's hand before she follows through on her threat and sinks it into the eye socket of any one of her tormentors. I rest it on the snake and draw a line down from there, adding a circle at the end and writing the alligator, aka Vince Roque, incarcerated in the middle, and another line from there. The dodo, deceased, I say quietly. So the drug supply must be down, Brad muses. I pull a line down from the shark, adding the fox, deceased, and the hound, reaching for the paper and pointing at the ox. We know Volodya and Sandy are under him. And this is just the tip of the freaking iceberg, Brad says, exasperated. What about all the minions sprouting off all these circles of animals? I mean, he took James's family out in London 10 years ago, for gosh sake. I rest back in my chair, thoughtful, running over so many of my hits. He took them out.
He didn't need to be anywhere near London to order the kill. He likes bombs. He wants rid of me because I threaten him. I look at Danny. He wants rid of you because he threatens his empire. He had police inside. Might do again now. He didn't buy Byron's reach. Why? He's got the Russians, the Poles, and the Irish under his control. Gosh knows how many others outside the country. You've spoken to him, Brad says. He uses a voice distorter, Danny confirms, which means he's worried his voice, his accent, might give him away. I squint, thinking hard. The reach of his organization is even vaster than I gave him credit for, and I silently gave him a lot of credit. I've killed many of his men, and I'm beginning to feel like I've not even touched the sides. The only person the bear speaks with directly is you, Danny says, stroking the edge of his desk with his fingertips. Makes you pretty special. It also makes me wonder what he really has on all these men to receive their compliance. And he killed the one woman who can give us a name. Brad blows out his cheeks and runs a hand through his hair. I glance around the desk, seeing a crowd of bewildered faces. And now it's silent, everyone deep in their own thoughts. Until Danny's phone rings and everyone shoots their eyes to him. Perry, he answers, sounding as annoyed as he looks, placing his phone on the desk on loudspeaker. I have your permit. Good boy, he asks. Just the permit? No, where's my cheeseburger? Otto grunts. And Ringo's pardons on the parking tickets? My smile is private as I watch Danny. He's thinking. What's he thinking? What are you doing 2 weeks on Saturday? He asks Adams. I'm getting married. You're invited. I'll forward the invitation. Danny hangs up and stands, and we all look at him, bemused. Anyone found Spittle's son yet? He asks, his eyes passing over all of us. The silence gives him his answer. I need a break. He heads out of the office, a pile of frowning faces following him, mine included. What in the world, Danny? Brad yells. I'm going out on the water. I could do with clearing my head too, but water isn't what I have on my mind. She's gone shopping with Rose, Danny calls from the door, obviously reading my mind. What kind of shopping? The kind that happens in Walmart. I frown. It's too early for Beau to even entertain entering a Walmart, not without me. I look up, trying not to appear injured. And no one thought to tell me? I'm telling you now. Danny smiles, his expression telling me not to worry. Come, the water's calling, mate. I'm going back to the club. Brad skirts past the 2 dead bodies. I'm going with Brad, Otto declares. Me too, Ringo adds. I'll get someone to clean up this mess. What about me? Goldie stands, looking as indignant as any woman could look. Should have gone shopping with the girls. Ringo gives her a cheesy, slap-worthy grin that does nothing to improve his looks. Get off her back, I warn him seriously, making him shrug, showing the ceiling his palms. I mean it. I don't need you to defend me. Goldie storms past us, shoulder barging me as she does. I'll drive you to the boatyard. Feeling optimistic? Danny asks, looking across at me as we follow Goldie out of the house. Optimism gets you nowhere. Actions do. We still don't know how the women, drugs, and guns are getting into the country. Patience, James, he says quietly. I feel like enlightenment is on the horizon. His army is dwindling. We're killing off his soldiers faster than he can replace them. He's panicking, making moves he shouldn't. The Russians delivering guns for the Irish, case in point. It's only a matter of time before someone higher up puts a foot wrong. He's right. There's a cat among the pigeons, or a herd of lions. I just hope that the enlightenment Danny speaks of comes sooner than the next bomb. The still, calming water is a poor alternative to finding peace in Beau, but beautiful nevertheless. The breeze feels good on my face, the sun blazing, warming my skin. I close my eyes and look up to the sky, walking back in my memory to a time that feels like centuries ago, but was only weeks. St. Lucia, the quiet. Watching Beau stand on the shore enjoying the sun on her face. Her peace has become mine, and despite the progress she's made, I need those untarnished moments back. I need them to become a constant, consistent part of our lives. Watch your back, Danny calls. I look over my shoulder, finding him in his wetsuit holding the drawbar of a trailer, rolling it down to the water. He's not even straining. Maiden voyage? I ask, moving aside. The trailer hits the water, and he wades to the back, negotiating his new jet ski off the back. I've missed it, he says, an excited glint in his eye. You coming in?
I wander to the front of the trailer and grab the metal, dragging it back up the sand. Are these things loaded? He smirks, slipping his shades down to cover his eyes before jumping on. Go get changed. You need a timeout. He starts the engine and revs, the sound thrilling. Danny's passion has fast become a passion of mine. It really is something else being on the open water, reveling in the speed as we cross the small waves. I make my way to the cabin, hearing him roar off behind me. Cabin. The label completely undersells the impressive wooden structure built on the shore, with a balcony spanning 2 sides over the water and a jetty stretching into the ocean. A few jet skis line the wooden quay, all docked, ready to be tested. The inside space is quiet, word yet to spread through the jet ski community that this little gem is here. It won't be long. Not only is the setup really remarkable, so is the time frame in which Danny made it happen. This place has been built in his head for many years. Leon, the young lad hired to manage the place, is behind the shop counter scanning through spreadsheets as he chews on a pen. He suits this place, all free-spirited, shaggy-haired, board shorts, bandanas, and beaded man jewelry. He doesn't, however, suit the spreadsheet. But this wild kid was set to become an accountant before his love of the ocean won over pen-pushing his way through life, and perhaps his love of a joint every now and then. He was a good find. How's recruiting going? I ask as I pass. Interviewing this evening, J-Boss. He chucks his pen down and snaps the laptop shut. You're going out? Yeah. Leon falls into stride next to me. Which ski? I'll get it ready for you. His footwear catches my eye. Because they're filthy, the once white Converse high tops as grubby as hell. The black Sea-Doo. He falters, falling a few steps behind. I know if I glance back, he'll have a look of horror on his face. I have 3 strict instructions, he says, pulling me to a stop at the men's changing room door. First rule, no one goes near the green container. Second rule, if the feds show up, smile. I turn, my own smile threatening. Really good hire. And the third? Only D-Boss and his kid ride the black skis. So you see, we might have a prob. I was really with you, Leon. I push through the door and go to my personal locker. The gold one's mine. I pull my wetsuit out and grab my gun from the back of my jeans, slipping it inside. Don't pull that, gosh, man, he grumbles, freeing my hands of my suit so I can strip down. I still haven't decided whose bad side is worse. Mine, I say, hanging up my jeans and t-shirt. Always mine. Funny, D-Boss said the very same thing. How do you two know each other anyway? Rule number 4. I claim my wetsuit and pull it up to my waist. Don't ask too many questions. I cock my head and his proud nose wrinkles. But I can ask some, right? His smile is cheeky. I shake my head to myself and head out to the water. Are you getting my ski or what? I get no answer, making me stall at the door. Leon's a statue by my locker, his eyes wide. What's up? He gets his lax mouth under control and rakes a hand through his beach waves, diverting his stare, becoming flustered. Nothing. Nothing's up. I frown, and then I click, looking out the corner of my eye to where my scar begins on my shoulder. War wounds, I mutter, picking up my feet. You went to war? He asks, full of zeal, coming after me as I head for the containers. I slide the doors open, revealing my backup source of relaxation. I smile to myself, stroking down the side of the glimmering paintwork. We're at war, I murmur, reaching the back. Huh? Nothing. Really beauty, right? Right, J-Boss. Total beauty. My eyes drop to the stern. Jerk, I breathe over my light laugh, crouching and running my fingers across the text. Sounds mysterious. What's the story? What's rule number 4? Ah, J-Boss, come on. Get the Jeep, I order, hearing him sigh and trudge off, muttering claims of unfairness. The enigma, I whisper, tracing the text, my eyes following. Smartass. Bastard. It's ironic. I'm not an enigma anymore. I push myself up and round the ski, grabbing the drawbar of the trailer and pulling it out of the store as Leon backs up in the Jeep. I hook it up and smack the side, starting to pull my wetsuit up my torso as he gets the enigma into the water. I look out across the ocean, seeing Danny zigzagging across the sparkling cove. Ready, Leon calls.
I wade into the water and ease my jet ski off the back, calling out, "We're good," when I'm done. I board, start her up, and inhale the clean sea air. "Have fun," Leon yells as I chug slowly into deeper water. And the moment I reach the buoy, I yank at the throttle and stand, crashing across the water at breakneck speed. The buzz is instant, the roar, the crash of water, the salt spray on my face. Gosh, it feels good. Needed. I fall into the rhythm of the machine's motion, my body moving up and down smoothly as I skim the water, the growl of the engine pitching higher every time I break the swell, leaving the water before hitting it again with a thud. I smile, a distant Danny getting closer, and when I'm just a few yards away from him, I turn sharply, laughing when he tries to shield himself from the bullets of water my move makes. "You jerk," he yells, his jet ski slowing to a stop. I go in for the kill, circling, turning, attacking him with the water, not giving him a moment to get his bearings and retreat. "Who's king of the water?" I yell, smirking when I catch sight of the evil glint in his eyes that I've come to know. "Me, you jerk." He's suddenly racing away, gaining a good distance, before he slows and chugs around to face me again. I grin. A face-off. What a really pair of kids. I rev my engine, edging forward, staring at him in the distance, hearing the distant sound of his intimidating throttles too. "Game on, Black." His engine bellows, and I yank on my throttle and speed toward him. I will not be the first to turn. Never. And I know he won't either, which basically means our shiny new skis are going to be smashed to smithereens in a few seconds. "Come on," I yell, my adrenaline pumping, Danny getting closer. Reckless, but I need to let off some steam, and I know Danny does too. Closer. I hear him shout over the rush of wind and water, his body rising from the seat. Closer. I see his intention. He'd rather take the hit himself than let his precious ski get damaged. "Come on, you murderous wanker," I say quietly, engaging my muscles, my arse lifting from the plush padded seat. "Let's do this." I launch at the exact same time Danny does, leaving the ski and sailing through the air toward him, and our hard bodies collide on a powerful crash. I grunt on impact, wrapping my arms around his neck as his go around mine. We're literally hugging in midair. Gosh. He coughs as we sail a few meters through the spray before hitting the water with a slap, sinking deep. I kick my feet, pushing my palms into his chest to break away, fighting my way to the surface. I break the water on a gasp, seeing Danny emerging a few feet away. "Yeah," he bellows, slapping the water with his palm, laughing his really head off. I sweep my hands through my hair and shake my head. "You crazy jerk. You started it." He smirks and lunges forward, dunking me. The Brit really dunked the enigma. What are we, 5? I cough and splutter, jerking my head to shake my hair from my eyes. "Get off," I mutter, shoving him away, laughing. Gosh. My amusement dries up, our childish game ending abruptly. What? I pull my arm out of the water, seeing the key where it should be on the end of my wristband, thinking an AOL ski is the cause of his alarm. I swing around. The jet skis are fine, bobbing on the water nearby, the engine's cut. Then I spot his problem. "Playtime's over," Danny says, front crawling to his machine and climbing back on.
He looks toward the shore where the black BMW is parked, a suited man leaning casually against the side. "That's a cop if ever I've seen one," Danny's mutters. "Know him?" I ask, swimming over to my ski and climbing up, reattaching my key. He lifts his glasses. "Can't tell from here," he smirks. "So they've finally heard I'm back." He looks delighted by that. And sickly, I know he is. Ready to say hello? Oh yes. We start a steady pace back side by side, taking our time, Danny clearly not in any rush. I take in all of the buildings on the shore, some fully built, some half-built, some with only foundations dug. Developments are flying up everywhere. It's a shame. This little cove is a beauty. It takes everything in me and more not to laugh when we get to the shore, seeing Leon looking at the cop with a gosh-eating grin on his face. Even the kid recognizes a copper when he sees one. "I don't believe it," Danny says quietly, getting off and wading to the sand. I follow, watching the cop's lip curl to the point it distorts his face. "I take it you know him." "Hi, Danny sings, reaching behind his back for his zip and pulling it down.
You been promoted? It's Agent Hyam to you, he grunts, reaching into his inside pocket and pulling out his badge, flashing it like a status symbol. Ooh, fancy. Danny pushes his suit down to his waist. To what do I owe this pleasure? I keep my eyes on the cop as he turns his beady eyes onto me, looking me up and down before pushing off the side of his car and strolling forward casually while I dismount and join Danny on the shore. You realize faking your own death is a crime, Mr. Black. I laugh under my breath, walking to a nearby wall and taking a seat, removing the top half of my suit. If Danny could be arrested, he'd be in cuffs already, and there would be a hell of a lot more cops here. Did I fake my death? Danny asks, putting his hand out to Leon, who swiftly fills it with Danny's cigarettes and Zippo. The kid looks bemused, awestruck, excited. Hyam's curled lip twists. So, where have you been for the past 3 years? Lying low. I'm sure you heard that my boatyard bore the brunt of 2 gangs' rivalry. If I was presumed caught in the crossfire and killed, that's your problem, not mine. And Agent Spittles, then you should be speaking to him. He's missing. Oh, Danny lights up and joins me on the wall. I think you're sniffing around the wrong dog, I say, holding Hyam in place with a stare he should feel threatened by. Spittle was bent, as really. Who the really are you? Your worst nightmare, I say darkly, sounding as dangerous as I mean to. He becomes flustered. Brad Black identified the body. Clutching at freaking straws. He knows it. Brad was looking at a bloated, decaying corpse that had been mauled by sharks. Danny practically sighs. You got a warrant? No. Then really off. Hyam's chest puffs out slightly, his ego dented, but he just about manages to hold up his hard facade. I can get a warrant. On what grounds? I ask, as Danny comfortably puffs his way through his smoke and Leon's head swings back and forth between us, rapt. Things have been calm around here, he says, waving a hand at Danny. He's back from the dead, you show up, and suddenly bombs are exploding all over town. I wasn't dead, Danny says. Sorry to disappoint. Quiet in Miami? For gosh sake. I rise, moving intimidatingly close. Hyam stands his ground. Jerk. Some advice, I say quietly, my mouth close to his ear. Stay out of our way, and we will stay out of yours. Is that a threat? No. I sniff, looking out the corner of my eye to him. Just advice. His eyes fall to my shoulder, his nostrils flaring, his lip twitching, desperate to curl again. Have a good day, gentlemen. A long, hard, intimidating stare before he trudges back to his car and wheel spins off, having the last say with a screech of his tires. Nice bloke, I muse, joining Danny again, putting my hand out for his Marlboros. Give me those. He hands them over. 2 beers, Leon. Coming up. He dashes off, leaving Danny and me perched on the wall. What are you thinking? Danny asks, after we've sat in a comfortable silence for a few minutes. I'm wondering where Spittle's son is. I'm wondering when the next bomb might land. I take one last drag and flick the butt away, as Leon returns with 2 beers. We knock bottles and swig. What went down with Beau's dad? I ask, not wanting to broach that subject with Beau herself. His girlfriend? You met her? No, she was a source of conflict. He shrugs. Does Rose know that? Yes, Rose knows that. His nose wrinkles. Hence, fireworks in the TV room. I had to take care of it, or we would have had 2 dead Russians and a dead woman. Hearing a car behind us, we both look over our shoulders. A beat-up old Chevy coughs and splutters its way across the gravel, and I smile, picturing Beau's dilapidated old Mustang. What's he doing here? I call to Leon, who's moving gas canisters off the back of his Jeep. Otto said I've got to give him a job. He heads over as the young lad from Derek's office block pulls his big body out of his car. I'm thinking tow truck, he adds, and Danny chuckles. Oh, and your phone's been ringing, boss. We both stand, look at each other. Boss, Leon yells, that'll be you. Danny slaps my shoulder as I jog off, undeniably twitchy. I make it to my locker, retrieve my phone, and breathe out my relief when I see it's not Beau or Fury. I call Otto back. Where the really have you been? He barks. I ignore his irate tone, looking up when Danny walks into the changing room. I click to loudspeaker. What's up? I've traced back the emails Derek Green sent us to an IP address. Where? Internet cafe off Biscayne Boulevard. Danny frowns, moving in. Are you watching the account? Yeah, I'm watching. The second an email lands, I want to know. The sound of pumping music suddenly filters down the line, and I frown. Where the really are you? I ask Otto. Right now? Yes, right now. Danny's eyebrows rise, and we wait, curious. Right now, I'm at a club. Unbelievable, I mutter, as Danny laughs his way to his own locker and strips out of his wetsuit. Enjoy. I hang up and join him getting dressed. You heard from Rose? His smile is knowing as he fastens his jeans. Stop worrying. I'm not worrying. I'm really worrying. Trying my best not to, but with bombs and bullets firing at us from every which frickin' way, it's a challenge. I'm not worrying, I affirm when his eyebrow cocks. I yank my jeans up, slipping my gun back into place. We can't keep them locked up. I laugh, my head thrown back. Coming from the man who kidnapped his wife? Your relationship with Rose has Stockholm Syndrome written all over it. Oh, we're talking messed up relationships, are we? He asks, and I brace myself for the hit. From the man who tied his girlfriend to a chair in an opera house so he could slip off and murder a judge? How the really do you know that? I grab my t-shirt and thread my arms through the sleeves. Women talk, mate, and apparently ours never shut the gosh up when they're together, which is how I also know that you're partial to some private recordings. My head caught in the neck of my t-shirt. What the gosh? I can hear his silent laugh. Slowly pulling my t-shirt down, I eye his smirking face. Women talk, okay? But do they show? Those tapes are private. They're for me and me only, because I'm the only person who should see Beau in those private recordings. If you tell me you've seen those tapes, I can't promise I won't shoot you here and now. I've been shot at for less. I reach back and pull out my gun, disengaging the safety and aiming it at Danny. Don't annoy me off. Hands up, he laughs, moving back. I've not seen the frickin' tapes, mate. Chill the gosh out. I snarl, stowing away my weapon. I know you know gosh like that ain't funny, I mutter, stomping out of the changing room. And the reason I know is because you killed one of your own men for daring to touch Rose. I look back, hitting him with a grin to match the ones he keeps tossing around.
They really do talk? He does a terrible job of concealing his surprise and an even worse job of hiding his anger. Been intimate with any women while their husbands watch lately? Past life, I hit back, unmoved, carrying on my way. Burnt your wife's hand on the toaster recently? What the gosh? I smile as I pass through the cafe, seeing Leon showing the kid around. J-Boss, he sings. This is Jerry. Jerry, this is J-Boss. Oh, and here's D-Boss. I look back and see Danny stalking out of the changing room, his face like thunder. D-Boss, this is... We've met, Danny barks, making Leon and Jerry recoil. The toaster was a point. What about the stinger of a slap the night you met her? He's getting progressively more wound up, and, sick jerk that I am, I'm enjoying riling the Brit. Another point. Parading her around in front of your men? His mouth falls open. I'm going to sew her freaking mouth shut. His finger comes up. That woman has caused me more damage than I'll ever cause her. I slap his finger away. Chill the gosh out, I say over a laugh, watching as his scar gets deeper and deeper, his eyes colder. I note the clenching of his fists, the roll of his jaw. Leon and Jerry wisely step back out of the danger zone. And would you mind putting my razor back? I add. My final blow is the final straw, and he launches a right hook that nearly takes me off my feet. Jesus. Go really yourself, he yells, or burn yourself. Oh, he did not. I charge, tackling him around the waist, sending us crashing to the ground, our phones scattering along with the loose change in my pocket. I straddle his waist and punch him square on the jaw. Freaking jerk, he spits. Rose hits harder than you. He shoots up, taking me to my back, and we roll and squirm around on the floor, our flying fists out of control, only the odd one connecting. Phones, I still. I'm on my back, Danny's palms around my throat, while my palms splayed and pushed into his face. The sound of two mobiles ringing fills the silence. In unison, we each give up and frantically search out our phones. I spot mine, Danny spots his, and we scramble on our hands and knees across the cafe floor, seizing them and answering. I roll to my back. "Hey, beautiful," I puff, knackered. "Hey, baby," Danny chirps, landing next to me. "Why are you panting?" Bo asks as I lick the corner of my bottom lip, recognizing the warm, coppery taste of blood. I check Danny, who has a tidy scuff on his cheekbone. "Just got in from the water." "Just got in from the water," Danny mimics, turning his eyes onto me, grinning. "No, not yet. He's being taken to the house." I punch his bicep and get up, going to the fridge and grabbing a water. "How's your shopping trip?" Isn't she coping? Is that why she's calling, because she needs my voice to help her make it through the trauma? "Struggling," she admits. "I'm on my way," I say, heading out. "No, wait, Zinnia needs this." I halt, listening to her, but I'm not happy about it. Zinnia needs this. Want me to stay on the phone? For now, yes. She's full on. What have you said to her? Nothing. I don't believe you. I shrug. Don't believe me then. Bo sighs. What are you doing anyway? Just hanging out. She laughs lightly, and it does nothing to ebb my urge for her. The enigma and the Brit. Just hanging out? I look across to Danny just as he reaches for his cheek and grimaces. He finds me across the cafe, snarls, then pulls his gun, aims at my head, and fires. I duck, the bullet sailing past me and sinking into the wall. "James!" Bo yells, sounding frantic. Yes, the enigma and the Brit, just hanging out. "I'm fine," I say, smiling. "Danny's doing target practice. I think he needs some tips from you." I get the middle finger before he stomps out, Leon and Jerry moving aside hastily to let the raging beast through. He slams the door behind him, I laugh, and Leon puts his hand out to Jerry, smirking. "When can you start?" Bo. I hang up, taking my phone to my mouth, contemplative. "Is everything okay?" Zinnia asks, dropping a wind chime into our cart. I smile and inhale, ready to take on another aisle. "Yeah." Deep breaths, deep breaths. I swallow, cautiously glancing around. The number of shoppers seems to be multiplying by the second, and it's hot, stifling. Breathe, breathe, breathe. I need James. Breathe. I don't need James. Deep breaths. Really, I need James. My heart rate goes from stable to frantic in a few panicked crashes, and I hold the side of the cart, trying so hard to talk myself down. "I think I should wait in the car," I say quietly, looking up at Zinnia. Her face. I feel like a total letdown. "Will you let Rose know?" I pause, frowning, searching the vicinity. "Where's Rose?" "She went that way," Zinnia points behind me. "Something about cleats for her son." I turn, searching for her, panicking now for another reason. No sign of Rose, but Tank is behind me, his gigantic frame hardly visible past the piles of soccer equipment loaded into Rose's cart. "Why are you here?" I ask. His searching eyes land on mine, his face furious. "I'm going to kill her," he barks, stomping off. Instinctively, I jog the other way. "Wait there," I call back to Zinnia. "Bo!" Fury yells, but I ignore his warning, turning a corner, then another, going up one aisle, down another. "Where the hell are you?" I say, my eyes scanning every nook and cranny as I pull up her number and call. It goes to voicemail, and I curse her to hell and back, running up and down aisle after aisle, hearing Tank and Fury yelling our names at the tops of their voices, neither bothered about the attention they're attracting. With my heart in my mouth, I push past people, dodge carts, calling her name. Nothing. I check every department, every corner of the store, and when I've searched for 10 minutes and found no sign of Rose, I finally relent and do what I've dreaded having to do. Call Danny. Gosh, I cringe and hit his name, starting to make my way back to Zinnia. My mouth is dry, my throat sore, my chest tight. He answers quickly. "Bo? Hey." I close my eyes briefly and inhale some bravery. "You okay?" "Yeah, Rose is..."
I fade off, halting in my tracks when I spot her up ahead. Air leaves my lungs faster and louder than I planned, my palm slapping my breastbone. Rose is what? He asks, sounding ominous. Fine, I squeak, quickly and probably stupidly, hanging up. I pace toward her static form. Jesus, Rose, don't do that to me. She seems to snap out of a daydream and whirls around, a smile appearing like she could have just pulled it off the shelf and slapped it on her face. Oh, hey. Oh, hey? I've been running around this store like a jerk for over 10 minutes, and all she's got to say is, oh, hey? Tank's losing his temper. I forgot something. What? I ask, scanning the shelf of ladies' cosmetics. No kids' cleats in sight. She quickly snatches some shaving cream down and holds it up, but it starts to lower slowly, her smile falling. Are you okay? Am I okay? No, I'm not really okay, but not because I'm up to my eyeballs in frantic shoppers. I'm fine. I thought. I don't know what I thought. I was worried. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose, trying to screw my head back on. Well, I'm fine. Rose marches past me, and I frown, following her path, just as Tank comes charging around the corner like a rhino. I'm here. I'm alive, she sings sarcastically. Call off the search party. Tank looks about ready to rip her head off as I follow them, wary, until we make it back to Zinnia. There you are, she screeches, rushing over and checking me from head to toe. What happened? Drama over nothing. Rose claims her cart and heads to the checkouts. I forgot my shaving cream, that's all. Sorry, I say to Fury as I pass him, before he has a chance to lay into me, my eyes never leaving Rose's back. She starts loading her things onto the belt as Tank moves to the other end and Zinnia reluctantly heads to the next checkout. Will you help my aunt? I ask Fury, who proceeds to mentally gauge the distance between Zinnia and me. He eventually plods off and I move in on Rose.
Here, let me help. I dip into her cart and collect the shaving cream. Just what a woman needs when her husband's confiscated all blades within a 10-mile radius, I say just loud enough for her to hear. Lips pursed, she avoids my eyes, so I continue, dipping back into the cart, my hand landing on a box. Rose seizes my wrist, and I still, looking up. Her focus is set firmly on me. She smiles. I've got it. I shake off her hold, moving a soccer ball, revealing a, "What in the world, Rose?" I whisper, snapping my eyes to hers. "Shh," she hisses, grabbing the pregnancy test and putting it on the belt under a bunch of sports socks. "I need you to go to the other end and make sure Tank doesn't see this." I stare at her, a million questions parading through my mind, none of which I can ask now. So I do as she's asked and go to the other end, making sure I'm in front of Tank. As soon as the cashier scans the box, I snatch it from her hand and stuff it in a bag, smiling awkwardly at her alarm. "Thanks." I peek cautiously out the corner of my eye to Tank. He's oblivious, his attention split between the mundane task of packing and Rose at the other end of the checkout. Peeking the other way, I find Zinnia chatting happily to her packing partner, Fury. I don't know how I'm going to keep my mouth shut until we get home. Rose pays, then claims the bag containing the test and smiles meekly, stuffing it in her purse. "Thank you." "Rose, what?" "Ready, darlings?" Zinnia sings, pulling the cart as Fury pushes. I bite my tongue, giving Rose a look to suggest we're not done. "Ready?" I breathe as she bowls past me. I rush to catch up. "Rose, you have to tell Danny," I whisper, keeping close to her side, peeking back to make sure the Vikings and Zinnia are out of range. "I'm sure I'm worried over nothing. I didn't want to say anything to you." "Why?" I ask, injured. "I'm your friend. You've been through so much." She shakes her head mildly, and I fold with guilt, hating that she's shouldered this bombshell on her own. "This isn't about me. It's about you." "I'm sure it's nothing." She smiles mildly. "It's a bit of an insult. I can't be pregnant." I return my attention forward, trying so hard to look casual, normal. It's hard when my head's reeling. "Then why?" I snap my mouth shut when something catches my eye across the store, just entering. Or someone. "Gosh," I murmur, fighting to maintain my pace. "What?" "That man," I say, not pointing, "the one in the royal blue suit by the entrance." Rose does a stellar job of appearing uninterested. "What about him?" "There was a photo of him on Danny's desk."
I keep us walking, trying to split my attention between the Vikings and Zinnia behind us and the man I recognize up ahead. I saw a photo on Danny's desk, Rose says quietly. That's not him. They probably have a drawer full of photos, Rose. All men on their list. It's not like Jameis can keep them on the screens in his apartment anymore. I reach into my purse and feel around for my cell, pulling up the camera when I find it. What are you doing? Rose hisses, nervously looking over her shoulder. I'm taking a picture. I curse under my breath, the image too grainy. I need to get closer. Are you insane? Rose tries to steer me toward the door, but I'm persistent. Bo, for goodness sake, he could be anyone. I just need to get a little closer. Yes, great. Let's get closer so he sees us, recognizes us, and kills us. Stop being dramatic, I say, my eyes rooted to the blue-suited man. What's he doing? He's hovering by the minute key kiosk, looking a bit twitchy, a bunch of keys being tossed in his hand. Why don't you go ask him? Rose mutters, her body pushing into mine as I continue to try and direct us closer, my phone ready to snap a picture. It's definitely him. Mid-30s, short, slick black hair, a patchy beard. Bo, Fury calls from behind, and I wince, weighing up the merits of ignoring him. Just grabbing something, I call back, scanning the area for anything I can actually grab. Oh my God, we're going to die, Rose whispers. Rose, Tank yells. Jesus, will they stop shouting our really names? Coming, she calls. Bo, for Christ's sake, James will kick your ass. Rose really knows how long the list of men they need to kill is. The quicker they get it done, the quicker we get out of here and back to St. Lucia. I stop and look at her. Don't you want that? Her mouth opens and closes a few times as my words, all true words, sink in. I see an air of determination creep into her. I see her hand go to her stomach. It's instinctive. If Rose turns out to be pregnant, she'll want to leave even sooner and even more. Do not get too close. I nod, quickly linking arms with her, hearing Fury and Tank cursing behind us. I know exactly what I'm doing. This is someone of importance, someone James is looking for. I know it. The cop in me, this instinct, will never die. Just a bit closer, I say, trying to focus on my camera and aim, all while being discreet. And then he looks directly at us, and we both freeze. I feel Rose's stiffness against me. What do we do? What do we do? She hisses, as we're literally charged from behind by what feels like a massive boulder. What the really are you two playing at? Tank grunts. The man frowns, his eyes darting across all of us, finally resting on me. I quickly break our eye contact, reaching for the first thing I can lay my hands on. I move toward a self-checkout and tug a bag off one of the holders. Rosa's bag's broken, I blurt, words just toppling out of my mouth. The man's frown deepens, and he becomes twitchier, his already strung body definitely tensing more. Not looking at him, I go back to Rose, taking the bag in her hand and slipping it inside the new one. Her eyes are wide as she looks at me, and I silently plead with her to look normal. You'd make a terrible cop, I whisper, as Tank tuts his displeasure beside us. What's he doing? Looking through his keys. I peek over my shoulder, see he's distracted, and quickly take the photo I need. Done, I say, seizing Rose and plastering a smile on my face for the Vikings' benefit. Let's go. I guide Rose out. What's going on? Zinnia asks, tottering along beside us. Nothing, we sing in unison, heading for the cars, my back rolling constantly, my skin cold. Bo? I stutter to an abrupt halt, bringing Rose to a stop too, my skin getting colder. No, I whisper. What? Rose says, confused, looking around us. I see Fury in my side vision reaching for his holster, his face a picture of threat. My ex-fiancé, I mutter. Oh, Rose breathes. It's Ollie, Zinnia sings, and my shoulders drop, exasperated. Bo, look, it's Ollie. Why does she sound so pleased to see him? Has she forgotten he held James at gunpoint? Oh, God. I inhale and face him. He's frowning down at his watch, undoubtedly wondering what I'm doing in Walmart at this time. I absolutely do not want to do this, so I won't. Get in the car, Fury grates. With pleasure. I swing the back door open and slide in, leaving the others to put the bags in the trunk. I quickly pull up the photo and text it to James with a question mark, then notice Zinnia swinging her eyes back and forth between me and Ollie while Rose tries to coax her toward the car. Fury stands silent and threatening to the side, and Tank loads the shopping. I can see by the look of my aunt's face that whatever Ollie is saying isn't helping. I can imagine. Talk of bombs and God knows what else. Lawrence knows a lot, more than he probably should, and in fairness, he's been quietly accepting of my decision to be here, to be with James. I do not need Ollie stirring more gush into the already overflowing well of gush. I start to get worked up, and I'm out of the car before I can stop myself. In the car, Bo, Fury barks, moving his big body to shield me. I muscle my way past him, determined. Back off, Ollie, I warn. Do we have a problem? A man, suited, an FBI agent if ever I've seen one, joins Ollie, giving everyone a tactical flash of his gun by casually pulling one side of his jacket back.
I don't know, Ollie murmurs, turning his narrowed eyes onto Fury. Do we? I can see it now. Ollie's revenge on the horizon, his ego set to be restored. We don't have a problem, I grate, taking Fury's arm and trying to move the unmovable man. Of course, he doesn't move. Do you have a license for that firearm? Ollie asks, now refusing to look at me. I close my eyes and inhale some patience. Ollie knows what he's doing, and a second later, his partner has drawn and aimed at Fury. Get your hands on the roof of the vehicle, he bellows. Do it now. I turn my condemning stare onto Ollie's sneering face. Don't do this, Ollie. Why? Will your boyfriend and his friends attack me again? Hands on the car. Really? This, Fury mutters, drawing and aiming too, prompting Ollie to quickly arm himself as well, followed by Tank. Oh gosh, Rose whispers. Stay where you are, Zinnia, I order, feeling her meltdown brewing, her gasps constant. It's okay. I glance past Ollie and his partner, seeing the man I recognize from the picture exiting the store. Gosh, I hiss, just as my phone starts ringing. I need to answer that, I say calmly. Don't move, Ollie's partner yells, his forehead glistening with sweat. Do not move. I really need to take the call. I hold up my cell, showing them, before slowly lifting it to my ear. James? Where are you? He asks, his breathing strained. Walmart. We have a situation. Put the phone down, Bo, Ollie orders, his nostrils flaring. Is that Burroughs? James asks. Yes. The guy in the picture? Leaving the store. I just get my words out before Ollie lunges forward and snatches my cell from my hand. You do not want to make enemies of them, Ollie, I say quietly. And because I know him, I recognize the hesitation in his eyes. I divert my stare to the exit doors of the store again, scanning, searching, as my cell rings persistently in Ollie's hand. I see the blue-suited guy getting into a silver Audi. Gosh, I could draw my own gun and add another to the mix. Or I move fast, throwing my arm out and disarming Ollie, ignoring the shooting pain that flies up my arm. I spin the gun and aim it at his chest, and he staggers back, stunned. Not lost my touch, huh? I say through my teeth. Now there are 4 guns, and 3 of those are aimed at you two. Be wise, I warn, and Ollie's partner sensibly lowers his to the ground by his feet. I dip and pick it up, tucking it in my purse. And your car keys. Bo, come on, Ollie yells. Do it. Nostrils flaring, his chest expanding from his inhale, he dips into his pocket and pulls out his keys, tossing them at my feet. Rose, Zinnia, get in the car. I collect them up and move toward the Range Rover, opening the passenger side door as they both scuttle toward me and slip into the back. Fury and Tank, guns still aimed, get in the front. My phone, I say, holding out my hand, eyes on Ollie, daring him to refuse. His chest puffing, his jaw tight, he lays it in my palm. I get in the car. Let's go, I order, relaxing slightly as I sit forward, putting myself between Tank and Fury up front. Follow that silver Audi. What? Do it, I order, answering James' call. What the really is going on? He barks. I don't know where to start. I think I might be a wanted woman, I say, prompting a huff of sardonic laughter from the Vikings.
So if we could go back to St. Lucia sooner rather than later, that would work for me. Beau, he retorts, full of warning. Talk. I didn't know what to do, I say, going into defense mode. The guy in the picture was leaving, and Ollie and his partner pulled their guns on the twins. What did you do? Disarmed Ollie. I cringe, waiting for him to yell at me. And now we're following the guy in the picture I sent you? Quiet. I don't like it. I look nervously between Fury and Tank, noticing they look as tense as I feel. Burrows? James asks. I took his keys. An inhale. I'm not happy, he says calmly. I knew he wouldn't be. We're keeping a safe distance. Pull back, he orders, so loud the whole car hears. Now. Fury's foot eases off the gas immediately, and the distance between us and the silver Audi grows. Gosh, him. There's little point trying to convince my personal protection officer to ignore James. I'm sure he has a strong desire to keep breathing. Who is he? I murmur, despondent. Put me on loudspeaker. Who is he? I repeat, my dejection converting into impatience. Put me on loudspeaker. Fine, I grate, clicking the icon. It's not like he couldn't really hear you. I fall back in my seat, my eyes laser beams on the Audi getting farther away, my mind spinning. Location, James barks. Northwest 12th, heading downtown, Fury answers obediently, rolling to a stop at a red light as the Audi sails through. I feel Rose's hand rest on my knee, feel her eyes on my profile, as well as Aeneas. Go back to the house. Copy that, Fury says, checking his mirrors and signaling. I breathe in deeply, exhaling calmly. Who is it, James? The manager of the bank where your mom held her safety deposit box. What? And he's just going to let him get away because of some misplaced, really messed up need to keep me out of harm's way? No. We'll find him, Beau. I found him, I grate, jumping out of the vehicle. I throw my bag over my shoulder and sprint across the road, dodging the traffic, tucking the gun into my pants. Beau, Rose yells, sounding distressed, but I focus forward, my attention split between the fading Audi and the cab across the street. Car horns blare, the twins bellow. I cut James off and jump into the back of the cab. Drive, I order shortly, looking out the back window. Fury stomping down the road, a face like thunder, cars screeching to a stop around him. Drive, I yell. The driver, looking startled, pulls away fast. Okay, ma'am. The silver Audi up ahead, follow it. I find it again, pointing, and I don't take my eyes away. Keep 2 cars back. You got it, he practically sings, now sounding excited. Cop? Yeah, I murmur for the sake of it, killing the conversation and any potential further questioning. He follows as instructed until we make it downtown, and when the Audi signals left into a side street, he looks to me for guidance. Slow down, I order, shifting to the left of the car so I can keep the Audi in my sights. It rolls to a stop, sitting idle at the curb halfway down the quiet street. I think someone's trying to get hold of you, the taxi driver says, as my cell rings persistently and the cab comes to a standstill. I think someone's probably having a hernia, I murmur, taking the handle and letting myself out. I can't even begin to imagine the mood James is in, but he needs to come to terms with the fact that I will never be a glass girlfriend to go with the rest of the glass in his life. This isn't just about him, his history, his heartache, his justice. I need this as much as he needs this, but now for many more reasons. Not just justice, not just peace, but so I can move forward with James. Can you wait? I ask. Sure, thanks. I pace down the street to the Audi, sure and determined, reaching into the back of my jeans and pulling the gun I seized from Ollie. I check the magazine, smack it back in, release the safety. My heart is thundering in my chest, my adrenaline booming. Keeping my gun by my thigh, I pass the car slowly, looking inside, seeing the man engrossed in his phone. I round the hood, putting myself in front of the Audi. He looks up, blinks his surprise. I aim. He shoots back in his seat, hands up, and we stare, him undoubtedly recognizing me from the store, me wondering what I really do now. My phone won't stop ringing, my heart won't stop racing. I'm not a cop anymore, keeping the streets of Miami safe. I'm a woman fighting for my life, fighting for eternal peace, and this feels really good. I'm not broken, I'm not despairing, I'm not passive. I'm making things happen. He moves, and my decision is made for me. I fire, shattering the windshield and round the side, opening the passenger door and getting in. Do not move, I say calmly, feeling anything but.
Who the hell are you? I keep quiet and reach for his phone that has dropped into his lap. My name is of no consequence. What you can tell me is, I ram the gun into his temple. Let's talk about the safety deposit box that belonged to Agent Jazz Haley. Oh gosh, yes, oh gosh. His eyes clench shut, his back plastered to the back of his seat. Who are you? I'd say I'm your worst nightmare, but that wouldn't be true. His eyes turn, but his head remains stuck to the back of the seat. I can see it in his stare. He's scared to ask, so I'll help him along the way. The enigma, I whisper, almost menacingly. I believe he's vying for your blood, too. His intake of breath is sharp. No. And then he's moving fast, swiping his arm up and knocking me away before reaching under his seat. I lunge forward, cuffing his cheekbone with the handle of my gun. Really? I ram my palm into the side of his head, wedging it against the window, re-aiming. Let's be sensible. Okay. I release him, holding my gun steady, and reach under his seat. I pull out a gun. Who told you to get the box? I don't know. How did he tell you? Text. What did he threaten you with? My father's life. Who's your father? Frank Spittle. I still, hiding my frown, Spittle. I've heard that name. My cell starts ringing again, and I glance down, seeing James's name filling my screen. And then the sound of screeching tires fills the side street, and my heart turns in my chest. I don't know who should be more afraid, him or me. Don't move, I say, letting myself out of the car. The Mercedes races toward me like a bat out of hell. I can literally feel the anger in that car from here. I don't bother asking myself how he knew where I am. Good luck, I murmur, to both of us, lowering my gun, ready to bear the brunt of James' temper. The smell of burning rubber saturates my nose, the Merc screaming to a stop, James and Danny jumping out, both armed, both furious. I soak up the fire in James's glare, standing firm, shoulders back, chin high. I don't give him a chance to tell me to get in the freaking car. I pace over and slip into the back, settling and watching as Danny yanks the guy from the driver's side and thrusts him against the side of the Audi, his face lethal, his lip curled, his gun pushed into his throat. James, however, maintains his deadly glare on me. I break the connection and go to my cell when it rings. I take Rose's call, if only to escape the silent wrath of James. I'm alive, I say, looking back when I hear another car skid into the street. The cavalry has arrived. Jesus, Beau, does the name Spittle mean anything to you? I ask. Spittle? Yes, he's the one who let on that Danny isn't dead. Ex-FBI, she says, and I nod to myself. I knew the name was familiar. MPD, FBI. It's my old life. I saw them dragging Spittle into the house, Rose goes on, and I bet he didn't leave. At least, he didn't leave breathing. The guy we were following is his son. Gosh, I seriously wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now. I laugh a little. I'll see you back at the house. I look across to James, who's now manhandling the man over to Otto's car. If I'm not dead. I disconnect and wait for the men to finish their business, using the quiet time to cool my temper. James was prepared to let one of his wanted slip away because of his misplaced worry for my well-being. It's probably childish, but that really bothers me. Frank Spittle's son is an obstacle in our way. I had a chance to remove the obstacle, and I took it. I pull my belt on as James and Danny stomp back to the car, swing the doors open, fall in, and slam them. I'm sure a thorough telling off is coming from both sides. So, who's gonna be first? Danny swings around in his seat and pins me in place with livid, icy eyes, but he says nothing, probably out of respect for James. And yet, I bet he has plenty to say, none of it pleasant. I make sure I hold his stare. I'm not breaking. He eventually growls and returns to the wheel, starting the car, but before he can pull away, James fills the space Danny just freed. He doesn't look at me as his hands start patting at my body forcefully. I know what he's looking for, so I let him go ahead and find them.
He pulls a gun from between my thighs, then leans forward more to reach behind my back, roughly yanking the other free. And I remain still and accepting. I'm not, though. Choose your battles. His mood now won't allow him to see reason, so I'll sit on my grievance until he's calmed the heck down. The buildings around us are virtually shaking with the tremors of his rage. When he's found what he's looking for, he returns forward. Except he's missed one. So I reach into my purse and pull out the gun that I took from Ollie's partner, letting it hang from my finger as I hold it between the two front seats. He looks at it out the corner of his eye, snarls, grabs it, and then Danny roars off, taking his anger out on the Mercedes rather than me. James doesn't have that outlet, which means I'm in massive trouble when we get back to the house. Danny. I've seen silent rage on James. I've seen his eyes glaze, his body shake, his jaw twitch. But all of those times pale in comparison to now. I know how I feel, which is really incensed. And she's not even my woman. She's playing really kamikaze. When we pull through the gates of the house, I cast a wary look across to James. The car feels set to explode with the weight of his anger, and Beau's out before I come to a complete stop. She slams the door and paces to the house, ignoring more animosity from fury as she passes him on the steps. James remains in the seat next to me, his breathing audible. I let down my window when Otto approaches. He eyes James, looks at me. Take him into the office, I say, scanning the front of the house. Daniel's here, so go around the side. Got it. I look at James. Do you need a minute? If I take him in that office where Kenny Spittle is within reach, he'll be dead before I can even think of the questions we need to ask. For what? James gets out, and I sigh, following him. To calm down. I'm calm. I laugh under my breath, having to hold back from punching him in the face to snap him out of his bad mood. Take a minute, I order, leaving no room for an argument. Or have a drink. I'll meet you in the office. I follow my feet through the main house, meeting Tank in the foyer. Where is she? She went straight to your room, he answers, gesturing up the stairs. The kid's in the kitchen with your mom. Is she okay? My instinct takes me to the stairs, not waiting for Tank's reply. I could understand a retreat to our room if she'd pulled a stunt like Beau, but she didn't. Quiet, he says, making my pace increase. Has she been down since the kid arrived? No. Why didn't she go straight to Daniel? Tell the men I'll be there in a minute. I reach the top and find Beau's aunt gently knocking on the door to James and Beau's room. Beau, darling, want to talk about it? Zinnia hears me and gives me a worried shrug. What happened? Don't ask, I reply, passing her. But I come to a slow stop when something comes to me. I turn to face her. How was your shopping trip? She recoils, surprised. Well, eventful. Before the eventful part. Her head tilts. Is there something specific you would like to ask? I smile. Am I that transparent? Forgive me, but in the short time I've known you, I've learned you're a straight shooter. No dancing around the point. Am I right? You're right. So ask me. Beau called me from the store. That would be when we lost Rose. What? Only for a few minutes. She forgot something and neglected to mention she was going back. Only for a few minutes? A few minutes is all it takes. Rose knows that. What did she forget? Shaving cream. I can't hide my recoil. My wife hasn't shaved in 3 years. It's waxing or nothing. Right, I say quietly, backing up, just as Beau swings the door open, her eyes batting back and forth between us. I know immediately she's heard our conversation. She's heard her aunt share something that shouldn't have been shared.
What the gosh is going on? And more to the point, why the gosh don't I know about it? I tilt my head. If Rose doesn't talk, I'm coming to you, I warn, knowing she knows whatever there is to know. Her lips straighten, and she inhales, but she nods accepting, and that just puts me even more on edge, because Beau obviously thinks I should know. What the gosh has happened? We've not argued, so why is my wife avoiding me? Plus, Daniel is in the kitchen with Mom. Why didn't she rush straight there to see him? To show him all the soccer kit she just bought? I turn away and walk with conviction, my stomach doing cartwheels. I don't do nervous, never have. Trust my freaking wife to fix that. I push my way into our room and scan the space. No wife. The bathroom door is closed. I approach it, listening. Nothing. Abandoning my need to shoulder barge my way in and demand answers, I force my instinct into a calmer approach. What the hell did Doc miss?
What's wrong with her? Is it treatable? Will she be okay? Gosh, I breathe. Everything, my head, my stomach, my heart, is in chaos. I tap the door lightly. Rose, baby, I call through the wood. You in there? What the gosh am I doing? This isn't me. I drop my forehead to the door. Can I come in? Yeah, she says, quiet and unsure, only compounding the anxiety swirling in my gut. I take the handle and push the door open, but I remain on the threshold, hesitant and as nervous as a man could be. She's sitting on the edge of the tub, hands in her lap, fingers twiddling. She looks up at me, tears pouring. Oh gosh. My fears multiply, but I find it in myself to pull my head out of my arse, disregard my own uncertainties, and go to her. My fierce warrior doesn't cry. She gets angry, upset, frustrated, but hardly ever cries. I fall to my knees and take her wrists, automatically scanning her arms for damage, the floor for blood, nothing. It's a mild consolation. She joins me on the bathroom floor, on her knees, and slips her arms around my neck, cuddling my clueless form. I want to ask. I don't want to ask. The unknown is driving me crazy. And this moment, this scene on the floor in our bathroom, her crying, me comforting her, brings back a whole load of memories that I really don't want to remember. If she tells me anything like what she told me that day, if any man has touched her, violated her, assumed she's fair game, I will lose my freaking head. Those thoughts run circles in my mind, along with every serious illness that Doc could have missed, until I'm shaking in her fierce hold. Rose, you need to talk before I blow my stack, I warn, struggling to breathe, let alone talk. I feel her nod, pulling back, sniveling. I take her hair and push it over her shoulders. Take her chin and direct her face to mine. Take her hand, holding it firmly. What's going on? She shakes her head. I don't know how this has happened. What? For the love of God, what's happened? She roughly wipes at her face and stands, and I look up at her, blank, lost, worried. She tugs me to my feet, leads me to the vanity, and points. On a frown bigger than Miami, I look, and step back, away from the pregnancy test. The pregnancy test with 2 lines in the window. I'm no expert, but something tells me those 2 lines are significant, because why the gosh else would she show me a pregnancy test? Rose, help me out, I murmur, dazed, my eyes unmoving, my hand flexing in hers. Another step back. My heart begins to thud relentlessly. My breathing is getting too fast to be safe. I peel my eyes away and look at her, my beautiful wife, my fierce, loyal warrior, and my eyes fall to her stomach. Are you? I point a limp finger, taking another step back. Her tears seem to have vanished, and in their place, amusement. She finds this funny. She finds me funny. Please talk. She needs to confirm what I'm seeing, because I think I might be going around the bend. Rose can't get pregnant? I'm pregnant, she all but whispers. I gulp, I swallow, I blink my hazy vision clear. The relief I feel is untold. She's not ill. No one's touched her. But how? I murmur like an idiot. Well, you see, but you couldn't. It was, I, I, I can't even string a freaking sentence together. What the ever-loving gosh, I murmur, going to the sink and picking up the test, staring at the lines. Danny, I just need... I blow out my cheeks. Air. I need some air. I leave the bathroom, my legs far from stable, and take myself to the terrace, flopping down in one of the chairs and lighting up, drawing on my cigarette urgently and exhaling, my foot tapping the ground, my knee jumping fast, my eyes still on the 2 little lines. This? I never in a million years thought about this. Why would I? She couldn't carry. Being a father never featured in my plans before I met Rose, and it certainly didn't after. When she told me every detail of her wretched past, how she lost Daniel, how she was treated, I was too consumed with anger and a need for revenge to consider the possibility that she was wrong, that she could get pregnant again. I took her word for it, put it to bed after I'd killed the jerk who was the root of Rose's pain, and got on with a life loving Rose. Just us and Daniel. And after 3 years of passionate intimacy with no protection, the thoughts disappeared altogether. Now I'm staring fatherhood in the face? I puff my way through my cigarette, savoring every hit of nicotine while willing my mind to untangle and give me some clarity, some clear thoughts. I have only one. This changes everything. It also makes me love her more, admire her more, need her more. I'm sitting out here on my own, shell-shocked. How does Rose feel about this? I rise abruptly and turn. She's standing in the doorway, arms folded, her shoulder resting on the jamb, watching me. A small, amused smile gracing her face. And suddenly, my mind unravels. My thoughts clear. All I can see is her smile, her happiness. A second chance that I never once dared dream I could give her. A pregnancy without fear. A birth without dread. A life without apprehension. Gosh, I whisper, overcome with every emotion imaginable. And the biggest, most prolific one? Determination. Only I can ensure her stability, her calm, and I will. I go to her, slipping the stick in my back pocket, and take her face in my palms. Take in every inch of her. Her hair, her eyes, her flawless skin, the glow. And I kiss her. It tells her more than I could ever put into words. "Finish it, Danny," she says round my mouth, taking my wrists and gripping me hard. She breaks my kiss. The resolve in her eyes matches the intensity of how I feel. I'm not raising our baby in Miami. I nod. Received, loud and clear. Whatever she wants. Gosh, what the hell is happening? Overwhelmed, I drop to my knees, kneeling before her, worshipping her like the goddess she is, and hug her stomach, feeling her hands stroking through my hair, softly massaging at my scalp. And I stay there for a long, long time, my face pressed into her tummy, my purpose renewed. I eventually rise, kissing my way to her face. "I have to go." She nods, tracing a line down my scar. "I know," she whispers. "We'll be here. We will be here." I grin and smother her with my mouth, making her giggle and writhe in my clutches. "Go," she orders, forcing me away, eager for me to see to business and come back to them. I need to wash my face before I go downstairs and face everyone. I nod and head for the door. "Danny?" I look back. She has her index finger held against her lips. Quiet. Keep it quiet. I mirror her and leave, shutting the door quietly behind me. And I stand there, momentarily bewildered again, and suddenly worried. I pull out my phone, dial Doc, and get walking. He answers quickly as I check my surroundings. I see Tank in the foyer, Fury at the top of the stairs, Beau's aunt coming out of her room. Too many freaking people in my house.
"I'll call you back," I say quietly, hanging up just as Beau appears, her hair wet, her signature ripped jeans and baggy shirt ensemble gracing her fit body. She falters, gathering her hair into a ponytail when she sees me, her expression unsure. It would be highly inappropriate, given what she's been through, to show even an ounce of happiness. Besides, I'm still raging mad with her. Don't ever pull a stunt like that again. She rolls her eyes. It's condescending. It's rude. It's freaking brave. Don't start, Danny. I have my own stone-cold killer to handle, thanks. Her head tilts, and the slow formation of a smile appears. She is, isn't she? Don't know what you're talking about. I turn and get on my way, only letting my smile loose when my face is out of her view. "It's great news," she says softly. I stop, my heart sinking. She's happy for us. Her words were quiet, but there could be no doubting her sincerity. Gosh. I walk back to her, and Beau, alarmed, slowly backs away. I don't know what's gotten into me, but I need to do this. I haul her into my chest. The poor thing has no idea what to do with me, her arms hanging limp by her sides. "I'm sorry," I say, squeezing my eyes closed. "Don't make this about me, Danny," she breathes. "This is about you two, and it's happy. You need to go fix things with James." He's not talking to me. Are you surprised? I pull out, holding her firmly by the tops of her arms. If Rose had have pulled a stunt like that, I would what? She asks, head tilted. You would what? Good, really question. I'd put her in a cage. It's the first thing that comes to me, and Beau laughs, shrugging me off. "Okay," she says, shaking her head. "Go take care of business, Danny. I need to go check on my friend." She backs away, eyebrows high. "My pregnant friend?
Gosh, that sounds good. You do that, and I need to call Doc back. I walk on, but something comes to me. Wait, Bo, I call, looking back. You've not talked to James at all? No, I need to cool off. I laugh under my breath. She does? James looked like he was one spark away from exploding. So he's not grilled her? Got any details? What was Kenny Spittle doing in Walmart? He was at the Minute Key kiosk. I nod, thoughtful. And when you had him at gunpoint, what did you ask and what did he tell you? He said he was being blackmailed with his father's life. Get the box or his dad dies. Well, that's a mess. So he got the box for someone. Contact? Text. And that's it? Yes, that's it. My interrogation was interrupted. She smiles sweetly as she lets herself into Rose's and my room, and I laugh under my breath as I go to the top of the stairs, signaling for Fury and Tank to take up their positions. They're quick to respond, Fury looking plain terrified. He should. I can't promise him James isn't going to shoot him for losing Bo. She's really fast, Danny, he says over an exhale, like he's been holding his breath since Bo escaped him. I'll try to calm him down, I say, passing them, receiving a curious, interested eye from Tank. It takes everything in me to maintain a straight face. But he'll soon need to know that my precious wife just became even more precious. I dial Doc, taking the stairs slowly. She's pregnant, I say quietly, lowering to the bottom step. Well, congratulations, Mr. Black. I did suspect, but Rose insisted it wasn't possible. That's why I'm calling. I look left and right, watchful. She had a really rough birth with Daniel. Hemorrhaged, transfusions. She was told she couldn't carry again. An examination would be wise. Perhaps a scan to check her womb. A healthy, plump womb is a good womb. And if it's not, one step at a time. No need to worry over something that might require no worry at all. Now, I'm going to need an ultrasound machine. Let me know how much. I hang up and stand, and sit straight back down when I get a head rush. Gosh, I breathe, rubbing at my forehead. Overcome. I'm overcome. Danny? I glance up and find Mum looking worried. I'm fine. I take the rail and try again, breathing slowly and discreetly. Where's Daniel? Here, he says, his face in his phone as he comes from the TV room. All right? I ask. Yeah, good. My shoulders drop and I go to him, plucking his mobile out of his grasp. Look at me when I'm talking to you. He shrugs. Sorry, mister. I narrow an eye on him. Did Esther show you your room? Yeah. How long am I staying? I bite my bottom lip. How long do you want to stay? I ask, testing the water. This whole situation will be a really harder if Daniel protests being here. Another shrug. I don't mind. Mom and Dad said it's up to me. They did? Sounds like Derek has had to spew some confessions. Then let's play it by ear. I ruffle his hair, return his phone, and head to my office. Want to go out on the water soon? He's suddenly chasing my heels, his phone forgotten. Very straight? I do. When? Maybe after the weekend. Will Mom come? I slow to a stop, thoughtful. Yeah, but she won't be going out on the water. Why? Because she's carrying precious cargo. She's fed up of losing to us. I flip him a wink and pick up my feet, making it to my office with Daniel still flanking me. So, of course, I hold back, letting myself in, eyeing him. Scram. What's in there? He asks, his curiosity getting the better of him. Business. Jet skis? The paperwork required to run a jet ski business, yes. Oh, come on, Daniel. Esther calls from the end of the corridor, saving me. You've still got some unpacking to do, and Mom's got a surprise for you. He trudges off, and I push my way into my office, bracing myself for what I might find. Surprisingly, no blood. Not surprisingly, James with a very displeased expression. I close the door quietly and join him by my desk, perching on the edge and casting my eyes around the room. Kenny Spittle is silent and sweating in the chair before us. Otto is hammering away at the keys of his laptop, and Ringo and Goldie are keeping a thoughtful silence by the drinks cabinet. Everyone, mute. I fold my arms over my chest, purse my lips, wondering if anyone is going to talk anytime soon. I have somewhere I want to be. 2 minutes later, still nothing, and I get bored of waiting. Why isn't he dead yet? I ask, but keep my eyes on Kenny Spittle. I'm just trying to decide how. James replies quietly, blindly reaching behind him for my letter opener and inspecting it carefully. Do you mind if I ask him a few questions first? Be my guest. James gets up and starts circling the room, and Kenny Spittle's wary eyes follow him. You were blackmailed into getting a safety deposit box, or your father would be killed, I say, feeling James' eyes land on me. Yes, try talking to your girlfriend, you stubborn person. Kenny Spittle nods jerkily. Where did you deliver it? The beach, he murmurs, and I frown. I was asked to put it in a sports bag by a towel and leave. There are thousands of towels on any beach in Miami. How did you know which towel? It was a flag. What flag? He swallows. It was decorated with a bear. My shock isn't containable, and neither is James's. What kind of bear? The kind that will maul you if it gets its paws on you. I laugh lightly, going to the cabinet and pouring myself a drink. Not because I need one, but because I'm celebrating. I smile at the amber liquid and knock it back. And what were you doing at Walmart? Shopping. For what? I slam the glass down and face him, eyebrows high in expectation. His hesitance is a sign that he is unsure whether to lie. I can answer that for him. I look at James, who immediately circles behind our prisoner and slips his hand under his chin, yanking it back to expose his throat. For what? I ask again, calm and collected. Keys, he breathes. Another look at James, and I just know he's thinking what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking, why would the manager of a vault where safety deposit boxes are kept be having keys cut? Tell me, Kenny. Did you take a peek at the contents of the box before you delivered it to the beach? No, of course not. I look at James, who quickly places the blade on his throat.
You sure? I didn't, I swear. I don't hold keys for the boxes. His entire body stiffens, his arms ramrod straight against the arms of the chair, his body pressed into the back. I believe you. That's why he's having keys cut now. I take my place back on the desk. And after you kindly supplied the safety deposit box, were any further demands made? I see his Adam's apple push into the blade from his swallow. Yes, and let me guess, it's for storage, am I right? A nod. And you decided you didn't want to be at the mercy of the unknown, so you decided to sneakily change company policy and hold 2 keys for every box, one to give to your customer and one for you to keep, as security. A backup policy in case you needed an out. But, of course, I go on, standing and wandering the room, hands in my pockets. The money's good, isn't it, Kenny? Hard to say no to. He's just another greedy person with no morals. This town is full of them. Lots of cash for little work. I purse my lips. But don't tell me the minute key kiosk cut the kind of keys you need, I say, regarding him carefully. I know the guy who runs it. He all but sighs. He takes them away to his workshop to cut. So tell me about the arrangements you have with these criminals. I work late. I turn off the security cameras. They come, they go. That's it. That's all I know. I nod. I think we've just found where they're storing their drugs and guns. James scowls, obviously reaching the same conclusion as me, as does everyone else in the room. At least, everyone who's here of their own free will. Speaking of which, how is your father, by the way? He's left town. It's too much to handle, I ask. Dog eat dog? A man's world? I bend and rest my palms on his knees, getting so close he tries to retreat as best he can with his head restrained. You're playing a big boy's game, Kenny, and I'm about to tell you the rules. I give his knees a squeeze. Listen carefully. I push off and sit on the desk. Your father's dead. What? He blurts, horrified. How do you know that? Because I killed him. He jerks, his mouth open. No. Afraid so. I'm sorry, I know there were. I flap a hand in the air casually, plans to move out of state and live his retirement with potloads of blood money and no remorse for betraying endless people. Why'd you kill him? He whispers. Your father was a bad man, Kenny. He betrayed me, and as a consequence, he's dead. I crouch. He made the mistake of thinking another criminal's bed was comfier than mine, safer than mine. I tilt my head. Like father, like son? No, he breathes, shaking his head. I'm nothing like my father. That's really debatable, but for the sake of our endgame. That's great to hear, I say, getting one more celebratory scotch and finding the photo of Spittle and his family, waving it under Kenny's nose.
Your mum and wife are still alive. I assume you want to keep it that way. Another nod. How's your new bed, Kenny? Really comfortable. I smile. I stand on the steps of the house with James, watching Ringo and Otto bundle Kenny Spittle into the back of one of the Mercs. The sky is dark, overcast, the air heavy. Typical Miami. Do you feel like enlightenment has hit hard? James asks quietly, still holding the letter opener. The barbaric jerk is probably hanging on to hope that I might change my mind on letting Kenny live. Very hard. We've learned quite a few things, thanks to Spittle's equally greedy son. First, Bo's dead, bent cop uncle is the only way the bear could have known Bo's mother was keeping a safety deposit box at Midbank. Second, the bear has got himself an unrivaled storage facility for what he's bringing into the country. Third, he no longer has any pawns to use against Kenny Spittle since his father is dead and we've sent his wife and mother away on an all-expenses-paid holiday. Fourth, the end is near. I need to talk to you about something, I say to James, facing him. He backs up, wary. What? Gosh, this is harder than it should be. But Bo knows, and as soon as they're on speaking terms, which I anticipate to be soon after their reunion, she'll make sure James knows too. He needs to be prepared. I take a quick look around us, ensuring we're alone. Rose is pregnant. Silence, awkwardness. His face is blank, and it's an expression I'm not used to. He eventually clears his throat, blinking and looking away. I know what he's thinking, so I put him out of his misery quickly. Bo knows. He shoots me a shocked stare, and I raise my eyebrows. Women talk, mate, I quip, and he laughs under his breath. Gosh, how do I put this? Bo's fine. Well, she seemed fine to me. What the gosh do I know? Seeming fine and being fine are two entirely different things. I know it's not the best time. What with, I'm happy for you, he says, his hand coming up and resting on my shoulder, squeezing. But very confused. I thought kids were out of the question. I exhale loudly, raking a hand through my hair. Me too. I've got Doc lined up to check her over. Something about a juicy womb. I frown to myself, and James releases a bark of laughter that startles me. He should laugh more often. I'd feel safer in his company. I know. I shudder. Anyway, I've got somewhere I need to be. I take the steps down to my car. Alone? He calls, the suspicion in his tone palpable. Yes, alone. I need to talk, and there's no one around here who'll understand. Keep the Rose thing under your hat. I don't know when or where will be the right time to share the news, but I do know it'll cause some serious worry, because everyone who knows me knows how fiercely I'll protect my wife. Now that she's pregnant, I'm a man more on a mission than I've ever been. As I pull away from the house, the heavens open and the windscreen gets pelted with fat, relentless raindrops. The freeway is clear. It's probably a good thing, since my mind is elsewhere. It's one of those journeys you make that when you get to your destination, you stop for a moment and try to recall any part of the time it's taken you to get there, and can't. Through the sunroof, I see the sky swirling, moving fast, carrying away the last of the gray clouds. The rain comes to an abrupt stop. I get out and remove my jacket, slinging it on the driver's seat before taking a slow walk into the graveyard. His grave has settled, grass now covering the mound of dirt that was made 3 years ago. A few daffodils scattered, a headstone that reads simply, Mr. It was a sensible choice. There are many things I wanted to have engraved, but knowing the world I'm in, once they discovered where the notorious Carlo Black, my father, was buried, he'd be dug up, his grave vandalized. I wanted to ensure he really did rest in peace for all time. Well, what a turn up for the books, eh, mister? I say, settling on the grass and lighting up. He always wanted a kid and not a woman, so he took me. What would he think if he was here to see me wanting a kid and a woman? He'd tell me I'm stupid. He'd be right. But stupid feels good on me, and what I'm going to do because of a woman is definitely stupid. Plain, cold, dumb. Dumber than faking my own death ever was. My mobile rings. Brad? Worried about me? I ask when I answer, knowing he's probably shown up at the house and found me missing with no explanation from anyone of where I am. Alone. How many times do we need to go over it? Never, not ever, should you venture out on your freaking own, Danny. That's a yes then, I say, smiling as I pull another drag. I'm fine, just visiting Pops. I've got a lot to fill you in on. James told me. Oh, good, saves me a job. But what exactly? About our new friend Spittle Jr., he replies, and I breathe out. Brad is going to be very upset when he finds out about Rose, but he hasn't told me your plan because you've kept your mouth shut on that little detail. Do you trust me? No. I smile. I'll meet you at the club later. I hang up before he can browbeat me into spilling. Now's not the time.
And what the gosh is that I see on Pop's headstone? I slip my cigarette between my lips and push myself up, my forehead heavy as I move in closer. There's a piece of folded paper resting on top, held down by a metal paperweight, with a bear engraved into it. What the gosh? I breathe, turning on the spot, searching the graveyard high and low. The silence is suddenly eerie as I reach behind me and pull my gun, flicking my cigarette aside. I pocket the paperweight and take the note. Only the bottom of the paper is wet, the top is dry. Splitting my attention between unfolding it and keeping an eye on my surroundings, I open it to reveal a phone number. Nothing else, just a number. The problem isn't only where the hell that paperweight and note came from, but how the gosh they knew where to put it. I don't need to ask myself when. I glance around me again, calming my breathing to a point I may as well be holding my breath, and with my jaw tight, I head back to my car, pulling my jacket out and throwing it onto the back seat before getting behind the wheel. I sit, staring at the graveyard that's now basked in sunshine. No more rain. I start the engine, pull away, and I keep my eye on the lane ahead. I take a left at the junction, heading back toward the city, then an immediate right, a 3-point turn. I pull over and leave the engine running, and I wait, sunk into my seat, eyes peeled, a constant sneer on my lips. 5 minutes pass, 10 minutes, 20. Patience. Half an hour later, Alexis appears from the lane that leads to the churchyard, and I breathe in calmly, shifting in my seat, squinting to see better, but the glare of the sun on the windshield is hampering my view. The car turns toward the city, and I pull out slowly, turning right at the junction. I keep my distance and dial auto. Take this license plate number and see what you can find. Got it. I reel off the digits. Gray Lexus, I add before hanging up and dialing a number left on my father's grave. He answers with silence, and I relax in my seat, my eyes rooted on the car up ahead being driven by. Who? What can I do for you? I ask calmly. I have a proposition for you, a voice distorter. Freaking coward. What might that be? An offer to crawl into his corrupt fold? A request for clemency? The silence drags again, the tension in my car building. His inhale crackles down the line. I'll give you peace in my city, he says calmly. There's a certain emphasis on my that I ignore, the deluded jerk, and I wait, patient, because I know there's a catch coming. If you give me the enigma. My surprise is very real, but I still smile. His move is a huge red flag, an indicator of his frame of mind. He's losing, and he knows it. Men like this don't offer peace. It's my city, so it's a no from me. What is it, Black? You don't make deals with the devil. I smile at the road ahead, my skin prickling with irritation. I am the devil, I say quietly, and I'm about to take you to the lowest level of hell. I hang up and realign my focus on the Lexus, following it back into town. It pulls into a gated underground car park, and I curse under my breath, being forced to park across the street. I glance up at the apartment block, 10 floors high, at least 10 apartments wide. Gosh, I curse, getting out and wandering across to the intercom by the main entrance. 8 buttons across, 10 down. Only numbers, no names. I call Brad and go back to my car. He left a note on my father's grave, I say when he answers. A phone number. Did you call it? Yes. He offered me a deal. Then take it and let's get back to business. What does he want? James. I get into my car, not surprised that Brad's next words are delayed. Gosh. Indeed. The note was wet. Only on the bottom, where it was resting on the headstone, the top was dry. Meaning? It only stopped raining when I pulled up. A brief silence as I stare at the car park entrance. Where are you, Danny? I followed the Lexus to an apartment block in town, for gosh sake. Where? I'm coming. There's a collection of sounds in the background, and all I can think in this moment is, what would James do if the boot was on the other foot?
I could hand over the enigma on a silver platter and walk away, go back to St. Lucia, give Rose what she wants, raise our baby in peace and safety. I rake a stressed hand through my hair, my mind in chaos. Danny. I startle and look at my dashboard. I'd forgotten about Brad. I return my eyes to the garage entrance. The gates shift, and I sit up straight. The Lexus appears, the shadow created from the low ceiling of the garage hiding the driver. I quickly start my car. Will you really speak? Brad barks. I hang up, avoiding the inevitable mess I'm about to create, and start to follow the car, my phone ringing persistently. All Brad. And then Rose flashes up on the screen, and I curse Brad's traitorous self to hell and back, torn between answering and not. My sensible side somehow gets past the reckless side ruling me as I weave in and out of the traffic, struggling to keep the Lexus in my sights. I answer, "Hi? Back? Get yourself home now." I exhale my exasperation. If Brad wasn't so sure I would never kill him, this wouldn't be happening. I can't do that, I reply calmly, hoping some of that calm might filter down the line and pacify my wife. "You can," she yells. "We're getting married this weekend, and I swear, Black, if you die before then, I'll kill you." I laugh. It's the worst thing I could do. It all feels a bit shotgun now, baby. Danny, listen to me. Ro, no, you listen to me. Get your murdering self back here, or I'm leaving, and I'm taking your baby with me. My cheeks blow out, my pulse beginning to boom dangerously. My wife sure does know how to push my buttons. Do not threaten me. The line goes dead, and I stare at the road disbelievingly. She hung up on me? Raging, I put my foot down, poking at the dial button on my steering wheel. I shouldn't go into this with anything other than a level head. "Really, woman," I mutter as her phone goes to voicemail. I leave her a loving message. Never, ever, ever threaten to leave me again, or it'll be me killing you. We'll discuss this when I get home. Start warming up those palms, baby, because mine are ready. I cut the call. Really, I smack the wheel and wind down the window, welcoming the cool breeze that gushes into my car. Cool down, Black. The engine of my car screams its protest. I'm getting too close to the Lexus, so I ease off the gas, my clawed fingers loosening around the wheel. It takes a left up ahead into the parking garage of a derelict building, and I'm forced to make a quick decision. I pull up across the road, get out, and turn my phone to silent, going to the trunk. I rummage through, looking for anything lingering that I can use. The best I come up with is a baseball cap. I slip it on, check the magazine of my gun, then jog across the road, keeping close to the face of the building when I make it there. I breathe in and slowly peek around the edge. The car is stationary, the driver's door open. What I see next momentarily knocks me for six. What the actual... really? A long, bare, willowy leg appears, the foot graced in skyscraper heels, and a woman slides out and flicks her hair over her shoulder. Really, me? Has he scoured the city for every single person who has a reason to hold a grudge against me? My dead father's lover looks as self-important as she always did. I should have known Shannon would find some kind of warped protection elsewhere after I threw her out the day Pops died, the day she confessed what we all knew, in an attempt to maintain her place in our world. You must know, it's always been about you, Danny. But who is she meeting? She walks with an air of cockiness across the parking lot and enters a metal door, glancing around her as she does. As soon as the door closes, I round the corner and jog after her. I pull the door open, my teeth clenched, hissing back air.
I hear her heels hitting the concrete steps of the stairwell and look up to see a manicured hand sliding up the handrail. I keep to the outside and follow her up to the third floor, just catching the back of her cream jacket as she passes through an arch. I slow to a stop, gun poised. "Hey." Her purr echoes around the shell of a building. "I'm here. Where are you?" I freeze, my heartbeats increasing to an uncomfortable pace. "I did it," she says proudly. "I knew he'd visit his father's grave. God, how he still worships that old jerk." She laughs, and my fingers starts to squeeze down on the trigger of my gun, my blood an inferno, my muscles tensing in an attempt to hold me back. She needs to die, deserves to die. It's really tempting, but I throw myself back against the wall. Breathe, 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 breathe. Don't kill her.
Do not kill her. There will be no roots left this time. I need the entire web, and she's going to lead me to the spider. Okay, call me later. I hear her heels again. Really, I love you, she adds. I push my back off the wall and take the stairs fast but silently, breaking out into the daylight and breathing heavily. Instinct is trying to stop me, trying to send me back in that building to end the difficult person's life. Sensibility won't allow it. I call Otto. The car's registered to Shannon Pike. Get me her address. Get me everything. I make it to my car and throw my baseball cap on the seat. Brace my arms against the wheel. Breathe deeply. I'm about to make the biggest mess in Miami. Rose. By 8 o'clock, he still wasn't home, and I was exhausted from worrying. I couldn't listen to Esther tell me that her son knows what he's doing anymore. She's as crazy as her boy. Daniel was occupied in his room playing on his PlayStation, and Beau seemed dead set on working out until she could no longer breathe, and then had dinner plans with her aunt, so I took myself to bed and carried on being exhausted there. I heard him come into our room at 2 a.m. I kept quiet and still when he crawled into bed. What I wanted to do was get up and go sleep elsewhere, if only to demonstrate how pissed off with him I am. But I didn't. He would have only put me back in our bed. I eventually dozed off around 4 after endless hours of wondering what the hell is going on that meant he ventured into the city on his own, and then kept him up until the early hours. A debrief with the men, no doubt. But what about? I get the feeling that to make it to paradise again, I need to go through hell. I have little confidence in myself to make the journey, especially now when I'm feeling so drained, mentally, physically. I'm plain wiped out. I wake up at noon. Danny's side of the bed is empty, cold, telling me he's been up for a while. And I hate it. For 3 years, if the bed sheets were cool, it didn't mean that Danny could be in danger. It didn't mean that he was plotting someone's death, trying to ensure our questionable safety, or fighting for equilibrium. This daily aching pressure and emptiness didn't exist, and I miss that. Peace, that ease, his presence, mentally and physically. I shuffle to the edge and stretch, exhaling heavily, my arms slumping down to the mattress with a thud. Tomorrow, we get married. Right now, I feel about as enthusiastic about that as I know Danny is. Unable to shake my despondency, my mind weighed down with troubling thoughts, my body heavy, I flop back to the bed on a sigh. Mom? The sound of Daniel calling me soon gets me into gear, and I sit up quickly, pulling my hair into a ponytail. Mom, you awake yet? I've been awake for ages, I call, standing as he pushes his way in. Oh my! My hands go to my mouth, a lump jumping into my throat. Look at you! His suit is sublime, his sporty body carrying it well, his hair all floppy and his face cheeky. He grins and pulls his jacket in. Esther told me to get your approval before the seamstress, that's it, before she leaves. He pivots slowly. So, do you approve? How could I not? Just look at him, my baby. He looks so handsome, so grown up. Emotion comes over me and I fight my hand from my stomach. What will Daniel make of a new baby? Will he be happy? Resentful? I approve, I confirm, going to him and brushing at his shoulders, generally pulling and straightening his perfect suit, my need to be close overtaking. He won't be up for cuddles. It sucks, frankly. Great. He spins and dashes out. I'm playing tennis with Goldie. What? I call, going to the door and watching him rush down the corridor to the stairs. She used to play for her school back in England. She's challenged me. Take the suit off first. I jog after him. Daniel. Yeah, I heard you. Then answer me, I say quietly, leaning over the gold balustrade. Esther comes out of the kitchen, looking up at me. Where is he? I ask, not needing to state who he is. She shakes her head mildly. I don't know. He left with Brad, James, and the men a few hours ago. I swallow. It's lumpy. Okay. I look over my shoulder when I hear my cell ringing in the distance from the bedroom. I'll make a pot of tea, Esther says, and I nod, going back to our room. I find my phone on the bed, and my heart misses a beat when I see who's calling. I can't ignore her. Hillary, I say in answer, lowering to the bed. How are you? I cringe. What a dumb question to ask. This woman didn't do things right. Her desperation to be a mom getting the better of her. But I know she loves Daniel with everything she has. Getting by, she says, her voice undeniably shaky. How is he? Oblivious. Good. He's good. Inflating that would be insensitive. I just wanted to say thank you. My back naturally straightens, my forehead naturally frowning, as I rack my mind for what I could have done that she could be thanking me for. There's nothing. What for, Hillary? For the invite. The invite? A horrible feeling comes over me. You're renewing your vows. I stare at the French doors that lead onto the terrace. We are, I murmur. What is he thinking? It's lovely of you to think of us, to make us feel included. My heart is quickly aching for her. I don't know what her husband is up to, how on earth he's managed to get himself caught up in the underworld, but I do know Hillary is a good woman. She doesn't deserve this, no matter what she took from me. I wasn't a woman to her, hardly even a human being. I was a non-entity, a likely drug addict, a hooker, a no-hoper. At least, that's what she told herself. That's what helped her come to terms with what she did. I have to remind myself constantly that she raised him well, loved him, gave him everything, respect, manners, and a heap of other qualities. You're welcome. I feel like we're dancing around a massive, illuminous pink elephant. Hillary, Daniel's safer here, I say, getting up and walking around our room, struggling to find the right words to ease her. I'm not sure what Derek has told her, how much she knows. Who are these people, Rose? Her voice begins to break. They're dangerous. I won't beat around the bush. She must have figured that much. And your husband? Who is he? My head in my hand, I drop to the bed again. I can't tell her that he's one of the good guys. My husband is no saint. He has more murders under his belt than I dare to admit. But he loves me. He loves Daniel, even if he's being a selfish, reckless idiot. He's one of the only men who can stop them, I say, because it's nothing but the truth. Him, James, both have personal vendettas against the elusive bear. They won't rest until they find out who he is and kill him. And I just have to sit around and wait for that to happen while going out of my mind with worry. I hear a faint snivel down the line. Promise me you won't cut me off completely, she begs. I know I did wrong by you. I know you owe me nothing, but please, I beg you, please don't take him away completely. I do owe you, Hillary. I owe you for taking care of my son for so many years, and I would never cut you out of his life. We'll figure something out when the dust settles, I promise.
But for now, his safety is my priority. Of course, she croaks. And I need you to know, Hillary, that Danny dealt with the men who were at the beginning of this mess. The men who you bought Daniel from, the men who abducted me, they are all gone. These people now, I don't know who they are. I wondered where the money was coming from, she says. Derek's business was good, he'd said. He was finally earning the name he always wanted. New offices, new cars. The mortgage was paid off. I feel so stupid. Derek is a string in their bow, a tool they'll use or blackmail. Nothing will ever be for his benefit, only theirs. They dig and find skeletons in closets, Hillary, and they've found a big one in yours. Daniel, she says quietly. Daniel, I confirm, going to the bathroom and slipping on my robe. And if they ever find out there's a connection with Danny Black's wife, it'll be game over. I understand. Another snivel. You should know I'm filing for divorce. What? I'm staying with my sister at the moment, out of town. Apparently, your husband advised Derek that it would be prudent. It's given me a lot of time to think. Oh, Hillary, I don't want your sympathy, Rose. I just want you to make sure Daniel is safe. The moment Derek took money from them, he put us at risk. I can't forgive him for that. I should go. I've kept you long enough. You must be so busy. I look around our room. Lots to do. You understand why I can't be there, I'm sure. Sure, I murmur. Bye, Hillary. I slip my cell into my robe pocket and rub at my aching head, pulling the bedroom door open. Morning, I say to Tank as I pass, hurrying downstairs. I fall into the kitchen, and Beau and Esther look up at me, both running eyes up and down my robe. He invited Daniel's, I make quote signs with my fingers, parents, I blurt. Where's the guest list? Esther pushes the laptop across the island, looking wary, and I take a seat next to Beau, scanning the limited names in the spreadsheet.
There's all of the obvious ones, all of the men, Goldie, Doc, us. Then I see Derek and Hillary. Who's Turner and Guest? I ask, looking at them for an answer. Both shrug. I go back to the list. Jerry? Oh, that's the lad Leon hired to help run the boatyard, Bo pipes up. Talk about scraping the barrel. Kenny Spittle? I frown. Bo yanks the paper toward her. What the hell? She says, her lip virtually curling at the sight and sound of his name. Why did they have a picture of him? I ask. I can only assume it's because they want him dead, and I'm pretty sure he can't be if he's down to attend our wedding. He manages a bank, the one where my mom kept a safety deposit box. He gave the information inside to the bear, which is how he knows who James really is. That box is why my mother was killed. Oh, Bo, Esther says on a sigh, shaking her head in dismay. I get it. I hear her. But you can't go off on manhunts like that, Bo. Good Lord, these people are dangerous. Not on your own. Not at all, actually. She drops her bagel and dusts her hands off, exasperated. Why does everyone keep forgetting that I used to be a cop? Okay, fair enough. She did. I won't remind her she no longer is, and I won't remind her she's still not completely physically healed. I'm not stupid. Still, it's dangerous. She rolls her eyes, and I reluctantly go back to the list, knowing I'm fighting a losing battle. This isn't only Danny and James's war. Who the hell is Detective Hyam? What is this, a police gala? This is ridiculous. I throw my hands up in the air, looking at Esther. I hardly know these people. You know this one. I look at Bo. Her blue eyes are alarmed. Who? I ask, going back to the list. What? My eyes land on Perry Adams' name, as well as his wife below. He's gotta be joking. I drop my head. Why would he do that? And something comes to me. I look at Esther. He's planning something. I throw my stare to Bo. They're planning something. Have you spoken to James? Bo laughs. No, I told you. We're not talking. This is supposed to be a happy time, for goodness sake, Esther cries, pouring tea. And at the risk of annoying you, she slams the pot down and divides her attention between Bo and me. You both know the men you're in bed with very well, do you not? Too well. Bo takes a piece of her bagel and pops it in her mouth, chewing slowly and thoughtfully. I know what he's capable of, his moods, his drive, and I still haven't figured out if knowing is a good thing or not. She blinks a few times, falling silent momentarily. I need to burn off some steam. She snaps to life, hops off the stool, and kisses my cheek. It's going to be a lovely day, she says, and tonight is going to be great too. What's happening tonight? Your bachelorette party, she sings, backing out of the room. Last night as a single woman. I laugh out loud, as does Esther. I'm far from single, and far from being in the mood, constantly worrying and wondering when I'll get my husband back, and if he'll be in one piece when I do. Hiatus is pumping when we arrive. We're escorted to the front of the queue by Fury before being let past the red velvet rope by Nolan. No one calls out an objection. No one kicks up a stink. I feel like I have a sign on my back telling the world who I am. We're shown to an area near the back, away from the rest of the club, with a personal waiter and more ropes holding the public back. I glance up at the blacked-out window spanning the back wall as I tail Bo. I know he's up there, watching me. Not only because I can feel his arctic stare pinned on me, but because Tank is back at the house babysitting Daniel with a few other men, and there's no way I'd be allowed to leave the mansion without Tank. Also, the atmosphere in the club is tense, people looking and whispering. So yes, he's here. My husband, the Brit. How I wish he wasn't the Brit, and yet my reasonable side accepts that without his name and reputation, we wouldn't have met, and we wouldn't be surviving now. I lower to the plush velvet seat and follow a waitress's journey to our table, a bottle of champagne in one hand, glasses dangling from the other by the stems held between her fingers. She lowers the bucket and smiles brightly as she sets a glass in front of Bo, Esther, and Zinnia. She must feel my eyes drilling into her because she glances at me nervously, giving me an apologetic smile. He told you not to give me a glass, didn't he? I ask, making the poor girl shift uncomfortably on her heels. I can't blame her for following his orders. I would, if I wasn't married to him. A glass, please. Rose, Esther says warningly, please don't. The mere fact she's backing up her son only spurs on my reckless intention. Esther doesn't even know why Danny's thrown out death threats to any staff who dares gives me alcohol. She doesn't know I'm pregnant. Yeah, come on, Rose. Bo shifts along a seat, getting close, and puts an arm around my shoulder. You don't want to feel ill on your big day. I look up at the window, and something inside ignites, starting to burn me from the inside out. I've not even seen him today. He was so happy, and then so distant, absent. I don't know what he's up to, but I don't like it. He's being secretive. The last time he was secretive, I walked a path of utter ruin. It doesn't matter that my medicine was at the end of that path. I never want to relive those feelings of grief and loss. A glass, I say, tightly, my eyes unmoving from the window. I blindly swipe up the bottle and pour as soon as the flute is placed down by a shaky hand. I lift the glass to my lips, and my tongue barely skims the liquid before it's swiped from my grasp. No, Bo snaps, slamming it down. You'll regret it. Perhaps we should go home. I snort, my eyes landing on a pole across the club. Kick him in the gut. Make him be present. Make it so he can't keep his distance. The need is consuming me to the point I'm clearly not thinking straight. I get up and saunter over to the stage, looking up at the girl hanging off the pole. May I ask politely.
Her face, poor thing, falls like a rock, her eyes dashing around the club. He doesn't kill women, I assure. Her, smiling when she returns her eyes to mine. Me, though? She's off the stage like lightning, and I sit on the edge, pulling myself up. Bo is hurrying over, Esther hot on her heels, and poor Zinnia looks rather perplexed. For God's sake, Rose, do you have a death wish? Bo tries to pull me down, but I dodge her hand, moving to the pole and taking it in my grasp. Circling it slowly, my strides long, my gaze lifting to the window. Rose, Esther hisses, get the hell down from there before you bring mayhem here. I want to bring mayhem here. I want a reaction. I want Danny Black, the Brit, the angel-faced assassin, to come down here and put me in my place, because if he's going to force us into this world again, this is the only way I know how to survive it. With fire, with fight, with danger. I've found the woman I was. Finally. Come on, you murdering jerk, I say quietly, casting my eyes across the club, seeing all attention aimed this way, some men looking downright alarmed. Others, who don't know who I am, looking a little excited. I smile and move against the pole, slowly and seductively crouching, my dress around my waist. Rose, Esther yells. Fury, get her down, Bo shouts as I arch my back and rise. There are a few whoops from the crowd, a few leery cheers, a few claps. I smile sickly on the inside, looking up when I see the door leading to the office open. He appears, as expected, but I'm caught off guard when he doesn't charge at me and haul me down. He just stands there, hands in his pockets, his face poker straight, his eyes blazing, as I move against the pole with him watching me. And it doesn't escape my notice that suddenly no one else is. All men have turned away. Bo and Esther have returned to their seats. The bar staff is busying themselves. I stare him down, hating the reaction his presence has spiked. Terror. Pure, raw terror in everyone, except me. I push my front to the metal until the pole is between my breasts and hook a leg around it. His head tilts. I slowly lower. He starts a casual stroll toward the stage as I bring my other leg up and slide down the pole until I am seated on the floor. His eyes fall to my attire. His scar glimmers. He's mad but trying not to show it. And when a man, a stupid, foolish, greedy man, lifts his eyes from his drink at a nearby table, Danny wanders over, cool and calm, places a hand on the back of his head and slams it down, right onto the tumble of whiskey before him. It shatters, and the man shrieks. Take another peek, Danny says lowly, bending to get close to the guy's bloodied face. I dare you. His hand comes up in surrender, his head shaking, his apologies broken. And guilt explodes within me. Turning to look at me, Danny jerks his head mildly. Get down, baby, before I kill someone. My swallow lumpy, my throat thick, I find the steps and take them down to the club floor, pulling my dress into place.
I chance a glance at Esther and Beau. The disappointment on their faces amplifies the guilt, the shame, the anger. I start to move past Danny, set on going home, getting out of here, but he moves into my path, blocking me. My eyes on his chest, I work hard on stabilizing my breathing. "You want to behave like a difficult person?" he asks calmly. I look up at him in surprise and take no pleasure from the fury behind his eyes. A leopard never changes its spots. Isn't that what they say? Danny has fallen back into the underworld seamlessly, fearless, bold, violent. Me? It's taking every effort to be all the things that once kept me alive. Loving Danny Black has changed me, and now I hate him more than ever for that alone. "Enjoy your bachelor party," I say, sidestepping him and walking toward the exit. His palm is on my nape in seconds, his fingers clawing into my flesh. I don't bother fighting him. "You told me once you wanted to be mine," he says quietly, his mouth near my ear. Maybe I'm regretting that. His fingers squeeze more, and I wince. "Maybe I'm regretting taking you as mine," he hisses, and I inhale, unreasonably hurt. He could squeeze harder, shake me, push me up against a wall, or fist my hair, but none of it would hurt more than those words. And he knows it. Fighting vehemently to get my quivering lip under control, I let him push me through the club. We're quickly flanked by men on all sides, and I'm gently but firmly guided into the back of a Merc. He slides in beside me, Ringo gets behind the wheel, and I'm soon being driven away from my very brief, very spiky bachelorette party. Danny pulls his cell from his inside pocket and takes it to his ear. "Be ready in half an hour," he says, and then hangs up, wedging his elbow into the door and staring out of the window. Who needs to be ready, and for what? "I don't discuss business with the latest difficult person I'm really involved with," he murmurs quietly. I recoil, injured, as he slowly turns his eyes onto me. Cold eyes, eyes without one hint of love in them. He looks me up and down in a way only he could, with hatred, detachment. "You called it, Rose. Don't freaking push me when I'm already hanging off the edge of sanity." He goes back to gazing out of the window, and I shrink into my seat. Makes two of us. Back at the house, I'm marched up to our bedroom like an unruly child, Danny tailing me, not touching me, but as close as he could be behind. I'm not a woman who knows what's good for her. I'm a woman who's so tired of fighting. His patience has worn to nothing. My energy has been zapped. There's tension in the air, naturally, but I sense I'm not the one and only cause. Something has shifted in him, his mood dark, his persona edgy. It's the Danny I met, and I'm less than happy to see him. He closes the door behind us and checks the time on his watch. "Be ready in half an hour." It's been 25 minutes since I was escorted from hiatus in disgrace. He's got 5 minutes to say what he wants to say, or shout what he wants to shout, perhaps even rip my dress off and exert his point. I can see his restraint is ready to snap, but which way is he going to go? His eyes land on mine with a bang. I can see what he wants to do, what he needs to do, and I need it too. Reconnection, closeness. I need passion and pleasure and unadulterated Danny Black. 3 years ago, when he took me as his prisoner, I knew he wanted me. I knew he was fighting his want. He's fighting now. I broke him back then. I will break him again. I reach back to the zip of my dress and draw it down, letting the material fall away from my body. His eyes follow it to the floor, and he inhales quietly. Then he approaches slowly, his hands in his pockets. Coming to a stop only a foot away, he unhurriedly lets his eyes climb up my body, coming to a halt on my tummy. I expect to be seized, ravaged. Instead, he rips his stare away and passes me, going to the bathroom and closing the door. I hear him talking as I stand in the middle of our room in my underwear, perplexed. And he appears a few minutes later, his phone still at his ear, making a call as he goes, my robe in his grasp. "It helps relax me," he says, holding it open behind me. I remain unmoving. "You should try it sometime." He waits for me to drag myself out of my motionless, confused state, and I slip my arms through the sleeves as he rounds me, holding his cell to his ear with his shoulder as he takes the ties and fastens my robe, his attention set on his task and his call. Indeed, every Saturday without fail, at noon. He looks up at me, almost accusingly. Good talking. He hangs up. "Bed," he orders, moving back, out of my space, not looking at me. Reaching for him, I beat back the pang of hurt. "Danny." I bed, Rose, he grates, stepping away, his jaw tight as he considers me. My hand drops heavily. Get on the freaking bed before I put you there myself. Desperate for contact, no matter how that comes, I goad him. Really? Go away, you jerk.
I don't get what I expect. A slap? Jerk. It's a trigger word for my husband, a guarantee to break his impassiveness. Not today, though, and I'm thrown. I get a dark smile. I'm not touching you, he whispers. Why? He's punishing me, and it hurts like hell. Get on the bed. No. He moves so fast, I don't have a moment to back up. His hand clenching my jaw, he pushes his face close to mine, his nostrils flaring dangerously. It's bad enough you expose yourself to your freaking need to prove some kind of freaking point. But my child? Finally, he snapped, and it's a freaking relief. Bed, he hisses. Yes, it's a relief, but I won't push him. I wrench my face from his hold, backing up to the bed, and I lie down as the door knocks. Mr. Black? Doc calls. Come in, Danny all but grunts, ignoring my inquisitive face. Venturing inside, Doc motions to someone behind him. Bring it in. On a frown, I push myself up to my elbows, waiting to see who appears. Tank? I say, as he backs his way in, pulling some kind of cart. He won't look at me, and that speaks so very loudly. Over by the bed, Doc orders, dropping his medical bag on the chair in the corner of our room as I sit like a mute fool. Thank you. What's going on? I ask. And what is that? An ultrasound machine, Danny says. His face, it's a mirror image of the expression he wore the night I met him. Unmoving, emotionless, determined. It's a look to suggest that any challenges will be met with fatal force. Unlucky for him, I'm immune to his deadliness. Don't you think this is something we should be discussing and arranging together? I stand, needing a presence, and Doc falters in his motions, looking between us. He didn't know that I didn't know. There are many things we should be discussing, and we will when you're being reasonable, Danny replies, his stance wide. One eye falls into a slit. Lie down. Probably surprising him, I do as I'm told, but not because he's demanded it. I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. Pregnant. Reality and reasonability has suddenly found me, and so has more shame. What was I doing? What was I thinking? I need to know it's going to be okay, and now not even my disdain for my jerk of a husband or my deep ache to defy him out of spite will make me put up a fight. I open my robe and inhale when Doc squeezes some gel onto my stomach. Ready? He asks, arming himself with the probe and looking over his glasses at me. I nod and rest my head back, closing my eyes. Whooshes and beeps fill the room, drowning out the lingering screaming of Danny's foul mood, as Doc glides across my stomach, pushing in here and there. The stretched time of him not speaking, not telling me the baby is fine, begins to panic me. I open my eyes and turn my face toward the monitor just as the sound of a consistent, loud thrumming begins. I swallow, my stare rooted to the blob dominating the screen. Your baby, Doc says quietly, tapping at buttons and rolling a dial. I remain mute and still, transfixed, my teeth sunken into my bottom lip. And the shame that found me multiplies 1,000%. Because now, it's real. Now it's not an idea, a notion, but something growing inside of me that I can see as clearly as I've ever seen anything. How many periods have you missed, Rose? Doc asks, looking at me. I'm quickly tense. Why? Is there something wrong? Danny comes to life and makes his way to the bed, but his attention remains on the screen. On our baby. Everything is fine, he answers quickly, putting my mind at rest, smiling mildly. I would estimate you're around 12 weeks, which is why I asked. My mouth falls open. 12? Possibly nearer 13. I blink rapidly, going back through the past few months, trying to recall my last period. I can't. They've always been quite erratic, and I always put that down to the brutality I was subjected to when I was just a girl.
I suddenly feel the heat of Danny's skin on mine, and I look down to see he's holding my hand. And everything's okay? He asks quietly, as transfixed as I was on the screen. I'm mesmerized by his face. It's softened, his lush lips slightly parted, his blue eyes shining with life rather than death. There's the man I fell in love with. The wall of the uterus looks okay. Just okay? Danny asks. Okay is better than poor, Doc says, hitting a few buttons. It's not plump or juicy, but it's okay. There doesn't appear to be any paper in the machine, so I can't print a photograph. Danny releases my hand and rounds the bed to the other side, pulling out his phone. He aims it at the screen and captures a picture. The first photograph of our baby. And he stares down at it for an age, his eyes taking in every tiny piece. Emotion creeps up on me, my eyes clouding. I'll give you some privacy. Doc wipes the probe and slips it into the holder on the machine before claiming his medical bag. Then he leaves, closing the door quietly behind him. The sound seems to knock Danny from his paralyzed state, and he looks up at me, staring for what feels like years, the hollows of his cheeks pulsing. I'm going to be a daddy, Rose. Everything expands, my chest from my exhale, the welling of my eyes, the lump in my throat. I can't speak, can't find my voice or the words, so I shake my head and close my eyes, allowing the tears to roll down my cheeks. His body enveloped mine in a second, his face nestled deep in my neck. My sobs are quiet but so really loud, as I cling to him, holding him to me, beating myself up over and over, apologizing non-stop in my head. On a long, heavy sigh, he eventually shifts, settling next to me. He wipes my eyes, traces the contours of my face. Then he settles his hand on my tummy. "Feel that?" he whispers, never taking his eyes from mine. That's everything you've ever wanted, but never dared imagine could be. That's everything good about you, mixed with what goodness there is in me. He strokes across my stomach, and I find his hand, holding it to me. Don't be careless with your body, don't be careless with our baby, and don't be careless with my emotions. He dips and kisses the edge of my mouth. I won't hold back, Rose. With the exception of my wife and her boy, there is nothing in this world that I'll guard more violently. Nothing I'll kill harder for. Nothing that could turn me psycho quicker than the risk of it being hurt. You're carrying my flesh and blood. You're bringing more hope into my world. I don't want to hate, baby. I want to love and be loved, treasure and be treasured. I want life. I want you. I want Daniel. And I want our baby. That's it. Any attempts to keep my emotions in check are doomed, and a barrage of tears fall as I reach for his shoulders and pull him onto me. I've been offered a way out, he murmurs quietly, almost unsure. What? A way out? No more death and blood? We can go back to St. Lucia and be peaceful and happy again? I can be pregnant and not stressed? Have a labor without fear? Then you must take it, I say resolutely. I feel him nod against me, but it feels reluctant. I don't question it. Whatever it takes, he must do it. I won't be interfering in business anymore. I won't add to his stress. I want to be out of Miami, and that'll happen quicker if I step back and let Danny deal with it. You're bringing more hope into my world. I don't want to hate, baby. I want to love and be loved, treasure and be treasured. I want life, I want you, I want Daniel, and I want our baby. That's it. Any attempts to keep my emotions in check are doomed, and a barrage of tears fall as I reach for his shoulders and pull him onto me. I've been offered a way out, he murmurs quietly, almost unsure. What? A way out? No more death and blood? We can go back to St. Lucia and be peaceful and happy again? I can be pregnant and not stressed? Then you must take it, I say resolutely. I feel him nod against me, but it feels reluctant. I don't question it. Whatever it takes, he must do it. I won't be interfering in business anymore. I won't add to his stress. I want to be out of Miami, and that'll happen quicker if I step back and let Danny deal with it. You're bringing more hope into my world. I don't want to hate, baby. I want to love and be loved, treasure and be treasured. I want life, I want you, I want Daniel, and I want our baby. That's it. Any attempts to keep my emotions in check are doomed, and a barrage of tears fall as I reach for his shoulders and pull him onto me. I've been offered a way out, he murmurs quietly, almost unsure. What? A way out? No more death and blood? We can go back to St. Lucia and be peaceful and happy again? I can be pregnant and not stressed? Then you must take it, I say resolutely. I feel him nod against me, but it feels reluctant. I don't question it. Whatever it takes, he must do it. I won't be interfering in business anymore. I won't add to his stress. I want to be out of Miami, and that'll happen quicker if I step back and let Danny deal with it. You're bringing more hope into my world. I don't want to hate, baby. I want to love and be loved, treasure and be treasured. I want life, I want you, I want Daniel, and I want our baby. That's it. Any attempts to keep my emotions in check are doomed, and a barrage of tears fall as I reach for his shoulders and pull him onto me. I've been offered a way out, he murmurs quietly, almost unsure. What? A way out?
I finish the last mouthful of my drink, my eyes set on the club down below, where Beau is with Esther and Zinnia, her mood subdued, not only after the swift evacuation of Rose by Danny. Like I said, it's the worst time for Rose and Danny to be pregnant. Want another? Otto asks. I look over my shoulder and find him on the couch, hunched over his laptop. Goldie makes to get up before I've answered, ready to top me up. I'm good, I say, making her falter, half up, half down. I have some gosh to deal with. I cast my eyes back down to the club. The silence between Beau and me is screaming. The atmosphere tense. Danny and Rose's recent news is only adding to it, except she doesn't know I know, and it really pains me to think she's suffering this alone. Anything on the IP address from the cafe? I ask. Not a jiffy, Otto replies, sounding frustrated by that. Let me know if anything comes through. I stride out of the office and make my way down to the club. Zinnia is drinking a cocktail as elaborate and embellished as she is, while Beau is sipping a bottle of water. Esther, wine in hand, spots me and reaches for Zinnia, gaining her attention. They both stand and leave, quiet and pensive. Placing her bottle down, Beau relaxes and fixes me with an expectant stare as I slowly lower opposite her, too far away. My eyes fall to the flame of the candle in the center of the table, my hand twitching to reach out, to feel the burn. I yank my eyes away and look up. She's staring at the flame too. This distance between us, both physically and emotionally, is wrong. She is now the reason I am here. I am the reason she is here. We need to fix this. I lean forward and blow out the candle, holding my position over the table, glancing up at her. No more torture, Beau, I say quietly. This ends now. Will it ever end? Yes, I answer assertively, because it will. Loose ends are slowly being tied. The finish line is coming into view. Men are talking, things are shifting. Do you know who he is? She asks. We're close. And where is the bank manager? Being held in a container at the boatyard. Did he talk? I inhale, backing up in my seat. Always so hungry for information, but I'm not spilling, not after her last performance. If this plan is going to work out, I need no obstacles, no unexpected glitches, and my beautiful girl is a sure way to a huge, really glitch. Why can't you just trust me? I ask. Her inhale is to gather patience, her exhale to find calm. I do trust you. Then trust me to end this. I look up when I see Otto approaching, his laptop laid over his arms. His face tells me all I need to know. My shoulders straighten, and I locate Fury a few feet away, giving him the nod as I stand. He moves in promptly, and Beau's head swings between us as she rises to her feet. What's going on? She asks, her entire being ready to fight. And she will fight. I know she'll fight. I circle the table and take the tops of her arms, forcing her attention to me and me alone. Let me handle this, I say firmly, but with obvious pleading. I can't be out there worrying about you, Beau. You don't need to worry about me, she says. I survived just fine before I restrained and distracted you. God, how I wish I could tie her up now to keep her controlled, gag her so she can't defy me constantly, blindfold her so she won't see the carnage I'm about to create. She draws back, shrugging me off. You barely survived, Beau. My jaw twitches. You weren't living.
And I'm living now? She yells, shoving me away. You call this living? No, this is hell, but I'm really trying, Bo. I want a life with you, and it'll happen a lot really sooner if you just let me fix this. I yank her forward and grab her cheeks. I really love you. I understand you, but I need you to stand down, Bo. Her chin trembles, her eyes well. She doesn't answer, and I don't wait for her to. I slam a hard kiss on her lips and turn, stalking out of the club. Derek Green just forwarded me an email, Otto says, flanking me. I trace the IP address to the cafe downtown. What did the email say? It was congratulating him on a job well done. I stop at the door and give Otto my attention. I don't need to ask. Roke walked free earlier today. I breathe in deeply, my back tingling. Not guilty, I murmur, and Otto nods, standing back as if to get out of the line of fire. I stare at the street outside the club, my veins throbbing, my blood pumping. He's walking, so now I can kill him. A few guys brush past me, one jolting my shoulder, and Goldie's hand goes straight for her back, ready to draw, preparing for the unleashing of my temper. It's fine, I say, taking deep breaths. There are more pressing matters. I'm not drinking with freaks, one guy mutters. Since when did this place become a circus? I look back into the club, seeing Zinnia at the bar, drenched, her face the picture of shock as Esther tries to dab her down with some napkins. Bo catches my eye. Violence is distorting her features as she watches the men leave, the men who have just barged me at the door. She turns her gaze onto me, and I read her like I always read her. Hold him, I growl, prompting Goldie to seize the guy before he makes it outside. She drags him back, his protests loud, and his mates, eyes wide, flee without looking back. Get really off me, you dyke. I pull my gun, claim him from Goldie, and slam him into the wall so hard the building shakes, my snarling face up in his. Unfortunately for this piece of gosh, he's caught me in a bloodthirsty mood, and getting rid of some of the pressure is exactly what I need before I go on a manhunt. What the really, man? He garbles, stupidly trying to wrestle me off. My knee comes up swiftly, smashing into his groin. His squeal is high-pitched as he goes limp, and I release him and let him crumple to the floor. His hands went to his groin. His eyes water, his groans long and painful. Arms, I order, and Goldie moves in, her smile dirty, as she pries his hands from his groin and pins them down. Wait, no, he yells. Please, no. Hope you didn't want kids, Goldie says, holding him in place with ease. I stand over him, and he stills, his eyes wide, his legs flailing. I raise my boot, holding it in midair for a few moments, dragging out his weight for the agony about to consume him. Has something offended you? I ask, lowering my boot slowly and pressing it into his groin. No, nothing, please. A few of Nolan's security join us, watching, silent. They know not to intervene. I raise my boot and slam it down onto his groin, and he screams, his body trying to curl into a protective ball. Goldie ensures it doesn't, holding his arms, and I look to one of Nolan's security who quickly moves in and holds his legs down. Please, he mumbles, as I look to Bo, who's staring at the helpless piece of gosh pinned to the floor. I raise my boot again and bring it down, over and over, snarling my way through it as he chokes and coughs, his eyes watering. I don't stop, not until he's lost consciousness. Get rid of him, I order, and find out where Roke is. I exit the club and go to my car, pausing when I hear a door slam. Are you joking? I whisper to myself as Bo's ex heads my way. What do you want? I ask, as two cop cars screech into the street, sirens blaring. They skid to a stop, 4 officers jumping out and jogging toward me. What the really's going on? Burroughs sniffs, saying nothing, his badge being flashed to anyone who'll look. I'm grabbed and manhandled to the hood of my car and slammed front forward onto the metal. James Kelly, I'm arresting you on suspicion of assault. Assault? That's a bit below your pay grade, isn't it? I growl as my arms are shoved carelessly up my back. Careful, those hands are important to my girlfriend. He jolts me brutally, sending bolts of pain into my shoulder. My jaw rolls, my teeth clench. You do not have to say Ollie, Bo yells, running out of the club, her face panicked.
What the hell are you doing? What does it look like? He snaps coldly, hauling me up and pushing me toward one of the police cars. Stand down, Bo, I say, reminding her of our conversation just 5 minutes ago. I cast a look to her ex.
His smile of satisfaction is feebly masked. My lip curls, a million promises being made as I stare him down. I do not need this. For gosh sake, I yell, revealing my frustration and prompting Burrows to yank at the cuffs. Is this the best you can do? Assault? Oh, we have murder too, he says. The evidence is sketchy at the moment, but I'm sure we'll straighten it out while you're in custody. Translated, remand. Gosh, and who have I murdered? Detective Spittle. What the, really? Your DNA was all over him. Burrows leads me to his unmarked car. You don't have my DNA. He thrusts me in the back and pulls out a Q-tip, shoving it in my mouth. Again, minor problem. He winks, holding it up, all over him. The door slams and I drop my head back, cursing intensely as he wanders over to Bo, who's being held back by Goldie and Fury. You really snake, she yells. You stupid, idiotic snake. Do you actually want to die? Is that a death threat? Burrows asks, looking back at the police officers, eyebrows high. No, it's really promise, I say to myself, watching as he moves in, any arrogance wiped away, his face suddenly worried. He tries to pacify Bo. It doesn't work. I cast my eyes to Otto, nodding, telling him to get on with things. Locked up or not, this is still ending. What a really inconvenience. My rear is numb, my wrists are sore, my arms are aching. 3 hours of questioning, hundreds of no comments, and imagining 1,000 ways I'm going to kill Oliver Burrows. It's nearly 11. He's getting more and more worked up, his patience thin, constantly checking his mobile. He's waiting for the evidence he needs to throw me in a cell. Time isn't on my side. I will ask you again, did you kill Detective Spittle? No comment, I say flatly, my eyes burning from staring at him so hard. Let me ask you something. What sound did you love the most from Bo when you were intimate with her? His fist comes down on the desk hard, his face turning a fetching shade of red. Shut the gosh up. Did she scream? I said shut up. Moan? I smile wickedly, not relishing the thought of anyone touching her, but loving his reaction, because he will never have her again. Her breathy gasps when she's about to reach her peak. He dives across the table and fists my shirt, shaking me. I'll really kill you. Or are those sounds just for me? I say calmly, never breaking my stare, his face up close to mine. When we are intimate, I whisper, connecting, watching her eyes, feeling her heart pound. He roars, shoving me away before he starts pacing the room. How did you meet? And here we have the crux, his jealousy, his hurt. He wanted to fix her and failed. I won't fail. Back to your questioning, Detective Burrows, I say quietly. You're never going to see her again. I smile. Bet I do. The door swings open and a man appears, a man I recognize. I withdraw, watching him closely as he takes in the scene. Me, calm. Burrows far from it. Harold Hyam. Uncuff him, he says, not only surprising Burrows, but surprising me too. What? Burrows says, looking at Hyam with a mixture of disbelief and disgust. I said, uncuff him. Are you mad? He's a murderer. Him. Hyam states each word calmly as I flick my interested attention between each man, wondering what the really is going on. Burrows curses and storms out, leaving Hyam to do the honors himself. You're free to go. He throws a bag on the table that contains my possessions, minus a gun, before rounding me and releasing my hands. I flex my wrists and roll my shoulders, standing. No charges? No charges. He tosses the cuffs on the table and perches on the edge. I got a call from the mayor. Adams? I expect he got a call from the Brit. I nod mildly, rubbing at my sore flesh. Thanks for your hospitality, I quip, going to the door. I have one question. I still, my hand on the knob. What's that? Who are you and Black hunting? You know the answer to that, Hyam, I reply, picking up my feet and making my way through the scores of officers at their desks, all eyeing me, all with faces screaming for me to punch. How many of the jerks are bent? How many in the pocket of the bear? My eyes fall onto Burrows, my pace never faltering, and I hold his hate-filled stare as I pass. Dead, I whisper, making sure he can read my lips. So, really dead. I make it outside and stand for a moment, closing my eyes and breathing in the freedom. Still want me to stand down? My shoulders drop, my eyes remaining closed. Not now, Beau. I'm working against a ticking time bomb, and my minor brush with the police has seriously delayed my plans. I open my eyes and find her in the passenger seat of my car, Fury at the wheel. The window is down, her arms folded and resting on the edge, her chin sitting pretty on her forearms. You shouldn't be here. Gosh knows Burrows is gunning for me, and I wouldn't put it past him getting Beau in those cuffs. He has more on her than me. I stride to the car and flick my head for Fury to get in the back. He looks ready to quit life. Slipping behind the wheel, I start the engine and go to my phone when it rings. What's up? You're out? Otto asks. No, the police let me take your call. I sigh, pulling into the traffic, checking my mirrors, watchful because any decent cop would follow me. What's going on? Roque is celebrating his release in a bar on South Beach. How lovely for him. What bar? Venticini. I look across to Beau, weighing up my options. I have two. Take her home and miss this opportunity, or take her with me and knock one more man off my list of men to kill. For goodness sake. On my way, I mutter, hanging up and putting my foot down. What do we have in the trunk? I ask Fury in the rearview mirror, taking a sharp right, throwing him around in the back as Beau grips the handle above her. Full stock. Beau faces me as I skid into another road. How does Otto know he's at Venticini? And so the questions begin. We're tracking him. How? His lawyer. You mean Derek Green? I don't need to know how she knows. Women talk. Yes, Derek Green. He came good. He didn't really have much choice, mind you, but the moment Roque was found not guilty, the tracker was activated as planned. Roque was never going to prison, only to hell. We're being followed, Fury says, looking out of the back window. Cop? I ask, checking myself. No, black Escalade. 3 cars back. I look up at my rearview mirror, seeing the nose of the Escalade nudging out. A smart cop would follow me. So why really hasn't he? And who really is tailing me? I don't have time for this. I turn the wheel sharply, skidding across the road until the car is facing the other way. Get down, Beau, I order, pulling off sharply. You armed, Fury? Armed. I keep my eye on the Escalade coming toward us, although now it's slowed down. I take my foot off the gas, matching its speed, and we slowly get closer until we're cruising past. The driver's window is down, his arm casually resting on the ledge. Bold. So, really bold. I see the tattoo first, coating the side of his face, a pretty scrolling of words in another language. Polish. The Hound. His eyes meet mine. Shoot her in the back, Fury says calmly. Kill him. He fires immediately, and blood splatters the back window, the Escalade swerving. Stand down, I order, before Fury can take out the Hound, putting my foot down and burning off down the road. What are you doing? Beau asks. He had a clear shot, and so did the other shooter in the back. She swings around, looking out the back window. Sorry, boss, Fury says. Missed that one. Don't worry. I pull into a side street and slow to a stop by the curb halfway down. Stay exactly where you are, I say to Beau. I mean it. She nods, and I glance up at the mirror to Fury. Get behind the wheel. Leave the engine running.
You'll know if you need to move. I pop the trunk and jump out, striding to the back and grabbing a grenade. I walk into the middle of the road, and as soon as I hear the sound of tires, I pull the pin out with my teeth and release it like a bowling ball, sending it rolling up the concrete just as the Escalade skids into the street. I watch as the vehicle slows to a stop, as expected, the driver obviously surprised to find my car stationary and me a sitting duck, unarmed, in the middle of the road. He's reassessing his plan. I smile as my little bowling ball disappears under the car and the Hound appears, hanging out of the window, a machine gun aimed my way. Tell me, I call, mentally counting in my head. What does it say? He smiles, his finger reaching for his face and stroking over his tattoo. It says, he rumbles, his English broken, "Today you die." You've been ripped off, I reply, shaking my head. It actually says, "Today you die." I detect his frown from here, and then the realization.
It's golden. The moment of panic I see, the shouts I hear, before the escalade blows up. It's really golden. Shrapnel flies, flames roar, body parts scatter. I would stand here and watch the fire blaze all night if I had time. Sadly, I don't, and one run-in with the cops is enough for one day. I head to the car, pull a machine gun from the trunk, and get in the back. Drive, I order, loading and tossing the belt over my shoulder. I feel eyes on me and glance up to find Bo studying me. I hate the interest coating her face, the unspoken praise, the satisfaction knowing another man is dead by my hands. That'll be the last man you see me kill, I say quietly. She doesn't reply, turning in her seat and facing the road, because she knows I'm talking nonsense. With Otto on the line, I watch the entrance of the private bar from across the road. Just wait until you can see Green, he says. How many in there? Roque and 5 others. All his men? Yes. Take them all out, that's the end of the drug side of the Bear's business. I take the handle of the door, ready. You can cross the Hound off our list too. What? Otto blurts. I ran into him on my way here. I expect someone advised him of where I was, so I gave him a little fireworks display. Burrows? Otto asks, and I hum, non-committally. Really? De la me. It was beautiful. Otto laughs, and I straighten in my seat when I see Derek Green appear at the entrance of the bar, lighting a cigarette. The lawyer having a celebratory drink with his client. Gotta go, I say, hanging up and getting out. James, Bo calls, stalling me. I look back, and she closes her eyes, swallowing. I'll see you in a minute, I say, draping a coat over my arm to conceal my gun. Promise. I make my way over to Derek Green as he nervously puffs his way through his smoke. I haven't had one since high school, he says, as the doormen eye me warily. He's with me. Derek thumbs off a few notes and hands them over. Joining the celebrations. They nod and let us pass, and we walk into the foyer side by side. Have you been told yet why a gun was being delivered to your office? No, not a word. Details, I order. Far back. 6 of them, all armed, all having a whale of a time. He wipes his brow. I'm a dead man walking, aren't I? We're all dead men walking, Derek. I push my way through the door and scan the space, spotting Roque at the far back, distracted by a bit of a display being presented to him. Can't hold us, feet, booms, as I watch him gesture to the stripper, sending her on her way, before swiping up a bottle of tequila and swigging. God, I'm such a party pooper, I whisper, dropping the coat and aiming. I whistle. All the men look up. All reach for their backs on curses. Celebrations are over. I open fire, moving my gun from side to side slowly, taking them all out in seconds. Glasses smash, the stuffing from the plush chairs explodes into the air, screams sound, strippers run for cover, staff duck behind the bar. I release the trigger and take in the carnage as the music still booms. Blood decorates the wall, the tables, the carpet. It's a mess, a beautiful mess of dead men. I wander over and crouch, casting my eyes over the bodies. Not one sign of life. But I rise and shower the bodies with more bullets before turning and walking out, pulling my Glock out of my trousers. The doormen back up into the nearest walls, hands up. What did you see? I ask, splitting my aim between them. Nothing, one murmurs, shaking like a leaf. Nothing at all. You were on a break, yes. Both nod like demented puppets, and I look at Green. You better hope they keep their word, Derek, I say, aiming and shooting out his kneecap. He screams, dropping like a sack of bricks. Why? He dribbles and rolls around, clenching his splattered knee. It would look odd if you came out of this unscathed, don't you think? I turn to the doorman again. CCT. I look up and around, seeing a camera in the corner. I'll get it. One of the doormen motions to a nearby door. It's in there. Be quick now. I expect we'll have company shortly. He hurries away, and I wait patiently, blocking out the irritating sounds of Derek Green's squealing in agony. A few minutes later, I am being handed a hard drive. That's all of it? I ask, looking up through my lashes. No copies for security or anything like that? No. I nod, pushing the door to the security room open with the tip of my gun, and I use the last of my bullets to blow the system to smithereens. Then I walk away, tucking the evidence that'll ensure Derek's compliance into my back pocket. I cross the road and slip into the back of the car. Bo doesn't express her relief, but I see her whole being relax. After a night of intense connection, they were both sated. Bo. Fury pulls to a stop and looks to the mirror for instruction. The car ride has been deathly quiet, tense, but not with the same grim anger between us. It's been a tension I've missed, craved. My insanely stunning boyfriend has one thing on his mind: intimacy. And after what's happened tonight, I'm completely on board. "I've got it," James says, "and thanks for today." "No problem." Fury swiftly ejects himself, and then it's me awaiting instruction. "Come here," he says, flatly. I look over my shoulder, noting his blood-splattered clothes before I notice the tightness of his expression. His eyes turn onto me slowly as he reaches for the bottom of his shirt, peeling it up his body and tossing it on the seat next to him. "I want you, Beau. I want you now." He prepared himself, and my breath caught. I knew the rear windows were blacked out. I also knew it probably wouldn't have mattered if they weren't a few months ago. But now, he would never let anyone see me. I glanced toward the house. "I can't wait." He reached between the seats and took my wrist, pulling me into the back. I landed on his lap, our bodies pressing close. My back snapped straight when I felt his intimate touch. Lower. I did as I was bid, releasing the muscles in my thighs, and we came together intimately, inhaling with every inch as his face tightened to the point it's distorted. "Gosh," he hissed, his body softening, melding into the leather. I held the back of the seat, my chin dropping to my chest as I moved with him. The doubt was immediately doused, the fire inside reignited. Sweat, blood, death, and passion saturated the air. James took my jaw and directed my face to his, moving with me as he did. My exhale was jagged, my torso swaying. The heat of our combined breaths was beginning to steam the windows, the air damp. "I love you." He strained the words, and it's all that really needs to be said, because why else would I be here if he didn't? I fell forward and took his mouth, moving with him on his lap, soaking up every bit of the pleasure and our closeness. His hot tongue slipped against mine, circling lazily. My hands in his hair held him, and every reason why we agreed to just be together when we first met came flooding back. My mind was washed clean, and my heart no longer hurt. Only James could achieve this state of oblivion in me, and now it's needed. No cruelty, no death, no injustice, only pleasure. If anything should be the death of me, it is this. But I won't die. I refuse to die. Not when I now have something wonderful and consuming to live for. It's something more than revenge. Ironically, James can give me it all. He gulped, his fingers clawing harder into my hips. I pulled back from his lips quickly, my pace speeding up, and I watched him reaching his peak, the mere sight taking me down the same path of intense sensation. His cheeks hollowed from his bite, his eyes fixed on mine. "More," he grated, slipping a hand onto my nape and fisting my hair. I moved faster, whimpering, my head dropping back, my mouth opening, my gaze unmoving from his. It came at me like a bulldozer, no avoiding it, crashing through my body ruthlessly. My hands shot to the seat behind his head, bracing against the leather, and I reached my peak. I choked on nothing, trembling, hissing, clenching my eyes shut, doing anything to deal with the sensitivity. I heard his yell through my distorted hearing, feeling the intensity of our connection. I rode the wave, everything out of control, my body, my mind, my breathing. I fell forward, my forehead resting on his throat, my palms sliding down to his bare chest, feeling him. My hands balled, my face turning, my eyes opening. The window was a perfect film of mist, hazy, glass but not clear. His heavy breathing was loud, and his arms rounded my back, holding me tightly. "I'm going to ask you a question, Beau," he says, his voice hoarse, "and your answer is final." I try hard not to tense and fail miserably. "What? Do you want to leave?" "What?" "Tonight. We pack, we go. The game ends now." I naturally withdraw, scanning his face for any signs of him taking those words back. There's no signs at all, his expression fixed. He's serious. "What are you talking about? What's changed? Where's his grit gone?" "I'm asking you if you want to leave, because if you tell me yes, we'll go. Now." His fingertip meets the bridge of my nose and draws a perfect line down the length. I don't understand, I admit, caught off guard. Is the bear dead and no one's told me? Is it over? That's not a yes. His smile is faint, my confusion amusing him. It's also not a no. So is that a yes? Yes. No. I growl to myself, clenching at my hair. I need to understand what's happening here. I wrestled with the notion of staying in St. Lucia. I loved the brief normality we'd found, but I didn't truly let myself settle on it because I knew there were forces far greater than my need for peace at work. Ironically, it was James and my combined need for revenge. But what if that need kills us? What good is finding what you're looking for if you don't get to actually have it? And on the other hand, what if this follows us forever, no matter where we go, no matter who we try to be? It could always find us. The only true, safe way out is to kill everything that poses a risk to our future. And yet, none of those options are guaranteed. Each carries risk. Leave, and we may only delay the inevitable. Stay and deal with it, we might never leave Miami at all. Not alive. Oh God, I breathe, so torn. It's not just James and me now either. There's Danny and Rose. If we go, Danny will be left to deal with Miami alone. And that would mean, while I might find peace, Rose could lose hers. I could never sacrifice someone else's happiness, a friend's happiness, for my own. My conscience would never allow it. We stay, I say assertively. God knows, there can't be many more men to kill. Between James, Danny, and the others, Miami has become the capital of murder. It's an all-out war. We stay, he says. It's not a question, not a way of asking if he heard me right because he's surprised I don't want to run away from the carnage. He's simply confirming because he knew what my answer would be. This is just his way of making it clear that if I wanted it, he would walk away, even if he didn't want it. Things are definitely changing. But I have to ask myself again where this has come from. Surely he's closer than when we arrived in Miami. Why would he walk away now? Why would I? James starts to lift me from his lap. Where's this come from? I ask, wriggling to get my dress down as he adjusted himself and pulled his trousers up. I don't want you to feel trapped. I laugh, forcing a scowl from James. I was trapped before I met you, James. His reason is nonsense, and now I'm suspicious. What's going on? Nothing is going on. He fastens his fly. I study his profile, not liking the sense of uncertainty radiating from him. Do you have a bad feeling? His working hands still, and he takes a few moments to collect his thoughts, which only makes me more concerned. We owe no one anything, he says quietly, looking up at me. Please remember that. This whole really difficult business is about you and me. He's confusing me so much, and then I lean back, away from him, suddenly realizing his angle. You mean Danny and Rose? And your ex? He finds his shirt and slips it on. And your father. I love Danny Black more than my father, I say, laughing. Isn't that a mess of impressive proportions? He's still for a moment, watching me as my amusement subsides, his expression almost pained. I forgot how much I love your laugh. Reaching for me, James drags me onto his lap again. He forgot. So much has been forgotten in the past few weeks. Your ex has got a real issue with me, as does your father. What can we do about that? I'm not laughing now, only smiling, but I'm frowning through it. My head hurts. You either kill them, or you become a law-abiding citizen. Neither are options. His eyebrows are quickly high. Neither are options, I repeat, my head tilted, my lip pursed. Are they? It's no secret that I'm not my father's biggest fan, but for the sake of clarity, I need to be sure my assassin boyfriend understands that killing him really isn't an option. The man who played a part in bringing me into this world is a necessary evil. And Ollie? He'll calm down eventually, I hope. Answer me. Neither are options, he says, but it's half-hearted. Come on. He opens the car door and gets out, holding his hand to me, and I accept, still eyeing him. My mind's filled with questions that I'm incapable of holding back, especially in light of James's offer to get up and go. Is this nearly over? I ask as he walked us to the house. Part of me prays it is, but the reasonable side of me knows that James would never suggest us leaving if he was close to finding the bear. Yes, he answers simply, with no elaboration. It only heightens my suspicions. I pull him to a stop, looking past his big frame toward the kitchen, laughter and chatter emanating from the room. The eve of the wedding. Tomorrow, or today, just for one day, everything, blood, death, revenge, will be paused to make way for nothing but love and happiness. It feels like it could be the calm before a fatal storm. I look up at James, who's waiting patiently for me to speak. "Tell me what's going on," I order, standing firm. Gosh, things are always going down, but the past few days, it feels like the tension has heightened. I feel like the end is in sight, but it's hazy, uncertain. He shakes his head slowly, his expression warning, and I take a step back, my mind racing. He's refusing because he knows I'll object. He knows I won't like what I'm told. And that means it's even more risky than what I'm used to from this man, and I'm used to some pretty risky situations. Jesus, how many men has he wiped out today alone? Have you ever once considered the fact that I was a cop? That I might be able to help figure this out? Yes, he all but laughs. All the freaking time. Then why won't you let me? Because I made a promise to myself that you will not be in the firing line, no matter what. Haven't you suffered enough? Hurt enough? There you are. Danny emerges from his office with Ringo and Brad, all with some form of alcohol in their hands.
He looks between us. Everything okay? Great. I force a smile, returning my attention to James, giving him a look to suggest we're not done. And he gives me one to suggest we are. Well, see. Tomorrow, or today, might be the wedding day. I'll give him that grace. But after that, I want to know what's going on. I'll leave you men to business, I say, reaching up and pressing my lips to James' cheek, keeping them there for a few seconds before heading to the kitchen. When I'm out of sight, I pause just shy of the door, listening. "So I call in a favor from Adams to get you out of jail," Danny says, almost amused, "and the first thing you do is blow up the polls and go on a shooting spree in a bar? News travels fast. What are you really thinking?" I saw an opportunity. I took it. I hear Danny huff. "We're supposed to talk about this mess." "Are we?" James asks darkly. I find myself holding my breath, the atmosphere frosty. "So, what were you three doing in there without me?" "Just making some calls," Danny replies, equally as dark. "Hey, come on, Brad," pipes in. "We're supposed to be celebrating." I quickly get my feet moving and enter the kitchen to find everyone congregated around the impressive island, drinks and snacks scattered across the space. I eye Goldie, who unusually has a glass of wine in her hand. She rolls her eyes when she catches me staring. "Want one?" she asks, reaching for a clean glass and the bottle. "Sure." I hop on a stool beside her and hold the base of the glass while she pours, casting my gaze around the crowd as James, Danny, Brad, and Ringo enter, joining the masses. Danny's and James's expressions match. Moody. Esther busies herself topping up the bowls of chips, checking everyone's glasses are full, and then wiping down the countertops. "Will you relax, Mom?" Danny sighs, plucking the cloth from her grip and tossing it in the sink. He takes her elbow and leads her to a stool, ignoring her protests. "Sit down and do as you're told." He pulls a wine glass across the island and places it in her hand. "Drink." She pouts through a smile as I catch Rose's eye across the table. "Okay," she mouths, and I nod. "You?" I mouth back, getting a return nod. Then she jerks her head, looking toward the foyer. Naturally, my interest is piqued. Does she know something? I glance around the island, seeing everyone engrossed in conversation, but more importantly, James, Danny, and Brad are on the far side, talking quietly, engaged, plotting. I slip down from my stool, drink in hand, and round the island, stopping to check on Zinnia. She looks together, yet her sparkly outfits are a massive contributing factor to that, a disguise. But at least now she's dry. "My goodness," she breathes, squeezing my hand. I know James was defending my honor, but I feel terrible for the upset it caused. "You mustn't," I say. "Ollie was there to arrest James before he was defending your honor, or venting his anger. Whichever. The loose-lipped idiot who insulted Zinnia was asking for it. Whatever for," she pulls up, frowning.
Don't answer that. I'm learning very quickly that the less I know, the better. How are you? I ask. Docs mentioned an improvement, but I'm still worried. I know better than anyone how to feign being okay. Just the question makes her pull in air, and she looks around the room almost in awe. It's like being a part of a family, isn't it? I should laugh, but I don't. She's talking about acceptance, and Zinnia has never had that from her own family. But what happens when this is over? When James and I leave? Zinnia will have no one. Lawrence will have no one. I can't allow that. Just like family, I muse, giving her a kiss on her cheek. Don't upstage the bride tomorrow, will you? She laughs, and it's gruff, making her stop immediately and check to see if anyone caught her accidental slip from Zinnia to Lawrence. Clearing her throat, she tops up her glass and sips, all very ladylike, as Esther moves in and compliments her on her flamingo pink nail polish. I peek across to James and Danny, seeing their attention is on Brad, who's talking with his hands. I find Rose and indicate toward the door, making my way there, Rose following. Hey, I say, when we're out of the kitchen. She's glowing, smiling, happy. She looks amazing. I assume you and Danny have gotten over your quarrel. She laughs quietly. For now, yes. What do you know? She asks, coming in closer, keen for me to spill. My shoulders drop. Nothing. I thought you knew something. Her face twists. I don't know anything. What happened tonight? Why'd you call Danny? My ex arrested James. Danny called in a favor from the mayor. Perry Adams? Rose balks, and then her eyes narrow. There's definitely trouble afoot, Beau, she says, and it's really hilarious. What's so funny? There's always trouble afoot, you nut. It's something more. Danny said there's a way out, but he's being cagey. The last time he was cagey, I went through hell. I hum, thinking, a way out? How? And does James know about it? Surely not if he asked me if I wanted to leave tonight. What the hell is going on? And why are Danny and James suddenly so hostile toward each other? My thoughts are disturbed when my cell rings, and I stare at the screen, my heart picking up pace. It's past midnight. I see Dad rubbing at his chest. I see his pale face. Dad, I say, answering, are you okay? Is this some kind of joke? He asks, sounding outraged. I'm stumped, my mouth still hanging open to speak. An invite to their wedding next week? I swing my stare to Rose, who backs up. What? An invite? I murmur, waiting for her to catch on. To the wedding? Does Danny really hate me? What? Rose blurts. It's a very insult, Dad bellows. I'm a respectable businessman, and he's a criminal. My whole being deflates. I am so done having this conversation. I was actually worried about him. I'll graciously accept your decline, Dad. Your absence is expected. I stab at the screen with my thumb. Why the hell would he invite my father? I pull up, thinking, and it clicks. Distraction. Huh? Rose frowns. They're trying to distract me. Well, what about me? You're not the only one smelling something iffy. I told you they were planning something. You're the bride, I point out. They don't need to distract you because everyone else will. Her attention will be demanded left and right. So my wedding really is going to be a decoy? Her indignance is palpable. Looks like it. I face the kitchen where the men are all inside, my senses tingling. The chirk, Rose breathes. What do we do? What can we do? Gosh, tomorrow is supposed to be a vacation from the mess. She huffs and puffs, and then she's looking at me with a sorrowful expression that I 100% don't like. I need to talk to you about something. What? I ask, as she takes my hand and leads me to the staircase. If it's too much, she says, lowering to the step and taking me with her, I can talk to him. What's too much? And who's him? Danny wants to announce about the baby. Her lips twist. Now. My stomach turns painfully, and I try with everything I have not to let the stab of pain show on my face. Doc scanned me earlier, she goes on quietly, unsure, and I hate that, yet I'm incapable of fixing it. I'm over 12 weeks, past the most likely period of miscarrying. Unless you get shot, of course. I scramble for the right words, scramble harder for the smile I need to give Rose, the one she needs too. But I'm feeling so mixed, struggling with my emotions, fighting to show my elation for her while hiding my devastation for me. My head and my body are at war, my mind screaming to speak, my body wanting to curl into a hopeless ball. You absolutely must. I grab her hand and squeeze. This is her time, full of hope, full of positivity, unlawful men aside, and enjoy every second of it. I smile and pull her in for a hug. I never want her to feel bad for being happy. Like always, I'm fighting it hard not to project my desolation on others, especially not on Rose. This is a miracle for her.
And still, I fight to hold back my tears, and I fight hard. Do you think he can wait until I'm back? Why? Where are you going? She pulls away, her face worried and questioning. I need to take my meds. I shamelessly circle my stomach. I think I've overdone it today, what with bachelorette parties, arrests, and trying to pull my pregnant best friend off a strip pole. Rose laughs, laying a palm over her forehead. Obviously, I want to die. I lean in quickly and kiss her cheek. Obviously. Tell Danny to wait for me before he breaks the news. I jump up quickly and take the stairs fast. I want to be there. I'm holding back the dam as I hurry down the corridor, and as soon as I'm in our room alone, I fill the silent space with my sobs, clenching my face with my palms and sliding down the wood to the floor, sounding as hopeless as I'm sure I look. And the pain in my stomach just won't relent, won't go away. For just a moment, I had what Rose has, that awe, that fear, that uncertain joy. That was mine. And even though being intimate with James in the car centered us again, I feel this aching, devastating tear inside my soul. Every other pain is forgotten with this fresh agony. It's finally hit, it's finally sinking in, and it hurts so really bad. The door jars behind me. Beau? James calls. I jolt with his constant pushing of the door, not bothering to wipe at my face, not bothering to fix myself. I'm really not okay, and I can't pretend I am anymore, at least not with James. I shuffle forward on the floor, giving him room to open the door, and when he muscles past and finds me on the floor, all I can do is smile lamely, my lip wobbling, my face drenched. His big body seems to shrink before my eyes. I hate that too. I sense things are coming to a head, and as much as I don't want to be an added problem, I can't find it in myself to fight the onslaught of emotions. I'm done. Exhausted. The adrenaline has gone. Empty. Silently, he takes my hand and gently pulls me up from the floor, engulfing me in his arms and lifting me from my feet. His move gives my sadness another hit of sorrow, and I bury my face in his neck, my body jumping, my cries ruling me. I haven't lost control like this since Mom died. Back then, I was blinded by my grief, unable to see what lay ahead. Now I know what lies ahead, and it scares me. I know what needs to happen, what we both need to find closure for the people we love the most. But this new grief feels somehow unstoppable. It feels like there will never be a cure, and it's terrifying. James taking me to those places that always released me from my torment doesn't feel like it could work now, which leaves me dangling off the cliff, ready to plummet into the darkness with no lifeline to bring me back. He walks across the room and eases me down to the bed, reaching behind him to detach my arms from around his shoulders. I can't look at him, my eyes low. I don't want him to see the utter hopelessness in me. I don't want him to feel like I do, because if he doesn't believe he can fix me, I don't know where that leaves us. Our anguish has always been shared, whether silently and unknown or with the truth. It lightened the weight on our shoulders, offered respite. And on top of my shredded emotions, I feel guilt, because it wasn't only me who lost the unexpected glimmer of light beyond our purpose. Beau, he breathes, trying to encourage my chin up, trying to find my eyes. I resist, fighting against the pressure of his finger. Beau, look at me. I shake my head, swallowing, trying desperately to rid my throat of the overwhelming lump, jolting with every inhale I attempt to make. I can't breathe, can't feel anything, except the overpowering emptiness that crushed me when I woke from my coma. Can't see anything but James's face when he told me. I know what's coming. I know the feeling, the uncontrollable panic hijacking me. No, I will it away, standing from the bed, pushing James back.
I frantically search the room for Dexter. Where is he? I look for the drawers that Dexter always kept the paper bags in. Where are they? I search for Uncle Lawrence, for his peaceful balcony that he always took me to. They're not here. I gasp, reaching for something to cling to, defying the pull. I grapple at the material in my hands, feeling something grab me, hearing the bellow of a man. I can't breathe, I gasp, heaving, searching for air. I can't breathe. My heart thunders in my chest, my pulse booming in my ears, my vision hazy from the blackness creeping in from the sides. And then it's there, over my mouth, and I grab it, urgently pulling in oxygen as my strung body gives, and I sink into something soft. The black begins to clear, and I blink, staring at a gold chandelier, disorientated. Really? Me? Someone whispers, as a hand strokes through my hair. What happened? I swallow, my breathing regulating, and drop my eyes. Aunt Zinnia? I mumble into the bag, willing my mind to straighten out. The bag continues to crumple, the sound deafening. My face feels taut, my throat hoarse, my chest tight. I remove the bag and try to sit up, but I'm met with force, two spade-like hands pushing into my shoulders and forcing me back to the bed. Take it easy. He appears above me, his handsome face cut with worry. Please, don't tell me you're okay or I'll lose my head. I'm not okay, I whisper jaggedly, taking the bag back to my mouth, as James virtually exhales his relief and Zinnia whimpers her sorrow, reaching for James's arm and resting her hand there. I'll give you a moment, she says, coming to the bed and dipping, feeling at my hair as she kisses me. My darling. I swallow as a new batch of tears comes, and I surrender to the heartache. Zinnia will be missing Dexter in this moment more than any other. Her husband always there, calm and controlled, to get us through these times. It's so hard to comprehend the level of his betrayal when I think about him during those episodes. Compassionate, light. He had all the time in the world to remain by my side, as well as keeping Zinnia calm while I fought through my attack. But it was all lies, deceit. How did I not see that? His darkness. Zinnia's struggling to keep her own emotions in check as she backs out of the room, the vivacious woman wilting with every step she takes. She shouldn't be alone, I say, trying to get up again, worried about her state of mind. I hate that she's seen me like this when she's swimming against the tide herself. I'll message Esther, James says, stopping me, at the same time going to his cell and typing out a message. Within a few seconds of clicking send, he gets a reply and tucks it away. Come here. He takes the bag and helps me to the top of the bed, settling beside me and hugging me into his side. I relax in his hold, feeling my muscles yield and my heart quieten. I store this closeness and feeling in my mind to call upon when I need it. I must remember this. James can soothe me, not like he has so often in the past with physical intimacy, but how he is now, simply with his arms, holding me. It's another form of communication without words. But we need words now. If we're going to make it through this loss, we need words. When I lost our baby, I whisper quietly, building the courage I need to speak clearly and confidently, I felt the same intense pain and hollowness that I felt when I lost Dexter. I close my eyes and curl further into his side, fighting that pain back again. It hurt, I whisper. Still hurts, and it's getting harder to control it. It's backward. It's angering. After the shock of my pregnancy, I allowed myself to consider an existence beyond struggling, beyond the bitterness and hate that ruled me. James and who he is, what he stands for, was easier to wrap my mind around. Because we are the same in a sense, polluted, tarnished. We could fix each other, move forward, but our pasts would never change. A baby? It felt like redemption. Bright hope, an opportunity to channel all my energy into loving rather than hating.
And what I hate in this world is the very thing that stole that opportunity from me. And despite having James to love, there was suddenly more to loathe, more to resent, more pain to feel. James remains silent against me. I don't need his words, because I know better than I know my pain that he feels the same. He has more reasons to kill now, more men to hunt. It's his outlet. He's mine. And the distance between us lately, our loss, isn't relieving that. St. Lucia helped, but it was short-lived. I'm a master at concealing my grief as well as my scars. And these past few days, I've made a conscious effort not to cover my scars. It was a pathetic attempt to convince everyone I'm okay. Even more pathetic that I thought I could convince James. I'm not okay, I admit. Feeling his mouth fall to my hair, breathing me into him, his arms constricting. I'm not okay, and I desperately want to be okay. A baby won't fix it. That's not what I'm saying I need. It was an unexpected opportunity, something to deal with, and we did. Now, my priority is getting both of us out of Miami alive. Alive and with no risk of being taken back to hell again. But until we can leave, I just have to deal with this constant, dull, consuming pain. I feel like I'm in limbo, my sadness and hope colliding and exploding constantly. Rose's news has only amplified the odd sense of longing inside of me. But it will happen again, and it will happen when we don't have death tailing us, when we have nothing to focus on but each other. Rose is pregnant, I murmur, and immediately feel his chest sink under my hand with a big inhale. I'm okay, I smile to myself. I can't be anything but happy for her. It's a gift. Perhaps not at the right time, but it's such a beautiful gift. It's also hope for us, because we know Danny, and now, more than before, he will move heaven and earth to get Rose out of Miami as soon as he can, which means we can leave too. We can leave and start to properly deal with the mess that is us. I know. James encourages me from the warmth and safety of his body and takes my chin, looking down at me. Danny, he says in answer to my questioning face, I'm worried this will trigger James too, bring on a fresh bout of anger and resentment. He needs his head on straight and his mind to think clearly. Is this the reason why Danny and James seem a bit off with each other? I want you to be happy for them. I am happy for them, but I can be sad for us too. He gently rolls me to my back and lies lightly over me, framing my face with his big palms. I've been waiting for you to open up, hoping. I can't see you like this, Beau. Tell me what I can do. You know what needs to be done. He nods, brushing at my cheeks with the pad of his thumb. I want you to pack your things, he orders. Be ready to leave. When? I don't know yet. Just be ready. I nod and curl my arm around his neck, pulling him down and pushing our lips together. It takes only a second for us both to deepen the kiss. This isn't advancing into more. This is just loving. With everything I have, Beau, I really love you. Broken, fixed, happy, sad, I love you. If you do anything, just remember that. I let our closeness, our love, pull me in and hold me in a place far brighter than the real world, absorbed by his mouth and his devotion, and we kiss, softly and slowly, for an eternity. It's the medicine I need right now, and I'm prepared to overdose on it. James is the one to end our bliss, and he breathes in deeply, wiping my mouth with his thumb, smiling tenderly as he flicks his eyes up to mine. Can you make me a promise, he asks, and I nod, because that is what he needs now, just as much as I need his gentleness. I already know what he's going to ask me for. I will stand down, I say, my eyes searching his. I see no darkness at all, only love. He needs his darkness to get through this. On an understanding nod, he eases off me, pulling me up from the bed. Come with me. He leads me to the bathroom and stands me by the sink, running the faucet and wetting a washcloth. He proceeds to pat at my skin, dabbing down the blotchiness, no doubt. How bad? I ask. Beautiful, he replies simply, combing his fingers through my hair and pressing his lips to my forehead. Are you ready? A few deep, stabilizing breaths and a nod as he discards the cloth and takes my hand, assessing me before taking the lead, guiding me back toward the celebrations. The first thing I do when I enter is search for Zinnia, and to my relief, she's here, smiling, though I detect the worry behind it. She spots me, and I'm quick to signal that I'm okay before she moves her gaze to James, looking at him in a way I've never seen before. Appreciation, trust. She can see his love for me. That will give her some peace. He nods and sits me on a stool, putting a glass of wine in my hand and twisting the cap off a bottle of beer for himself. The chatter hasn't died, neither has the laughter, and I take it all in as I lose myself in my wine. Are you okay?
Rose moves into my side, her worried eyes checking every inch of me. You've been gone so long. She follows James's path across the kitchen to Danny and Brad. I'm absolutely fine, I tell her. He didn't seem happy. I look across to James, just as he looks across to me, checking on me. We talked. I smile at him before giving it to Rose. It was needed. She exhales, evidently relieved. She was worried. She doesn't need to know that it wasn't wasted. I'm glad. Yeah, me too. But enough of that, I say, chinking my wine with her water. I didn't miss it, did I? No, I told Danny to wait for you. Rose suddenly looks a little awkward. Can you act surprised? I don't want Esther or Daniel to know you knew before them. Of course. How does this work? I gasp, my mouth falling open, and Rose laughs. Let's hope they're not looking at you when they find out. That bad? Terrible. She searches the kitchen, and I watch as Danny gets her attention, showing the ceiling his palms. She shrugs in return, prompting him to make his way over. He's still on the PlayStation with Tank. Her nose scrunches. It's important, apparently. Danny rolls his eyes and traipses to the kitchen door. Hey kid, he yells, and I hear Daniel call back from the TV room. Not in a minute, Danny yells. Now, or your jet ski will be sold to the lowest bidder. Shaking her head, Rose turns her attention back to me. Sounds scary, doesn't he? She laughs under her breath. If only Daniel knew. Watching with an eagle eye as I sip more wine, she pouts. I bet that tastes amazing. Delicious, I confirm, making her nose wrinkle. Don't worry, only another 6 months before you can enjoy a glass again. I swig more back as she throws me a playful, dirty look before being collected by Danny and taken to the other side of the kitchen. He doesn't tap a glass. He smashes his fist down on the counter, making everyone in the room jump and look his way. I need you all to be quiet for a second, he declares, as Daniel races into the kitchen, Tank jogging along behind him. It's too late, kid. I sold it. Rose nudges him in the side, and Daniel snorts his disgust, swiveling and making a sharp exit. Then I'm going. Get on a chair before I put you on one, Danny says, his tone deadly. Now. Wisely, Daniel backtracks and slumps moodily onto a chair, his bottom lip pushed out as Esther pacifies him with a can of soda and a ruffle of his hair that he tries and fails to shrug off. I have something to share, Danny says, earning another nudge from Rose. We have something to share. I don't like the sound of this, Brad says, his eyes narrowing on Danny. What in the world's going on? Esther gasps, stands, and puts her hands over her mouth. Don't tell me you're... But she can't finish, and I feel James move in behind me, pushing his front into my back and slipping his arm around me, clenching my hand. I lean back into him and link our fingers, squeezing. You're what? Brad asks, stepping forward, his eyes jumping between Danny and Rose, his suited form tensing.
What's going on? Having a baby, Danny declares, a dirty smirk on his face deepening his scar. He's enjoying this, and not only because it's happy news. Brad looks like he's turned to ice, still and unmoving. Frozen. What? He whispers. Mom's pregnant, Daniel declares, looking at Brad like he's stupid. Do you need me to explain how? Oh my God, Esther screeches, diving across the kitchen and seizing Rose. I bite my lip, feeling eyes on me, and when I check, I find Zinnia, Otto, and Goldie all looking this way, pensive. I smile at them, and it's real, before I get up, leaving James behind, and go to my friend, hugging her tightly while Esther moves her excitement onto her son. Oh my God, I gasp in her ear, smiling when she laughs. I kiss her hair, give her that little bit more of a squeeze, and break away, letting everyone else in the room at her. I catch Danny's eye over his mom's shoulder, and I smile before I go back to James, who's taken my stool, settling between his thighs and resting back against him, taking in the scene, the happiness, and truly, I feel it for them too. Amused, I watch as Daniel worms his way through the crowd and finds his mom. He jumps up and kisses her. Can I go back to the TV room now? No, you can go to bed. It's late. Ah, man, he whines. Just one more game. I need to beat him. Fine, one more. She looks at Tank, who nods, following Daniel's fleeing form from the kitchen. Pregnant? Brad murmurs, still frozen in position, his beer held in his limp hand. How did that happen? Let's draw Brad a diagram, Goldie declares, making Ringo chuckle. Get me some paper.
Do you need me? Fury asks, appearing next to us. My glass pauses at my lips. The big, giant Viking wants to join his brother and Daniel. It's a twin thing. He shrugs his massive shoulders, looking awkward. Go, James says from behind me. I feel like singing, Zinyu declares. Yes. She's up fast, climbing up the stool onto the island, her platform heels looking less that supportive, her glass of wine splashing everywhere as she juggles holding it and herself up. Be careful, I call, wincing when she slips a little on a wet patch. Oh, Jesus, how much wine has she had? Everyone, she declares, throwing her arms up in the air, commanding the room's attention. My smile is very real. Here she is, the illustrious Zinnia Dolly Daydream. I'm going to sing a little song for you. Esther whoops, and Goldie, oh my days, starts cheering. For this special couple, she adds, holding an invisible microphone to her mouth. On the eve of their special day, may there be happiness, love, and no murder, Rose yells, pinning Danny in his place when he looks at her with a dark smile. The whole room falls apart, including me. It's madness, complete madness. And definitely no murder, Zinnia says on a disbelieving shake of her head before coughing her throat clear and taking another sip of her wine. Courage. There's courage in that glass. I'm willing her to take all the wine she needs because it's been a long time since she's done this, and her audience is very new. She bursts into a unique rendition of I Got a Feeling by the Black Eyed Peas, and cheers and whoops ring out. She's made my evening. Seeing her like this, performing, in her element, is another form of medicine to me. I watch her, fascinated and content, as she sings her way across the island and back again, stepping over glasses and dishes. James turns me around to face him. You need to pack. Now? You won't have time tomorrow. The wedding will be all stress and speed. Does Danny know about this? I ask. I know something is going on, and I know I promised to let you do your thing, but Rose will blow her top if her wedding is ruined. The wedding will be beautiful, he says, too confidently. You didn't answer my question. Does Danny know about whatever it is you're planning? James looks across the kitchen, and I follow his stare until I find Danny. He's looking this way, not immersed in the attention or celebrations. Thoughtful. Jesus, what the hell is about to go down? Danny, I didn't sleep a single wink, and not because I'm getting married. Again, to the same woman. It's all just an extravagant smokescreen. The end is near. The best wedding gift I could give Rose is freedom, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. She's had a taste of it. We both have. For 3 years, we've been lost in a blissful bubble of relaxed island life and coupledom. James changed that. Actually, technically, Spittle did. I roll over in bed and bury my face in the pillow, hearing the shower running. It's 5:30. She didn't sleep either, tossing and turning all night, but for very different reasons. She's stressing. I'm not. As far as I'm concerned, she is my wife, my soul, my life, even if a non-inaugurated someone married us the first time on the beach in St. Lucia 3 years ago. But Rose demanded it, and what Rose wants, she gets, sometimes. On a groan, I push into the mattress with my fists and get up, stretching as I walk to the bathroom. I open the door and stand on the threshold, watching her rinsing her hair of suds, her eyes closed, her head tilted back. There are a million temptations before me. Her throat, her chest, her alluring body, to name just a few. I pout, trying to control my rising desire. Don't even think about it, she says to the ceiling, carrying on her happy way washing her hair. My face falls into a frown. What? I have too much to do. She turns away from me, facing the spray, and scrubs at her face. I don't have time. What the? Really? You don't have time? I say to myself, walking slowly toward the stall, my eyes narrowed, every glorious inch of her calling for me. I step in and seize her, slamming her alluring body against the wet tile. Today is all about us, I whisper, taking a nipple and rolling it between my finger and thumb, amused at the sight of her trying to ignore the rush of desire. And, doing this, I say, touching her intimately, at the same time kissing her neck, is a massive part of us. You shouldn't have even slept in here. It's tradition. We're not traditional. My finger slips across her hot flesh. Gosh, Danny. I hum, sucking and biting at her. Stop. No, please. No. But no. I touched her intimately. Enjoying that baby? Yet, Rose? My mother's voice infiltrates our moment, and I quickly disengaged and backed away, alarmed. What the hell is my mom doing in here at 5:30? I ask, reaching for a towel and stepping out, covering myself. Rose, smiling like a sly cat, saunters out too and pulls on a robe. I told you, we have lots to do. Hello? I scowl and fling the door open, finding Mum in workout gear. You going in the gym? I ask, looking her up and down. I'm dressed for comfort and speed. She tugs at the bottom of her sports tank, looking past me. Where's Rose? Nearly on me. 5:30, Mom? The ice sculpture is being delivered in half an hour. We have an ice sculpture? Her hand slaps over her mouth. No, no ice sculpture. Smiling, she edges past me into the bathroom, claiming Rose and pulling her out. I've made breakfast. Of course you have, I mutter, watching as my mother hauls my wife from the room. I guess I'll go in the gym. My shoulders drop, my cheeks puff out, and I mutter my way to the chair in the corner of our room, grabbing my shorts and a black t-shirt, pulling them on. After I've shoved my feet into my trainers, I text Brad. Workout? Really off. I'm not talking to you, Daddy. See you there. I head to the gym, the house quiet, obviously, it's 5:30, and stop off in the kitchen to grab a bottle of water. The island is no longer cluttered with used glasses and empty snack bowls, but now decorated with every pastry imaginable. Coffee pots are evenly placed, and of course, a few teapots too. Did Mum actually sleep last night? Neither my wife nor my mother looks up from the laptop when I enter. I'm just getting some water, I say, passing them and opening the fridge. No response. In case I die of thirst, I add, unscrewing the top.
Still, nothing from either of them. Just popping out to murder someone, I mutter, passing them again on my way out. Danny, Mum moans, sounding wholly disapproving. Not today, please. I drop my head back, laughing my way out of the kitchen. Not today, Mother, I call, taking a swig of water as I pass back through the foyer. I look up the stairs when I hear the clicking of heels. Coming to a slow stop, I watch as Zin Lawrence hurries down, fastening the belt of a silk robe that's embellished with flamingos, his actual real hair suffering a serious case of bedhead, his face free from makeup, but his lashes still unfathomably long and curled. Morning, I say, making him look up from the careful placement to his kitten-heeled slippers on the marble steps. I smile at his hairy leg poking out of the robe. Oh, morning, he says, starting to faff with his short hair, as if he's got someone to impress. What did I miss? Nothing so urgent you couldn't have taken the time to get your stockings on. I smirk when he rolls his eyes. You go to hell, Danny Black. If I'm lucky, I reply, leaving Lawrence rearranging his robe around his legs. They're in the kitchen. Brace yourself. When I near the gym, I hear a constant, loud thumping sound. I push the door open a fraction, looking through the small gap. I catch Bo in the middle of a roundhouse kick. Jesus, I whisper, as the leather punch bag swings so hard it nearly puts a hole in the ceiling. And she doesn't stop there, proceeding to knock 10 tons of gosh out of the swinging target, punching, kicking, generally looking like she wants to kill the cow all over again. She eventually lays off, hugging the bag, panting. I make a point of closing the door loudly, but clearly beat, she only manages to turn her head to find out who's joined her. I work out alone, I say, wandering over to the bench press. Me too, she replies, pushing away from the bag and removing her gloves. So are you leaving? I smile, setting my water on the rubber mat. What did the bag do to you? I ask, reaching for a 50 and loading it on one end of the bar. She shouldn't be overexerting herself like that. She's not my responsibility. I wouldn't ordinarily give two gosh, but she and Rose have grown close. And, well, that's it. Bo, out of breath, looks at the punch bag and jabs it lightly with her bare fist. But she ignores my question. I never got to congratulate you. She doesn't look at me, going to the unit on the far side of the gym and dumping her gloves. Congratulations.
I study her back as I collect another 50, splitting my attention between her and the bar. That's not strictly true. She told me she was happy for us. Same thing. Thanks, I say quietly as she remains facing the wall, unwilling and unable to look at me. I take no pleasure from her pain, none at all. I'm elated. Rose is elated. It's a tricky balance to find a happy medium between that and compassion for Beau and James. I settle on the bench, really stumped. What the really do I say to her? Are you okay, Beau? I ask, and immediately kick myself. What a stupid freaking question. I saw her when she joined us in the kitchen last night. I watched her embrace Rose and fight with everything she had to show nothing but happiness, while on the inside, I know she's dying. And I watched James collect her and make their excuses to leave, seeing his girlfriend grow closer and closer to revealing her true emotions. And I ask if she's okay? Gosh. All good, she says, still facing away from me. I see her reach for her face, trying to be discreet with her quiet sniff. My eyes fall briefly to the punch bag. That bag was a number of men. Dexter, the bear, her ex, maybe even her father. She swings around with an air of confidence that I'm so not buying. Nervous? She asks, and immediately frowns to herself. I hitch an interested eyebrow. Should I be? It's your wedding day. She busies herself with the gloves she just discarded. Is my wedding what she's actually talking about, or something else? What do you know, Beau? I ask outright. She eyes me. Nothing. What do you know? Nothing. Then we both know nothing. She smiles, totally fake, and walks away hastily. Rose needs me. I lace my fingers, stretching my arms out, my eyes lasers on her back. See you later, I say quietly, but she hears me, her steps faltering a fraction before she finds her pace again. Nervous? Can't say I was. Now? What does she know? She meets Brad at the door. Morning, he says, stopping and following her path as she rushes past. Morning, she calls, not looking back. Brad pouts. Someone's in a hurry, he muses, pulling the towel from around his neck as he finds me on the bench. He dazzles me with a stupid smile. That's fake too. He's as delighted about today as a pig booked in at a slaughtering house. Nervous? I roll my eyes and fall back to the bench, taking a grip of the bar. No. You? Depends which part you're talking about. His face appears above me. Best man duties or murdering duties? Who are we murdering? I ask. We? No, not we. Me. I'm seriously considering murdering you. No blood at the wedding, I warn, flexing my hold before lifting it out of the anchors. Rose will go ape. Oh, so we should be wary of your wife, but not the megalomaniac with an army of murderers following him through Miami like the Pied freaking Piper? I bring the bar down to my chest slowly and ease it back up, repeating 20 times. Those murderers are dwindling. We've killed half the really at the top and fed them to the sharks. It's all coming together. Right, Brad says, taking the bar and resting it in the holder. It's all coming together. I stare up at him, wiping my brow. Where's James? Why? Can you just answer a freaking question without interrogating me? You don't trust him. Trust no one. It's what Pops always said. Do I trust James? Did I ever trust James? Does he trust me? I'm not sure of anything. You know I don't trust anyone. I take the bar again. So where is he? I don't know. I've not seen him this morning. Good. I pump out another 4 sets of 20, have a few jabs at the punch bag, distracted, and row for 15 minutes. My workout has done nothing to relax me. I collect my water from the mat. I'm going out on my jet ski. Why? Brad calls, smacking the button on the treadmill to slow down. For really's sake, he's like a woman. Because it relaxes me. So you are nervous. The laughter in his voice makes me want to shove the punch bag up his backside sideways. Really off, I call back, swinging open the door. Don't forget to decrease the weight on the bar. Really you, he yells, and I laugh, heading to our room. I'm intercepted on the stairs by Rose, and I take a moment to drink in the sheer stunning beauty of her, looking all flustered in a white robe, her hair piled high. I need you, she says. Oh, she can see me? I need you too, baby, I practically growl, bending and lifting her onto my shoulder. Danny! I take the stairs urgently before we're interrupted by someone again. I need to let off some steam before I go. Rose? Mum calls. Are you really kidding me? I mutter, swinging around to find my mother, who has apparently turned into the sex police, hands on her hips at the bottom of the stairs, looking unimpressed. Put her down, she warns. You're not supposed to see her this morning, let alone maul her. Anyone else in the world who demanded such a thing would be dead in a heartbeat. But my mother? I growl and lower Rose to the step below, showing my mother my displeasure. She started it, I say childishly. I need you to help with something. Rose takes my hand and leads me back down the stairs. God help me, why ever did I agree to this? I rub at my face with the back of my hand. The tent firm have sent the wrong bulbs. What? I ask, being dragged into the garden and into the tent, which is now adorned in white. Everything white. The balloons, the flowers, the tablecloths, chairs, even the floor. White. Pure, unblemished, bright white. It's a conscious move on Rose's part.
The bulbs, she says, pointing up at the twinkle lights draping from the ceiling, going all the way up into the eaves. I smile, being reminded of our favorite restaurant in St. Lucia. They're the wrong color. There is no color. They're standard bulbs giving off a standard light that you'd find in any room in any house. Yes, it's apricot light. I asked for white. My head could explode. And why do you need me? Well, do you like them? They're lights. They're apricot lights, not white lights, I say tiredly, getting a punch in my bicep for my trouble. Rose, baby, I could not give two hoots what color the lights are. All of this is going over my head. Lights? Ice sculptures? What in the world is that? I ask, pointing to a table in the corner. She pouts. That's our cake. That's a really skyscraper, I say, going over to it, my gaze lifting the closer I get to keep the top in my sights. Jesus, I breathe. It'll take us 10 years to get through this thing. You do realize Barbie and Cindy will swallow it whole if they sniff it out. Yes, I realize that. Hence, they're in their kennels. The company could only deliver at the crack of dawn because it was a short notice order. They have other cakes to deliver. I reach forward and drag my finger through the sugar cream. Danny! What? I ask, my finger hanging out of my mouth. Gosh, it's good. I lick my lips as Rose looks at me in exasperation. She needs to chill out. It's my cake. Baby, stop stressing. I agreed to this because she deserves an elaborate party where the attention is all on her. My queen. She deserves something normal. If I'd known it would turn her into an anxious mess, I would have denied her. She can't seriously be having fun. I'm not stressing. Her shoulders drop, and her gaze goes from worried to warning. Promise me you've got nothing shady planned today. Promise, I say quickly, slamming a kiss on her lips and beating a hasty retreat. I'm going out on the water, I call, pulling my phone out to check the time. It's not even 6:30, and I'm already knackered. What? She yells, coming after me. Why? What if I need you? You just proved categorically that you don't, I say on a laugh, taking the stairs. Besides, I could do with some RR. Why? Are you nervous? I smile to myself as I reach the top of the stairs. Around you, baby, always. Who really knows when that perler of a right hook will be launched? And if she knew what I was going to do now, that fist of hers would fire like a machine gun in my face repeatedly. After I threw on some gray sweatpants, a white t-shirt, and my trainers, I stopped by my office to collect some cash before I went to my car and found Brad in the passenger seat, still in his gym kit, sweating. I didn't say a word. Neither did he. We drove to the boatyard with Kings of Leon's closer on low, both of us silent, thoughtful. When we arrive, Leon's got my ski on the water as instructed. Getting nervous about next week? He asks, grinning as he wedges my sea-doo into the sandbed before wading out. Brad chuckles, earning a dark look. Then he clicks, and my look becomes darker. Yes, next week. His head tilts in question. Where's my wetsuit? I ask, heading for the cabin, lighting up as I go. Hanging on your locker. Get mine out, Brad says, following me. Yes, be boss. And my ski. Leave it, Leon, I call over my shoulder. He's not going out on the water today.
I make it to the men's changing room and grab my wetsuit, dragging it back outside with me. I meet Brad, who's coming up the steps after me. What do you mean I'm not going out? I want to go out. Shut up, you difficult person. I head for the yellow container, Brad flanking me, Leon chasing our heels. You're not going out, I reiterate, taking a key from my back pocket and unlocking the padlock. And neither am I. I haul the door open, the sound of creaking metal piercing the early morning quiet. He is. Both Brad and Leon crane their necks to see inside the container. Who in the world is that? Brad asks, taking in the pitiful form of a man tied to a wooden chair with extra strong cable ties. I don't know, I admit, pulling a knife from my back pocket. He won't talk. Well, where did you find him? I didn't. I did, Leon chirps up, his chest practically swelling with pride. Trying to break into the ski storeroom. With a bag full of explosives, I add, passing Leon my wetsuit and crouching in front of the unknown man. Still not up for telling me who sent you to plant a bomb on my ski? It's like deja freaking vu. Really? Gosh, Brad breathes, raking a hand through his hair and starting to pace outside the container. What now? Now our little friend here is going for a race on the water. I cut the cable ties and throw him to the floor, pinning him down while Leon and Brad wrestle him into my wetsuit. No, please, he yells, squirming. Oh, it speaks, I muse, and it's Irish. Keep very still, I bark, delivering a nose-breaking right hook. Ouch, Leon winces, standing back when we're done. Are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Depends what you think I'm going to do. I nod to Brad to take his other side, and we hoist him to his feet. There, I give the dribbling, bloodied, difficult person a dazzling smile. All ready for a morning cruise across the beautiful, sparkling water. We start walking him out of the container toward my ski on the water. Something tells me today is going to be a scorcher. No, please, I can't tell you who sent me because I don't know. That's a crying shame. He goes weightless between Brad and me, lifting his feet from the ground in an attempt to hinder us. Of course, it doesn't. Please, I beg you. So the bomb's on the ski, Brad says as we load him onto my Sea-Doo, his protests coming thick and fast. I pull more cable ties from my pocket and strap his wrists there, while Leon, God love that kid's initiative, takes care of his legs, weaving rope around his feet and feeding it around the ski. When I'm done, I smile and tap the side of my machine. Loaded, I chirp. Poor fellow's crying now, mumbling nonsensical words to the handlebars. Did you take care of the steering? I ask Leon. Sure did. He smiles, too really proud of himself, pulling out his phone and showing me the screen. All controlled from here. Jesus, Brad says on a light, disbelieving laugh, shaking his head at Leon. You fixed the bomb up too? He shrugs, looking unimpressed. A few wires and a timer, all standard stuff. And where's the detonator? I slip the key cord into place and start the motor. I expect someone out there has it. I step back and nod for Leon to gag him, which he does quickly and efficiently. Bon voyage. Leon takes control of the ski, and it chugs slowly out on the water, as all three of us stand on the shore, watching. Take it out as far as you can, I order, glancing around the cove before checking the time. Now what? Brad asks. Now Leon gets to have a bit of fun before someone out there presses the button on the detonator. I give the hobo a slap on the back and pull out the 20-grand wedge from my back pocket, pushing it into his chest. Good work, kid. No problem, D-boss. What about the dude in the other container? Just keep feeding him and watering him. I walk away, Brad on my heels. Still nothing on Spittleson Sloan? Not yet. I slip into my Merc, keen to get home and get on with giving my wife the day of her dreams. I take the stairs slowly, fastening my tie as I do, the sound of my dress shoes hitting the marble echoing around the foyer. The house is quiet. It's really a miracle. The women are all upstairs getting ready, the men too, and the garden is packed with people putting the finishing touches in place. When I make it to my office, I close the door and pour myself a drink, settling in the big chair behind the big desk. My throne. I think into the leather, close my eyes, and see Pops. He looks proud. He really should be. You got any family, kid? No, mister. Get in the car. I smile into my darkness and swig back my drink as there's a knock on the wood.
What? I call, and a moment later, Daniel's head is poking around the door. He grins, glancing around, hovering on the threshold. You can come in, kid. With my blessing, he ventures into a room I'm well aware has been a source of fascination to him since he arrived. He quickly looks unimpressed. I don't know what he was expecting to find. A rug drenched in blood? Thank really for Goldie, who apparently is always on top of the minor things others forget. I take him in as he wanders to the chair on the other side of my desk, his suit looking like it was made for him. It was, but the kid needs to learn how to dress. I rise and round the desk. Stand up, I order, motioning impatiently with my hands. He lifts, looking down as I unfasten his tie and pull at the lengths. You start here, I say, holding up the ends. The narrow side shorter than the fat side. He shrugs. Bozunk ant-tied it. I smile as I cross one end over the other. How's your mum? Panicking. Why? She's worried the ice sculpture will melt. He jerks, slapping a palm onto his forehead. We have an ice sculpture? No, no ice sculpture. I laugh lightly and push the knot up, wriggling it. See, that's how you fasten a tie. I brush off his shoulders and fix the lapels of his jacket. Better. Why are you getting married anyway? You already are. He slumps back down to the chair as I return to mine. We're renewing our vows. Why? Do you want to ask me something I can answer? Okay. He points to the glass of scotch before me. Can I try some? He smiles cheekily, and I take the tumbler, turning it in slow circles as I regard him. Then I push it across the desk and sit back, watching as he takes it coolly, all Billy Big confident. He takes a healthy mouthful. And chokes. Man, that's disgusting. He gives the glass a filthy look and pushes it back across the desk to me. Does all alcohol taste like that? Yes. I'm never drinking it again. He sticks his tongue out and wipes at it with his palm. Gross. Only real men can drink scotch, kid. You're not a man, but you will be one day. Am I staying with you and Mom until then? He asks, fiddling with his knot, trying to loosen it. What do you want to do? I ask, hoping for the answer I want and actually need, not only because he's not safe with Hillary and Derek. Daniel's father is -1 kneecap, and his marriage is on the verge of collapse. I like it here, he says, but it's reluctant. I miss Mom. Hillary, my other mom and dad, but he shrugs. I don't know. The kid's not even 14 yet, so it's no surprise he's struggling to express his emotions. You feel bad, I say, taking my drink. Guilt. It's written all over his face. He feels guilty for wanting to be here. Take away the crime, of course, and what you have is a mansion with all the trimmings. Gym, tennis courts, a pool, cinema room, and a whole lot more. But it's all irrelevant. No kid can survive with only material things. In addition, he has Esther, who faffs and feeds him, 2 Vikings to take on, who are, apparently, gosh hot at Call of Duty, and an army of other father figures around him. This isn't a regular life, but when it's stable, it's a good one, and it's obvious Daniel likes being here. Plus, and what may top it all, it's the safest place for him to be. But if I go back, I'd feel bad for Mom, my real mom. Your real mom is a warrior, I say, winking, unwilling to tell him that it would break Rose if he chose Hillary and Derek over her. Rose would accept it, but it would kill her. Having Daniel here was never going to be ideal, but I'm working on it. He smiles. What happened to your dad? He died. I heard he knew Al Capone. I laugh, and I can't deny it's slightly nervous. Who really told him that? Al Capone was before my dad's day, I say, reaching for the drawer and pulling it open. My dad would have wiped the floor with Capone. I place the photo of Pops on the desk, smiling at the sight of him, his cream suit, shades, his customary brandy and cigar, his full head of hair, albeit silver. That's him? Daniel asks, claiming the picture and studying it, looking a little awestruck. He looks like a movie star. It's exactly what I thought the day I first saw him getting out of a flashy Merc in a dirty old alley in London. That's him, the infamous Carlo Black. I called him Mr. Daniel's eyes shoot up. And your kid, he says, his lips stretching into a grin. I'm kid. Really me? I have a lump growing in my throat. I clear it and throw back more scotch, my glass pausing at my mouth when I hear the dogs in the background going ballistic. Granny Esther let them out to feed them, he says, and I smile at his fond reference to my mother.
Gosh, I hope she's keeping them away from the cake. Why are they barking? They don't like the priest, Daniel says. Father McMahon's here? Granny Esther's feeding him too. I laugh under my breath. Everyone around here will be as big as a house if Mum has her way. I reach into my inside pocket and pull out my phone when it rings. Go throw the ball for Cindy and Barbie for a while, I order him quietly as I stare down at the number, ready to take the call, ready to end this. Don't get your suit dirty. Sure. Daniel jumps up and speeds out of my office like a whippet, slamming the door behind him. I flinch and answer my phone. Leon? Your gorgeous jet ski just exploded into a million pieces, he says, sounding mesmerized. Really, me? D-boss. I'm not surprised. There was enough C4 to take out a cruise liner. The time? Exactly 12:21. Good. I neck the rest of my scotch and slam my glass on the desk. Lock up and get yourself over here. Why? Because you're invited to my wedding. Your wedding's next week? He pauses, his brain catching up. It's not next week. You got a suit? No, of course he doesn't. Leon's one of those people who showers daily, but always manages to look grubby. Anything at all? No, you'll do as you are. I hang up and fall into thought, my mind running in circles. And when my phone rings, I look down and see a London number. Hello? Black? Depends who's asking. The guy chuckles. Eugene Connor, he says. And I've found your man. Where? Panama. You're kidding me? I kidding you not. He's closer to you than me, mate. I've got men there. We're holding him in a warehouse by the city airport. So what am I doing with him? Killing him? Torturing him? Hold your horses, I say on a laugh. Can you get him to Miami by tomorrow morning? You owe me, Eugene says, hanging up, just as an email from Brad lands, giving me everything I need to know on the building I followed Shannon to. It confirms what I've learned. The jerk, I whisper. Who's a jork? I look up and find James in the doorway, my mind so distracted, absorbed, I didn't hear him come in. I shake my head and motion for him to sit, getting up and collecting a bottle and another tumbler. Nice suit, I say, pouring him a drink and topping myself up. You rent that? Go away, he retorts, making me chuckle. You nervous? Really, me? Anyone would think I had something to be nervous about. There's only one thing in this world that makes me nervous. I admit, not quite believing I'm divulging this. James' eyebrows slowly rise, his eyes on me over the rim of his glass. Rose, I confirm, not surprised he's concluded correctly. I have a feeling James is in the same boat. I lower back to my seat. Whether she loves me, whether she always will, whether she's safe. The corner of my mouth lifts. Whether she's angry. I toast the air. To the women who make us nervous. Cheers. He necks his drink. What's it like out there? I ask, nodding to the door. Busy. It's a really big affair for a wedding with very few guests. Our private ceremony on the beach in St. Lucia was hardly legit. And really, the only thing that makes today any different is Father McMahon taking the service. And how's that front looking for you and Beau? James falters as he lowers his glass to the desk. It's not been mentioned. And you need it? Marriage, I mean. His smile is ironic. It just feels more final, more end than don't. So why did you succumb to the institution of holy matrimony? He asks, sitting back, getting comfortable. It's a good question, one I've thought about endlessly over the past few years. I didn't need it to know Rose is mine. She was mine before I got a ring on her finger. Since she was a girl, Rose was alone. No family, nothing, and her baby was stolen from her. I think subconsciously, I was trying to offer her stability, promise her something that could never be taken away, whether stolen or killed. I plan on keeping that promise. That sounds reasonable. He rests his elbow on the arm of the chair, skimming his chin with the side of his finger. He's digging deep for his reasoning. Not that it matters. They won't be getting married. I lean across my desk and fill his glass back up, the chink of the bottle on the side rousing him from his daydream. I'm taking Rose to St. Lucia tomorrow night, and hopefully we won't be coming back. James's eyes narrow a fraction. You're talking like the job's done. It will, I assure him. Let's go skiing tomorrow morning. Why? I want to show you something. His jaw starts to roll, his impatience thick. Talk, Danny. We found Brunelli. His impatience transforms into something far more deadly. Where? I hold a finger up. We agreed. No business today, or it's your funeral. No one needs to know about my little dabble with some C4. We both look at the door when it opens and Brad enters, all suited and booted. He immediately finds me, his eyes questioning. I give him a nod that he reads well, his inhales subtle, but his eyes? They're loaded with fury. I need a few minutes on my own, I say, reaching for the scotch again, turning it one way, then the other, studying the still liquid. Neither of them speak, both leaving quietly. But James is definitely on edge, and he has every right to be. I find the picture of Pops and look straight into his eyes. Don't trust anyone, I whisper, pulling up a number and glancing at the clock, dialing and taking my phone to my ear, getting up and pacing slowly back and forth. I wait a few seconds for him to speak. He doesn't. Of course he doesn't. He's currently on the other end of the line, wondering, fearing, if Danny Black has returned from the dead once again. Surprise, I say lowly, my lip naturally curling. Sorry, I couldn't die today. I'm getting married next week. I'm sure you've heard. Still, nothing. It's a standoff, a stupid, really, play for power. He can have the power, just for now. I've got a wedding to get to today. So this is how it's going to be played, huh? I ask. Are you going to carry on blowing up things in Miami until you hit your target? Still, he doesn't speak, and I really hate that it's getting under my skin. Not even the shock of me still breathing got him talking. Let's get this really done with. I want some guarantees. What? Peace and freedom for me and my family. I leave Miami, you will never hear from me again, and I don't ever want to hear from you. Done. And I want to know who you are, I add. If I'm giving you the enigma, you give me your identity. That's my only way of guaranteeing my freedom. I cannot leave Miami not knowing who this bastard is. That's my only way of ensuring my family's safety. He inhales, the distorter muffling. Okay. He's weighed up his options, and it didn't take long. My offer is the best he'll get. He knows that. And I can't keep dodging death, because there will come a time when it won't be dodged. There's a green container at my boatyard. I'm sure you know where it is. He'll be in there at 7 tomorrow morning. I'll make sure of it. Why the change of heart? I look at the door where my family is beyond. I see Daniel, see my wife sleeping peacefully in our bed in St. Lucia. She hasn't slept like that since we got here, uninterrupted, all through the night. And I see the image in my mind of my baby on the monitor. But I don't need my enemies knowing I have another Achilles heel on the way. I don't answer, hanging up and staring at the painting hanging over my safe. I walk across and pull it down, turning the dial until it clicks open. I reach in and pull out a VP9, checking the magazine before replacing it, getting the painting back on the wall just as Daniel bursts into my office. It's time, mister. On my way, kid. Rose. The dress is my taste, and it's what I like, just enough flesh revealed and off the shoulder. My tall body feels comfortable in the floor-sweeping, figure-hugging silk gown, and the shade of red is not horror red. It's classy red. It's not tarty, because I'm not a tart anymore. I love it. Danny will love it, and more than that, he will love what me and this dress symbolizes. Freedom. It represents control, but not being controlled. Ironic, really, since my love for Danny absolutely rules me. But not him. He will never control me. And to pay homage to the fact that no man will ever control me again, I'm standing outside the tent alone, just as Danny said I would, in my long red gown, that I chose all by myself. I smile, brushing my bare hands down the silk. No flowers, empty hands, because I don't need to cling to anything anymore. Clinging suggests a fear of it being taken away. Nothing will be taken from me. Not this day, not my beautiful son, who I saw walking back down the aisle once he'd seen me and blown me a kiss. God, I love that kid. Not my beloved, death-dealing groom, who texted me a picture of the Queen of Hearts half-hour ago. I approach the pergola, arching the entrance on steady legs. The smell of honeysuckle is potent. The entire inside space comes into my sights, but I see nothing except him. his back to me, his tall, dangerous body adorned in the finest black suit, his dark hair still on the longer side, small locks flicking out here and there. My masterpiece, deadly in every sense of the word. Only when Nina Simone's "I Put a Spell on You" starts does he look over his shoulder, a wry smile on his insanely handsome face. A small laugh escapes me as everyone else turns to see me. "I'll ask this only once," Danny calls, his face full of expectancy as his whole body turns leisurely to face me. "Do you want to be mine?" My heart constricts, but feels like it bursts all at the same time. Could I love him more? "I want to be yours." "Then what are you really doing just standing there, woman?" he asks, making Father McMahon balk a little and everyone else laugh. And so he sets the tone for our wedding, lifting his hand for me to go to him, which I do. There's no lazy, lengthened wander down the aisle, no taking my time for people to take me in. If I wasn't in heels, I'd probably sprint to him, but I am, so I take a safer walk, reaching him in no time, with still virtually the whole track to play. He takes my hand and tugs me into his body, putting his mouth to my ear. "You are exquisite," he whispers, starting to sway us, turning us in circles, pulling back to get me in his sights. And so is he, trimmed, even stubble, his scar prominent, his eyes bright with happiness rather than coldness. I'm one of only 3 people in this world who gets this side of Ganny Black. Soon, it will be 4 people. He is oblivious to Father McMahon and the congregation watching and waiting. "Tell me you love me," he says. "I love you." "Tell me you trust me." "I trust you." "Tell me you're happy." I laugh and he nudges me for an answer, his smirk matching mine. I'm so happy. I link my arms over his shoulders, lacing my fingers together on his nape. "I think you're crazy," he murmurs. "I think you're mine," I reply. "I think you're beautiful. I think you're mine. I think I hate you more than I've ever hated you before." I circle his nose. "I think you're mine," I whisper back. "Do I have a choice?" I take his hand and lay it over my stomach. "What do you think?" His smile is one of those smiles that doesn't fit his deadly persona as he looks at my stomach. "I think you want a crazy, murdering, depraved jerk to be your baby daddy." I laugh, and it's unstoppable. "Whose name is Danny Black." "Whose name is," he confirms.
You ready? I nod, looking past him, seeing Bo sitting close to James, her palm resting on his thigh, his hand covering hers. Her smile is small, but there, her damaged arm covered. My happiness suddenly feels so incredibly wrong, and my heart breaks for my friend, especially when she mildly shakes her head at me, silently willing me not to feel sorry for her. Impossible. I feel like I'm standing here with everything I never dared dream of, while Bo continues her battle to come to terms with what she has lost. James. I have never in my life been to a wedding, but I'm pretty sure this is not how they're done. Then again, I've not been living in a normal world for some time, least of all now. Regardless, it was a beautiful service. It was personal, almost private, and as I sat there with Bo close to my side, watching Danny and Rose doing their thing, oblivious to the small congregation of family and friends, all I could think about was how hopeless I feel. I've experienced pain of unthinkable levels, but knowing Bo is hurting for reasons other than her mother's death and her uncle's betrayal is raw agony. The former I can and plan on fixing, the latter I have no clue how to right. And the helplessness only emphasizes the rage inside. I need to channel that energy before it consumes me. There's one grand round table in the room, one table seating everyone. This isn't a big wedding in the sense of guests, but colossal in the sense of lavishness and expense. It's like an elaborate dinner party with friends. The food, all 8 courses, was, as expected, exceptional. Oysters to start. I know that was personal too, especially when Danny made a public display of feeding them to Rose and begged her not to chew.
The silver service staff has cleared the tables, and pretty much all of us are resting back in our chairs, full to the brim with good food and wine. I feel Beau's palms stroking circles across my back, like she's getting comfort from my scars, and my eyes fall to her arm. I don't know if it's a negative or positive thing that it's covered again. I reach for her hand and peel her fingers from the wine glass, bringing it to my mouth and kissing the back for no other reason other than wanting to show her some love. Show her that my need to be close hasn't waned, that I love her with every really messed up, murdering fiber of my being. Always will. And yet I might have to accept that she will never marry me, because I can't keep the fact that I murdered Dexter a secret forever. I know that. She looks up at me and smiles mildly, working her hand up to my neck and rubbing soothing circles there, twisting the hair at my nape in between. "So, Goldie's in a dress," she muses, peeking out the corner of her eye across the table where my fearless female sidekick is necking wine like it could be water. In a dress? It's unheard of, as is drunk Goldie, but with each day that's passed, I've seen her struggling to hold up her fierce front. Maybe it's the women she's suddenly surrounded by. Maybe it's the sense of relaxation. Who really knows? But I'm happy for her. "I hope you didn't mock her," she adds. I'm brave, Beau, but not that brave. And neither are any of the men. "Danny's invited me out on the water in the morning," I say, trying to hide the shudder her touch on my neck is spiking. "He's planning on taking Rose to St. Lucia tomorrow evening." Her playing fingers pause, her face somewhere between worry and wariness. "They're leaving?" She looks across to Rose. "But she's not mentioned it. I don't think she knows. And have you mentioned we're leaving?" "No," she says slowly, returning her attention to me, her expression sarcastic, "because I don't know when we're leaving." I say nothing, pulling her in close and kissing her temple. Soon, very soon. Beau. Everything so far has been smooth and without drama, but I can't help but feel like I'm bracing myself for an explosion. James has told me to pack, which I have. I've learned Danny is planning on taking Rose to St. Lucia. Both suggest the end is in sight, so why the hell can't I see it? I try to quieten my erratic heart and fail. It isn't because I'm fearful of what may be going down. Today has been so much harder than I imagined. Things seem to be slowly knitting together for Danny and Rose, but I can't help but feel like for us, they're slowly unraveling. I look up at James when he slowly rises from his chair, my face questioning. "Where are you going?" I ask, trying to keep the panic from my voice. He's the only thing anchoring me right now, the only thing keeping me here and relatively stable. "I'll be back in a second." He kisses my head, but his eyes are on Danny, who's rising from his chair too. Naturally, Rose looks at her husband in both warning and worry. He catches it, smiling, but he still leaves, taking his drink with him, and James follows, along with Brad, Otto, and Ringo. Nolan remains at the table, and I soon figure out that there's a good reason for that when he shuffles across a few seats and starts keeping a tipsy Goldie busy, topping up her wine glass. I move my eyes across to Rose, feeling her staring at me. Her head tilts, her jaw tight. I discreetly show the ceiling my palms. I have no idea what's going on, but my stomach is twisting anxiously. I'm even more suspicious when Esther joins Rose. That woman would do anything for her son, including distracting his wife while he murders someone on their wedding day. The bear? Is he immune from the murdering hands of James and Danny today? I bite my lip, unsure. "Darling girl," Zinnia coos, dropping to a chair beside me, relieving a consistently wary-looking Father McMahon from her bold presence for the first time since we all sat down hours ago. The fairy lights are now twinkling above, the music playing a little louder, cocktails now being handed out. What a beautiful day. Small, intimate, but so extravagant too. Her eyes widen when a waiter offers her a tray loaded with various elaborate glasses, all as colorful as zinnia. She pulls 2 pink cocktails from the tray and hands one over, pushing her blonde wig over her shoulder. Her fake lashes flutter, her cheeks glowing with some sort of shimmery powder. She looks remarkably together. And I know part of that is because of me projecting calmness. How are you feeling, darling? Don't ask, I say, reaching for her hand and squeezing, faking a smile to within an inch of my life. It's been a lovely day. She sighs, nodding, casting her eyes around the table to the remaining guests. Odd, isn't it? What is? Acceptance. I look around, seeing the Vikings with Daniel between them, Rose's son showing them something on his cell, and then across to Goldie and Nolan, who have been joined by the guys who run the boatyard. The priest is talking to Doc, still looking quite bewildered. All of these people were strangers to me weeks ago, she says, sighing, and now there's so much more. I wrap my lips around the straw and suck, wincing at the strength, and wincing at the thought of leaving. Not Miami, but this house, these people. There's no doubt that without them, without this support network, no matter how bizarre it is, I'd be far worse off. James needed an army. He found one. But he also found a really messed up family. And walking away from the safety blanket of Rose and the others is going to be a challenge I never anticipated. James has said we're leaving. When? I don't know. But I also don't know where he's taking me. Something tells me it's not St. Lucia. And something horrible and unsettling is telling me I might not see Rose again. Danny, I know it won't be long before Rose is hunting me down. No business today, it's what I said explicitly, and yet here I am, stalking to my office, Brad, James, Otto, and Ringo in tow. I read the look Ringo flashed me after he took a call from Bud on the gate. Who really is here, and, more significantly, why? I swing the door open and make a beeline for the bottle. Who? I ask shortly, trying to contain my anger.
Two of Connor's men, Ringo replies as I swing around in surprise. And a guest, Len's escorting them here. Connor? James looks at me in question. British Connor? Is that who found Brunelli? Yeah. I knock back my drink, glancing down at my watch. We've been gone 3 minutes. I give it 10 until the search party arrives, and no man will want to be in the vicinity of my wife when that happens, least of all me. Really? Gosh, Otto breathes, dropping to the couch. Does Goldie know? Goldie? What do you think? James asks sardonically. If she knew the root of her trauma had been found, she wouldn't be out there relaxed, drinking, and wearing a really dress, would she? She'd be kitted out in everything she needed to torture a man to death. James looks at me, clearly stressed out, and I can't help but wonder if it's because he'd like to make a mess of him too. What really did this guy do to Goldie to warrant such stress and fury? I strongly advise you to get Brunelli really out of here, James continues, helping himself to a drink. Unless you want your wedding to be a bloodbath, because that's exactly what it'll be if Goldie sniffs him out. Something tells me it could be a bloodbath if I let James at him too. What did he do to her? Brad asks, looking between both James and Otto for an answer. The tension levels are through the roof. Yes, what did? It hits me, and I inhale, standing back, an unstoppable shudder coursing through me. He committed a terrible act against her, I say quietly. James's jaw has gone into spasm, his hand shaking as he carries the glass to his mouth, his eyes glazing. I found her in an alleyway, beaten black and blue. I intervened, gave him a few digs, but he got away. A few digs? I bet. My jaw starts twitching wildly, too. I need to contain James and myself. Really, I hiss, discarding my glass and going to the door, swinging it open. I don't know much, but I do know time isn't on our side right now. I can't sit and wait for him to be brought to my office. No one touches him, I warn, making my way to the entrance of my house, swinging the door open. Len is just coming up the steps, 2 rough-looking individuals tailing him, and between them, a pitiful-looking bloke with scraggy hair and a scrawny body. Inappropriately, I imagine the individual trying to get handy with Goldie now. She'd crush him, and God help me, I want to see that. Get him back in the car, I order curtly, making the 2 guys stop in their tracks. What? One asks, looking mighty inconvenienced. He has nothing on me. We were told to bring him here.
Jesus, Connor is one efficient man, I'll give him that, but I gave him explicit instructions for a really good reason. It's my wedding day, and I made a promise to my wife I'd be conducting no business. If you two individuals make me break that promise, I won't think twice about setting her on you. Who are you? Brunelli demands, his bony face twisting. Why really am I here? He bucks and wriggles, yelling his protest, and I feel my nostrils flare, anger rising. Get him in the really car, I hiss, looking back at the house, checking the coast is clear. They start to back up, and I see James in my side vision moving in. I throw my arm out to stop him passing, facing him, forcing him to look at me. He's Goldie's, I remind him, hoping the words cut through the red mist. Tomorrow, he's Goldie's. Otto lends a hand, taking James's arm and easing him back. Come on, Kel, he says. Get Leon, I say to Brad, and he goes straight to his phone as Len ushers the men back into their car with Brunelli. Anyone got eyes on Rose? I'll go, James says, backing away, being sensible, leaving me to deal with this. Leon's on his way, Brad calls, just as the kid himself darts around the corner, Jerry plodding along as fast as he can behind him. Rose and Beau are suspicious, he says, slightly out of breath. What's going on? Len's gonna drive you to the boatyard. I put my hand out and a gun lands in my palm courtesy of Ringo. I pick up Leon's hand and put it in his grasp. The guy in the car, the skinny individual, I want you to put him in a container. You got that? He stares down at the gun, mesmerized. Got it, D-Boss. Only shoot him if it's you or him, okay? We need him alive. Leon nods, and I gently push him toward the car, giving Len a nod. He knows what to do. Now, can I get back to my wedding? Yes, please do, Rose says, making every hair on the back of my neck rise. Gosh. I throw Connor's men a dark look, and they speed up their departure, looking past me full of caution. I need the restroom, Brad says, making a hasty getaway. Yeah, me too, Ringo grunts, following. Wait for me, Otto calls, leaving me alone with Rose. I look up to the heavens for some backup before pulling a smile from nowhere and facing her. She's a really vision, a blazing, beautiful vision in red, and everything about her gown sets my insides alight. Baby, I purr, arms out, beckoning her to me. She doesn't entertain me. You're in trouble, Black. I pout. It wasn't my fault. I start to plead my innocence, daring to get closer. I swear, it was unexpected. I've sent them away. I'll deal with it another time. She looks past me to the cars driving away. Who was it? I decide to tell the truth, even if, selfishly, it's tactical. It was the man who committed a terrible act against Goldie. As expected, she looks at me in horror. What? I shrug. James asked me to find him. I asked an associate in London to look into it. Turns out the guy was in Panama. I thumb over my shoulder. I only found out this morning. I didn't think they'd turn up with him today. What are you going to do? I have no idea why she's asking. Given my history, she knows full well what happens to a rapist if they're unfortunate enough to cross my path. Admittedly, I would have taken the greatest of pleasure in ending him, might have even risked the wrath of my wife on our special day to do it. But Brunelli is Goldie's demon to end, not mine, not James. What am I going to do? I ask, swooping in and claiming her, feeling her soften in my arms. Nothing. Her suspicion is warranted as she leans back, letting me kiss her front, from her throat to her belly. I don't believe you. He's not my demon, baby. I look up at her. She doesn't know we found him yet. Let's keep it that way. Goldie, the uptight she-warrior, is as carefree as I've ever seen her. She needs that uninterrupted time to let her hair down, wear a dress, and drink without fear of attack. Rose smiles, her compassion and understanding shining through. It's just another reason why I'm infatuated with her. She's like another woman. She takes my arms, squeezing my biceps as I haul her back up. I need to give you your gift. Anything to do with the big crate out back that's covered in sheeting? You saw it? You can't miss it. I throw an arm over her shoulder and lead her to where I know it to be. I bet it's not an ice sculpture, I quip, my face straight, earning an elbow in my side. I have to admit, though, I'm dead curious about what this elusive ice sculpture actually is. Are you ready? She asks, breaking free from me and taking the edge of the cover. I slip my hands into my pockets, relaxed, smiling on the inside at her excitement.
Ready, I confirm, and she whips off the cover, revealing a life-sized imitation of my jet ski. I let out a puff of laughter as I wander around it, taking in the incredible detail. It's all accounted for, the art, the streamlined curves, even the controls on the handlebars. I smile, reaching the back and dropping to my haunches, finding what I knew I would. Danny. Just Danny. Because that is who I am to Rose. Not the Brit, not the angel-faced assassin, not Mr., Kid, a monster, or a murderer. Just Danny. Ironic that my actual ski is probably still smoking as I stare at a frozen version of my machine. I rise again, doing another lap, taking in the detail, how it sparkles, my hand running over the ice. It's beautiful, mesmerizing, like a massive diamond. I would admire it all day if...
I peek at Rose, and the subtle concave of her chest tells me she's read my mind. I jerk my head in order, and she drops the cover, sauntering over. As soon as she's within reach, I seize her. They embraced closely. Ready? She inhales sharply. Yes. Her desire-drenched voice sent a surge of warmth through me. I need to get us out of sight quickly. I grab her hand and haul her through the doors, pacing to my office urgently, aware that Rose was in a state of undress. I lock the door and fall to the couch. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. The sensations sent me into orbit. She cries out, her fingers hooking into my shoulders, bunching the material. Hold on, baby, I order roughly, the intensity building. I look up at her through my drowsy eyes, hypnotized, her expression of raw ecstasy the best gift of all. Her eyes are wide, revealing endless sparks of light, of love. I feel like my heart could explode. I start moving with increasing urgency, knowing I'm close, and she grabs the hair at my temples, her jaw tight. She nods. Air bursts out of me, and as soon as she stiffens, I let it happen, reaching the pinnacle of pleasure, my head exploding. Ugh, gosh, I wheeze, blinking back the stars in my vision, desperate to see her face as she tips the edge. Her eyes are squeezed shut, her arms braced against my shoulders, her fists clenched, holding on for dear life. Rose, I garble. Yes. Gosh, she's still experiencing intense pleasure. I grit my teeth, starting to spasm, fighting through the unthinkable pleasure and sensitivity. Rose, I bark. She starts to yank and tug at my jacket, her chest pumping, and she peels her eyes open, finding my eyes. Oh, God, she says on an exhale, falling forward into me. Yes, I confirm, resting my head back, getting my breathing under control. She circles her nose with mine. I love you, she whispers, and then she licks the length of my scar. It's tingling madly, and not because my wife's tongue is there. Rose, he carries me draped across his arms into the tent, and everyone cheers our return, getting up from their seats. Time for our first dance, he says, setting me on my feet and pulling me into his chest. He looks at me gently as Let Me Touch Your Fire by Arizona begins, and I smile at him, falling into the gentle sway of his body. And it's perfect. The track, our closeness, the way he's looking at me. It's not the first time I've thought how crazy it is that I'm the safest woman alive in the arms of one of the most dangerous men alive. Totally crazy. And yet, here I am, safe and head over heels, madly in love with the man who took me as collateral not so long ago, the man who slapped my face, the man who held a gun to my head and threatened to pull the trigger. It didn't take me long to figure out that an element of his uncontainable rage and temper was because of his mixed emotions toward me, his prisoner, or guest, as he so eloquently put it. But he ended up saving my life instead of ending it. I did the same for him. His icy eyes shine down at me, his face expressionless, a lock of his dark hair falling across his forehead, still damp from sweat. His scar glows, his stubble looks rough, and he's perfect. Overcome with so much gosh love for him, I drape my arms over his shoulders and bring our faces closer. I love you, I whisper, kissing his scar. He's fire, bright, beautiful, and dangerous. But more than that, he is irrefutably mine. He shifts his hands to my waist, getting a possessive hold, hunkering down a fraction. I really hate you too.
Moving in, he kisses me like there is no audience, consuming me whole in typical Danny style as we sway, hardly moving at all. I come out of my stupor when he breaks away, and I sigh, nestling my face into his shoulder. Something catches my eye, and my contented smile falls. Oh God. I only mean to think the despairing thought, but by the feeling of Danny's body stiffening against me, I've spoken it. He makes to pull away, but I hold on to him tighter. Let's stay like this, I suggest, way too enthusiastically, trying to get him swaying again. What the really wrong, Rose? He asks, demanding, his voice one I know never to mess with. Gosh, he's going to kill. I take in air, pressing my lips together, pulling out and facing his straight face that's a whisper from transforming into anger. I peek past him again briefly, cringing. Do not react, I demand, taking his jaw and directing his face to mine when he tries to look over his shoulder. You're beginning to piss me off. Your mom's dancing with Otto. The widening of his eyes tells me all I need to know, and I quickly scan the vicinity for backup, holding on to him. No, she really isn't, he growls, gently prizing me away. Hey, I snap, yanking him back into me aggressively, forcing him to look at me. Leave it, I warn, trying my hardest to meet his fierce expression. Or else, he asks, somewhere between interested and caution. Or else you'll be sleeping with the dogs. He recoils, stunned, but I stand firm. Pardon me? You heard, Black. I settle back into his shoulder. She's not just your mother, she's a woman, a very attractive woman, still in her prime. I find them again on the dance floor, smiling as Otto whisks her gently around. She's laughing, her face alive, her smile so bright. And in that oyster gown, she looks incredible. She has an amazing body for a woman her age. It was only a matter of time before a man plucked up the courage to make a move. Hats off to Otto. You will leave it. Okay, Danny agrees quietly, but just keep me facing this way. I relax, my worries stowed for now, because there's not a chance Danny's thoughts on it will go unsaid. I spy Beau guiding a reluctant James to the floor, the man looking as uncomfortable as a man could be. But he'll dance with her. He'd do anything for her, and her world revolves around him. God, she needs some joy, though. She tucks herself into his front, her cheek under his neck, his hand stroking up and down the material of her scarred arm. She looks peaceful. I hate that it's a veil. I watch them, feeling their despair as well as I've ever felt my own. James pulls back, his chin hitting his chest to look down at her. Did she just stagger? I frown, and it happens again. Mild, but a definite totter on her heels. I think Beau's drunk, I say, linking my arm around Danny's neck, unable to get close enough to him, remembering the one and only time I've seen him absolutely inebriated. It was heartbreaking. It was relieving. It was the moment I unequivocally knew I was soul-crushingly in love with the monster. But it was only soul-crushing because I didn't think I could have him and every devastating piece of him. Yet, here I am. I have the monster. I have my lost boy. I have our baby growing in my tummy, all in a red dress that I love. I don't know whether it's because it's the first time today that I've had to think, but I wonder with reluctance whether this is the calm before the storm. Thank you for an amazing day, I whisper. He doesn't answer, just holds me closer. But what happens tomorrow? I can't forget Danny's words. He has a way out. When might that happen? Do I want to know? Do I need to know? Very, my curiosity. What's the way out, Danny? I ask, mentally scorning myself and my need. Shh, he says, all soothing, rubbing his face into the crook of my neck. It doesn't ease me at all. The fear is deep, and it's rising. He can hardly blame me after what I went through the last time he found a way out. Danny, I want to know. I need to prepare. No, you don't. I do, I grate, getting fired up. I need to know. He shakes his head. No, Rose. Danny, tell me. The more he evades me, refusing me information, the more I'll worry, the more the fear is stoked. I wrench myself away and look at him. His expression is cut. Frustration. Annoyance. I stand firm. Tell me. No. Vary it, Danny, I hiss, trying to keep my anger and volume contained. Tell me. Fine, he snaps, moving in and yanking me to his body violently. For our peace, for you, me, Daniel, and our baby to walk away from this really mess, he says quietly,
everything about his persona and words hiking up my dread. He wants James. My heart slows in my chest, my eyes darting to Beau and James on the dance floor. What? I murmur, my body refusing to move now, our swaying bodies static. That's our way out. Danny holds me with one arm, and the next thing I know, Daniel's with us, and Danny has his arms around all of us, all three of us. I kiss his head and then look at my husband. Adoration, reverence, that's what I see in his expression. Love for his wife and children. I swallow my despair that dwells alongside my joy. The possessiveness and protection he's exuding is potent. Determination. He'll do anything to keep us safe. James. I need her on form tomorrow. I need her head clear and her mind straight. A hangover is not the way forward, but I can't deny her that sense of freedom, even if it's temporary. It started with a stagger, a few sways. Now I'm virtually holding her up. I think it's time for bed, I say diplomatically. I'm not drunk, she slurs, slumped against my body. Sure you're not, I say on a sigh, taking her chin and directing her heavy head up. Her eyes are rolling. She's not just drunk, she's plastered. Drink her way through it. It was the only way. Come on, I turn her and scoop her up. I want to dance, she protests, her limp arm shooting out and pointing to the cake. She can hardly stand, let alone dance. You can dance in your dreams. She pouts as Rose sloops away from Danny, joining us. Bedtime? She asks, eyeing Beau. Probably about an hour ago, I confirm. Good night. Night, Rose says softly, smiling sadly at her friend. Love you, Beau, she adds, and I frown, looking back as I carry Beau out of the tent. Danny moves in and takes Rose's arm, pulling her gently back onto the dance floor. Balloons, Beau sings, coming to life, scrambling in my arms. Shoe. What? My shoe. I need a shoe. I drop her, confused, and hold her while she removes one of her strappy heels. Freeze you, she yells, swaying, swiping out her arm. What are you doing? Freeze! She lunges forward and swings at the balloons, popping one. She jumps out of her skin. Don't move. She swipes again, the move making her spin, and I grab her quickly before she faceplants. Stay exactly where you are, she yells, fighting her way toward the arch and lashing out. Balloons pop left and right, and she laughs. What the gosh? Okay, it's definitely time for bed. Sweeping her up and confiscating her shoe, I head inside and take the stairs, Beau bobbing in my arms. I make it to the bedroom without her throwing up, which is a really achievement. I sit her on the bed and help her get ready for bed. Water? I ask. No. Take me back to the party, she demands, trying to get up. I don't even need to try and stop her, her uncooperative body doing that for me. Painkillers? No, they don't work, she squints, trying to see me. I want to marry you. I smile as I help her out of her dress, tossing it aside. Then ask me, will you marry me? In a heartbeat, I reply, reaching back for her bra and unfastening it as she sways. Good. I want a baby. I swallow, nodding as I help her with the lace on her arms. Then ask me, can we have a baby? She slurs, her uncoordinated arm reaching for my face. I drop her bra and let her touch my face. Can we? As many as you want, I whisper, gazing into her drunken eyes. Anything else? I want to live where the sun always shines. I want to see you every day, love you, look after you, grow old with you. God, I love this woman. If only she was always so honest. There's no mention of revenge, no mention of death. And as I look at her now, totally inebriated, I see no darkness in her. Only life and hope. She wants that life. She can have it, all of it, just as soon as I've dealt with tomorrow. I've never seen Beau drunk. It was oddly calming, even if her happiness, her dancing, her laughs were a temporary mask. But seeing her like that last night made me see the woman underneath all the pain, the woman she wants to be, and, God, the woman I want her to be. Smiling, happy, content, honest.
I prop myself up on my elbow, seizing the opportunity to study her closely, stroking through her hair, taking in every inch of her serene face. She's dead to the world, and no doubt will be for a while. It's a blessing. I lower my mouth to her cheek and breathe her into me. I love you, I whisper, mentally promising to be back before she wakes up. She'll need painkillers, a hand to hold while she walks to the bathroom, help brushing her teeth, water, a hug, sunshine on her face. I'll give her it all. After I pull the sheet up her back, tucking her in, I rip myself away, getting up and going to the bathroom. I don't bother showering, as I'll shower after we've been out on the water. Gosh knows I need it to clear my head. I slip into some sweatpants, a zip-up hoodie, and get some trainers on, pulling a baseball cap on as I leave our room, forcing myself not to look back. Do not look back. Closing the door quietly, I glance at my watch as I walk through the house, reaching the top of the stairs to find Danny emerging from the corridor that leads to his office, his hands in the back of his jeans where he's inevitably just tucked his gun. And to demonstrate that I'm on the same page, I pull mine out and check the magazine. Ready? He asks on a knowing smile, going to the door and pulling it open. Are you? I counter, passing him, not bothering to tuck my gun away. I'll feel better with it in my hand. I'm ready, he confirms, following into stride beside me, looking at me out of the corner of his eye. It's a blinding morning to go out on the water, I agree. We arrive at the Merc. I assume you're driving? Would you rather? He asks, all civil and nice, letting a smile loose as he holds up the keys. No, I'd rather admire the view. I swing the door open, falling into the seat, and rest my gun on my thigh. Nothing would make me relinquish my hold. Lovely day yesterday, I muse, seeing the tent still up, the balloons framing the entrance now looking droopy and sad, some gone completely. I allow a secret smile, remembering Bo stabbing at them with the heel of her shoe, slurring cop talk. Freeze you! Don't move! Stay exactly where you are. Bang! 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 And banging is going to be her head when she wakes up. Put your foot down, I say quietly, as Danny crawls along the drive to the gates. You in a hurry? Yeah, as it happens, I am. She was pretty wasted last night. I feel him looking across the car at me, but I keep my eyes forward, seeing one of his men come out of the gatehouse and hold a hand up. Bo was more than wasted. She was really obliterated. A lot on her mind. I'm not telling him anything he doesn't already know. Haven't we all? He replies quietly, returning his attention to the road and accelerating once we're out of the mansion's grounds. The drive is silent, uncomfortably so. Both of us clearly distracted. That's not a good thing. Being distracted is never a good thing. As we rumble down the dirt track toward the boatyard, I instinctively scope the overgrowth, on my guard. What's up? Danny asks, obviously sensing my cautiousness. Something doesn't feel right. My hand flexes around the handle of my gun, my eyes high and low. He chuckles, and it's really irritating. In our world, James, we should always be on our guard. I exhale, turning a cold look his way. And isn't that the really point? I ask, taming my twitching trigger finger. I don't want to be on my guard anymore. I don't want to be full of worry every time I leave Bo's side. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder constantly, doubting everyone, suspicious of everything. It's really exhausting, and I resent having to waste my energy on it when I could be using that energy elsewhere. Like on Bo, on life, not really death all the time. It's a settling notion, isn't it? He says as we roll to a stop by the cabin. Imagining a life without danger. Looking across at me, he turns in his seat slightly. I had it for 3 years. I highly recommend it, and I would do anything to get it back. I nod, understanding him, and take the handle of the door, getting out and breathing in the fresh morning air, as Danny gets out and lights up. Which one is Brunelli in? I ask, scanning the containers. Don't do it, he warns, blowing out the smoke, the heat hitting the cool air, creating a dense cloud above his head. He's Goldie's. We agreed. Which one? I ask again, my words tight. He points with his cigarette, his head shaking mildly as he takes an extra long drag of his smoke, the green one. I stalk toward the green container, my pace even, my heart rate surprisingly steady.
I'll leave him breathing, I call back, noting the padlock on the door. A padlock that's unlocked. I look back at Danny. He's leaning against the bonnet of his Merc, puffing his way through his cigarette. Hurry up, he shouts over. I want to get out on the water. I take the handle, slowly pull open the door, and scan the inside. No Brunelli. I'm not surprised. But the heckler pressed into my forehead? Now that's another story. Beau. Oh, good God. I squint my eyes open, feeling like I've got a mouthful of sand and someone stamping on my head. My face is squished into the pillow, my hands buried beneath. I shift. It hurts, my tiny movement creating a tremor that seems to sail through me and finish in my head with a bang. Closing my eyes, I give up trying to move and relax. That hurts too. I'm never, ever drinking again. Teeny tiny snippets of last night start to filter into my banging brain. The dancing, the shots, my own personal shootout with a load of harmless balloons. Oh, God. James carrying me to bed, stripping my uncooperative body down while I protested and demanded he take me back to the party. I was having such an amazing time. I was happy, content, free. I would swear up and down I want those feelings of uninhibitedness back, but if this is the aftermath... Ouch, I murmur, gingerly negotiating my body up. I place my bare feet on the soft carpet. Bang. I lift myself off the bed. Bang. I rise to standing. Bang. I take a couple of steps toward the bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, God help me, I mumble, folding to the floor, the effort to walk too much for my delicate body. I get to my hands and knees and crawl to the bathroom. The bangs more bearable. I make it to the shower, pull myself up the screen and flip it on, then feel my way around the room until I'm in front of the mirror that hangs over the sink. Good Lord, I look haggard, absolutely shocking. I snatch my toothbrush from the holder and slather it in paste, shoving it in my mouth and scrubbing the taste of stale alcohol away. 2 long swigs of mouthwash, a splash of cold water on my face. I brace my hands on the edge of the sink, my breathing shallow. And I pull up, carefully treading my way back to the bathroom door. The bed is empty. He probably couldn't stand the smell of me anymore or my snoring. Oh God, was I snoring? I cringe my way to the shower, a combination of embarrassment and pain, and step inside. I'm a statue under the spray, without the energy to even wash myself down. I'll stay here all day, just stand here and be rained on. Beau? I jump, startled, and swing around too fast, having to grab the glass panel to hold myself up. I wipe the water away and find Rose snatching a towel down from the rail, thrusting it toward me. What's going on? I ask. We have to go, she blurts, flapping out the towel and holding it up. Come on, hurry up. Go where? I step into the white cotton and wrap myself up. The boatyard. Why? We just have to. She races out of the bathroom, leaving me to follow, confused. Rose, what's wrong? I ask, making her stall at the door. She turns, her eyes welling, her lip wobbling. I retreat a few steps, not liking that look on her. Danny and James? I frown, but it soon hits me, a memory muscling past the fog. They've gone out on the jet skis. Is this a case of pregnancy emotions? She's acting crazy, completely unreasonable. She shakes her head, her eyes dropping like rocks to her feet. We need to go. A horrible, awful feeling comes over me and I step forward. Rose, please, Beau, can we just go? Tell me what's going on, I order calmly, feeling anything but. I see her visibly swallow, building up the courage to spill whatever it is she knows. I think Danny's going to do something stupid. She moves back, putting herself in the corridor. Stupid? My brain feels like it has an electric shock, more memories coming to me. My eyes dart across the carpet at my bare feet, things slowly clicking together. He said he's taking you to St. Lucia today, I tell her, looking up, not at all bothered if I've ruined a surprise. What in the world is going on that Rose is clearly struggling to tell me? James told me to pack. I move forward, not meaning to appear threatening, but I'm struggling in the face of worry. Why would Danny and James go skiing the morning after the wedding? Of all the times, why this morning? And why am I only considering this now? Nervous? Should I be? I inhale.
I was referring to the wedding when I asked Danny if he was anxious, making idle chit-chat. But remembering his face now, the questioning, I think he thought there was more to my question. Did he misinterpret it as a red flag, a twisted warning? It crashes into me like a tidal wave. He doesn't trust James. I exhale, my heart clattering. Has Danny set James up? I ask, not giving her a chance to answer, my brain going into overdrive. Are you saying James was planning for you two to leave too? He said it was nearly over. So James could be setting Danny up? Really? I yell, running to the closet and grabbing some yoga pants and a sweater, attempting to rein in my temper as I fight my way into my clothes. I can't blame Danny any more than Rose can blame James. They're both determined men. He's got a wife and 2 kids to protect. What do James and I have? And who is setting who up? I race past Rose, still pulling my sweater down my body, my wet hair getting caught up in the neck. Beau, wait, she whisper hisses behind me, but my sprinting legs don't slow, carrying me down the stairs fast. Keys, I say, scanning the foyer. Where do they keep the keys? What about your car? I have no idea what James has done with the keys, and Dolly would wake the whole of Miami up. Plus, I can't guarantee she'd even start after so long sitting unused. I turn and see Rose nearly at the bottom of the stairs. Don't run, I yell, watching her feet moving fast. Too fast. Rose, don't. Gosh, she yelps, tripping over her own feet in her urgency. All I see is the solid marble floor, and for the first time, the signs of a small bump. Rose, she makes a grab for the handrail on a startled cry, and I shoot forward, my heart in my throat, catching her before she hits the deck. Oh my God, she gasps, grappling at my shoulders as she finds her feet again. What are you thinking? I snap, helping her get steady. A door closes upstairs, and I dart my eyes past her, hearing the light pad of footsteps, someone coming to investigate the noise. This way, I whisper, pulling her along to the corridor that leads to Danny's office, getting us out of sight. I position her by the wall, ensuring she's stable before I release her, and hold my finger to my lips in order for her to quiet, peeking around the wall to the top of the stairs. I find Uncle Lawrence, his natural hair a wild mess, his makeup still on, and his flamingo kimono open and exposing his slender chest, sleepily looking around for the source of the noise. He looks as rough as I feel. Go back to bed, I whisper, willing him to return to his room so we can get out of here. It's only a few seconds before he wanders back to bed, although it feels like centuries. Keys, I whisper, turning to Rose. She looks a little pasty as she holds her stomach, and I know alcohol isn't the cause. I take her hand and squeeze.
Rose, we need some car keys. She swallows and looks toward Danny's office. I hurry down the corridor and push my way in, coming to an abrupt halt when I find Brad and Ringo on one of the couches, still suited, a couple of bottles of scotch on the floor. I bite my lip and creep farther in, scanning Danny's desk, rooting through his drawers. No keys anywhere. Darn it. Brad? Rose whispers. I look up and find her in the doorway, pointing to Brad's comatose state on the couch. My eyes fall to the pocket of his pants, where a key fob is poking out. I pad over quietly, bending, reaching, my eyes jumping from his face to my target repeatedly. One little flick has the fob hitting the floor with a quiet thud. I swipe it up and hurry away, taking Rose's hand as I pass and pulling her along. More noises emanate from upstairs when we reach the front door, the gruff, sleepy voices of the Vikings making my feet move quicker. I pull the door open, get Rose outside, and quietly close it behind us. The sun hits me like a brick to the face, and black spots hamper my vision as I rush to Brad's car, which seems to be as far away as it could be. I fling the door open, get one foot inside, and freeze, the sounds of groans coming from not too far away. "What's that?" Rose asks, looking over the roof of the car at me. "I don't know, but we don't have time to find Goldie," she says, looking past me. I turn and find the bushes rustling, mixing with the groans, a flash of blonde hair breaking up the greenery. And then Goldie's head appears, one hand clenching it. Any other time, the sight would be comical. Not now. "Get in," I order Rose, falling behind the wheel and starting the engine. "Quick, Rose."
She drops into the passenger seat, craning her head to see out of my window as Goldie rises from the bushes, still in her lovely dress, sticks and leaves poking out everywhere. She clocks us, frowns, steps out, and I put my foot down, wheels spinning, no doubt waking up the rest of the house too. I smack the steering wheel in frustration, the gates coming into view. The closed gates. I take my foot off the gas, trying to slow to a more reasonable speed within the grounds of the house before the guy manning the gate hears us. There's no way Bud will let us out. Rose says what I'm thinking, just as he appears, putting his hand up in gesture as we approach in Brad's car. We'll be fine if he opens the gates before he realizes it's not Brad in the car. So I flash the headlights and sink into the seat, watching as he reaches inside the gatehouse. Come on, I say quietly, as daylight begins to seep through the two wooden panels of the gates. They're opening, Rose says, pulling the visor down. My foot is itching to slam down on the gas, but I remain patient, the gatehouse and Bud getting closer, and as soon as I make eye contact with him, I slam on the gas, seeing him darting back to the gatehouse. The gates aren't open enough, Rose says as the car jars, the wing clipping the left-hand panel. Gosh. I yank the steering wheel to the right and the car judders, skidding onto the road outside. Rose reaches up to the roof as I get the car under control, and we're soon speeding away from the mansion. I settle, focused on the road. What time did they leave? I ask. I don't know. I woke up and he was gone. I gulp and nod, hoping and praying my fears aren't warranted, hoping Rose has it all wrong, that Danny isn't about to sacrifice James for himself, or James for him. Beau? Rose says quietly, turning in her seat and looking back at the road behind. I peek up at the rearview mirror, seeing a car gaining on us. Gosh. A Range Rover pulls up on the driver's side, flanking us, and I look out to find Otto looking murderous behind the wheel. And here, Rose says, almost sighing, staring out the passenger window where Ringo is on the other side in another Mercedes, looking equally as furious. Another glance at the rearview mirror shows Brad in yet another Mercedes racing up behind us. And to complete the entourage, a Range Rover pulls into the lane in front of us. Goldie. They all begin to brake tactically, forcing me to slow down too. It's a move we used so many times in the police force, and now it's being used against me. I'm cornered. I look across at Rose, feeling defeated and angry by my concern for her. I can't smash my way out of this. I can't risk injuring Rose. I've lost a baby. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, least of all my friend. I smack the steering wheel with the ball of my hand as we gradually come to a standstill in the middle of the road, my eyes closing, my head dropping back, defeated. Otto swings the door open and pins me in place with his infuriated stare. What are you really playing at? Danny and James are at the boatyard, I say calmly. Did you know that? His immediate wrinkled forehead tells me he didn't. Know what? Brad asks as he joins us, obviously catching the tail end. Otto keeps his eyes on me. Danny and James are at the boatyard, he says. Did you know that? I didn't know that. So he kept the drink flowing until the early hours. Otto practically growls, hardly touched a drop himself because he needed us to oversleep, nursing hangovers while he has a clear head. To do what, Brad? What is he really up to? Brad looks like a deer caught in the headlights briefly, but that soon converts into anger. I'll kill him, he seethes, punching the side of his car. I'll really kill him. He marches to the back of his car and pops the trunk, appearing again armed with a machine gun. What else have we got? He asks, prompting everyone to start efficiently rummaging through the trunks of all vehicles. You, Brad says, pointing an accusing finger at Rose, who's silent beside me. You. He growls and gives attention to everyone else, while Rose and I sit, mute, watching them assessing the weaponry situation. I don't know if I should be relieved that Brad didn't know. Could he be acting? I assess Goldie and Otto. They're wondering the exact same thing, both of them quiet and wary as Brad curses and swears a lot. What the really hell is going on? Danny. My stomach turned as James disappeared through the door, throwing back a questioning look as he did. Gosh, if this doesn't pan out, I'm dead. I flick my cigarette away and immediately light another, not allowing my eyes to leave the container, my ears listening carefully.
The sound of my mobile ringing makes me jump. For gosh sake, I mumble, looking down at the unknown number. I have a quick look around the boatyard, feeling eyes on me from any place they can hide. It was a given. I knew he wouldn't expect me to keep my word. I hope seeing me actually riding solo will make this run smoothly so I can get back to the house, pick up my wife, kid, and mother, and get really out of this city. I take the call, answering with silence. A few crackles down the line, the sound of an engine in the background. Black, someone says, and my spine straightens, wary. This isn't a voice I want to hear right now. Hyam, I say quietly, aware of listening ears, wherever they are. And for that reason, I force myself to relax, working my way through my second smoke. And what do I owe the pleasure? Do you happen to be missing a jet ski? He asks. No, why? That machine will be in a million pieces at the bottom of the ocean, along with the body parts of the little person sent to rig it, if the sharks haven't had him. If Hyam's calling me, it's because some debris has been found, undoubtedly unidentifiable, some parts washed up on a private beach. There are thousands of jet ski owners in this city. Why'd you assume it's mine? Might have something to do with the serial number registered in your wife's name. Oh, well, that's a mess. Of all the pieces that could have found their way onto a really beach? Stolen, I say, and he laughs. Black, I think you're in the wrong business. I smile, but it falls when I feel something press into my temple, something cold and hard.
I look out the corner of my eye, finding a meaty-looking person, arms braced, a face like a slapped arse. I think you're right, I reply to Hyam, prompting the fat person currently holding me at gunpoint to wedge the barrel in a little farther. I bite down on my teeth and close my eyes, digging deep for some restraint before I murder him slowly. This was expected. It doesn't make me like it, but it was inevitable. Anything else? I ask Hyam. I'm kind of busy right now. Yes, actually, the invite to your wedding next week. What about it? Well, it's very nice of you and all that, but an FBI agent at the wedding of a known criminal wouldn't look good, if you know what I mean. I understand, I say quickly, hanging up to deal with the small matter of a gun pressed into my temple. I made a deal, I say quietly, my body tingling with the need to lash out. I'll ease off as soon as we have confirmation. No accent. Not Irish, not Russian, not Polish. So he's just an ape who's been handed some power? I'm telling you now, ease off on the pressure and I might think twice about really bludgeoning you when you get word the enigma is dead. Only because he knows who I am does he listen, and it's a wise move. The pressure eases, and I breathe back the red mist threatening to mess this all up. Rose. Think of Rose. Think of Daniel, of my baby. Containing myself is paramount if I'm going to walk away. I look out the corner of my eye again, turning my head a fraction to get him in my sight. So, what do they call you? I ask, taking another drag of my cigarette. The whale? The elephant? I smirk, and it's filthy. Or haven't you reached animal status yet? Shut up, he barks, making my smile widen. Well, go with the hippo. I drop my eyes to his round gut bulging over his belted trousers. Really hell, I could put a bullet in him and it wouldn't stand a chance of breaking through the blubber and reaching his internal organs. So I'll aim for his head. Just as soon as the bear walks out of that container, this jerk is dead. Rose. I accept Brad's wrath. I'm too worried to argue, my thoughts circling, going over the same thing again and again. Danny's smart, but James is smart too. Danny is deadly. I never thought I'd meet a man to match him. Until James. Danny loves me fiercely, would die for me. I swallow, looking across to Beau, sitting silently beside me in the back of Brad's car as we race toward the boatyard. I know James feels the same way about my friend. So who will come out on top, and which one of us will be without? Desolate, I reach for Beau's hand and squeeze, wondering if she's thinking what I'm thinking. I know she is when she constricts, but she doesn't look at me. Brad pulls off the main road, glancing to his mirror to check the others are close behind. You will stay in the car, he says curtly. Do you hear me, Rose? I hear you, I say, closing my eyes, knowing what's good for me. Myself, I would risk all day long, but our baby, never. And Danny will expect that, demand that.
kill me with his bare hands if I don't get myself killed first. It's in this moment I begin to understand the level of James' hatred, how helpless he must feel, and the scale of his need to end this. Because it's the reason Bo miscarried, and it's the reason Bo nearly lost her life. I can appreciate the mayhem that Danny would create if he were in James' shoes, and now I can appreciate James's. I drag my tired eyes open and squint when I see where we are. We're going straight in? I ask, sitting forward in my seat. Bread, are you mad? Don't you think they'll have every bush, tree, and inch of coastline covered, Rose? He asks, rolling down the dirt track toward the boatyard, putting his hazard lights on as he does. Like a "we come in peace" sign? What the hell? He looks at Bo in the rearview mirror. What I said to Rose goes for you, too, he warns. Bo looks away insolently. I know it's going to happen before Brad has a chance to engage the child's safety locks on the rear doors, and even before she moves. That look on her, it's pure and utter recklessness. Bo, I say quietly, reaching for her, but she's gone, jumping out of the car. Brad, I yell, and he slams on the brakes, kicking up endless dust and dirt. Oh my God, I gasp, instinct making me jump out of the car too. Bo, I yell, watching her run like a gazelle. Really? Otto bellows as he sprints past, yelling after her, followed by Goldie, who's barefoot and still in her dress. Oh God, no, I murmur, watching as Brad and Ringo hold their machine guns up, both cursing. For goodness sake, Ringo grunts, looking at Brad for guidance. Brad's jaw goes into spasm, his eyes flicking from me to the car, trying to decide what to do with me. I shake my head. It's not a no. It's a, I don't know. They won't leave me on my own. They don't want to take me. My head is utterly, really scrambled, along with theirs. But Bo has dashed off, and Danny is here somewhere. Alive? That thought alone has me picking up my feet, déjà vu kicking in, the same feelings of dread and panic gripping me as it did 3 years ago when Danny made some deals. Gosh, 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 Brad curses, seizing me and walking me to the back of the car, popping the trunk and pulling out a bulletproof vest. There's only one, he says. Take your sweater off. He lays his gun down as I do as I'm told, pulling it up over my head quickly and letting Brad get the vest on me. It's way too big, but at least it comes down to my thighs. I get my sweater back on and let Brad claim my hand, walking us the final few yards to the boatyard at a surprisingly steady pace. The cabin comes into view, and my heart drops when I see Danny with a gun aimed at his head. My whimper is quiet, but Brad hears it. Be calm, he says quietly, holding up his weapon when the guy behind Danny pulls another gun from his pants. And more men appear, all armed. I'm putting it down, Brad says, placing it gently on the ground. Ringo following suit. What in the world is she doing here, Brad? Danny yells, his eyes burning holes into his friend. She'd be here without me if I didn't really catch them on the freeway. He rises, squeezing my hand. Where's Bo? I ask, looking around. And James? Gosh darn it, Rose, Danny yells, just as Bo comes running out of the cabin, looking frantic. Where is he? She yells, her face red with rage, her attention on Danny and Danny alone. Where in the world is James? I cast a worried look over to my husband. In the green container, he says, getting a jab of the end of the gun for his trouble. Bo swings her eyes to the green container. I can see her heart pumping from here. Who with? She asks, as Goldie moves in slowly, ready to catch her when she runs. I hate the grave look on Danny's face. Positively hate it. James. So it's straight to business then? I actually can't believe who I'm looking at. The man can act, and he can act well. I inhale and raise my hands as another man pats me down, being too rough for my liking. What in the world's going on? I ask, being wrestled to a chair in the corner as the suited, smart individual sneers at me, silent and imposing. At least, he's trying to be. I've thought of a million ways to kill this individual, all slowly, all painfully. Now, as I stare at him, I just want to end him quickly. James Kelly, he finally says, and I cock my head, interested. No voice distorter. He doesn't sound half as deadly without it. Or should I call you the enigma? He cocks a leg and perches on the edge of the table that's positioned in the center of the container. Or Kellen James.
Which do you go by these days? Because I'm pretty sure all those men are dead." His smile isn't dark. It isn't dangerous. It's plain smug. "What has Black promised you?" I ask, peeking out the corner of my eye to the tip of the gun. He says nothing, but he smiles wider, and it's all I can do to stop myself cutting it off his face. "Tell me," I order, turning my death stare from the gun to his comfortable, relaxed body on the table. He shouldn't look so chilled.
"What have you promised him?" "Something he won't get." He rises and starts to pace the room, casually. "Stupid person." "Maybe I have something you will want to keep," I reply coolly, my face remaining impassive when he looks at me. I hold my hands up and slowly reach for my hoodie, pulling the hem up to reveal the waistband of my joggers. Naturally, my move makes his goon stiffen, thrusting his gun forward in threat. "Easy," I say quietly, slowly pulling something out and holding it up. He looks at the picture, his lip twitching, ready to curl. "Shannon's safe," he says, dismissing me. "You sure?" I look across the container to an old cupboard in the corner, prompting both men to look too. It's the opportunity I've been waiting for. Time to strike. I swing my leg, taking out the guy that's holding me in place with his gun, his body crashing to the floor with the lack of his legs holding him up. I rise, grab the chair, and launch it across the container at the bear, before giving the man on the floor a swift kick in the gut and a stamp on his head, knocking him out. I swing around, catching the individual gaining his balance, his arm lifting with the gun. Gosh, I wedge my palms into the edge of the table and run, sliding it across the floor and slamming it into him. "Gosh," he yelps, losing his grip of the gun, his torso folding over the table. I dive across the metal top and grab the gun, aiming it at him as I get off and back up. "Oh, how the tables have turned," I whisper, smirking at his leering face. "You should have brought a lot more men." "Go away," he breathes, shoving the table away from his thighs. I hear a few noises from outside the container. "Oh, you did bring more men," I say, reaching for the cupboard door. He clearly thought Black was more of a danger than I am. I don't know whether to be insulted or relieved. Wait, I do. I'm insulted. Plain insulted. I pull the cupboard door open, revealing the blonde who Danny followed back into town from his father's grave, bound and gagged. Now let's talk business. I yank her out and get her in front of me, relishing the disbelief on the bear's face. "Your phone," I say, nodding to the table. He keeps his eyes on me as he reaches into his pocket. But he doesn't pull out a phone. He pulls out a tidy little handgun and aims our way. Not gonna lie, I'm astounded. And when he pulls the trigger and her body jerks, my surprise turns into shock. Gosh, she crumples to the ground, leaving me without a shield, the gun now aimed at me. Well, this is a twist I didn't anticipate. "She was a money-grabbing, difficult person," he says, stepping forward. "And now I believe the tables really have turned." He pulls the trigger, and my body jerks, sending me slamming into the wall behind me on a hiss. My shoulder immediately aches. "Take a seat, Jem." "Any. Now." He laughs. "Really? I just don't know what to call you." "I know what to call you," I grate. "What's that?" "Dead." I lunge at him. Bang. And fly back on a grunt, the bullet hitting me square in my chest. "Danny." Bang. I flinch, watching as Beau fights and struggles in Goldie's arms, swearing, cursing, screaming, calling me every name under the sun. "I'll really kill you." She only stills and quiets down when the sound of a metal sliding lock sounds. I hold my breath as everyone's attention moves to the green container. It's not James who emerges. I swallow as the twisted person who's played us all strides across the gravel with confidence, but I notice he has a small limp. "I'll let you do the honors," he smiles, tossing me the trigger button carelessly. If I would have placed my bets, and I did, I would never have expected James to lose this fight. "Perry?" Rose gasps. "No!" Beau shouts, starting to fight again, prompting Otto to move in to help Goldie restrain her. "What are you doing? What in the world is going on, Danny?" Otto asks.
I look at my wife. Her hands are over her mouth, her eyes welling. I look at Brad. He looks as grave as I feel. But my options are limited. I swallow, casting my eyes over Beau's flailing, screaming form, holding up the trigger. We walk away, I say to Perry calmly, and he nods. "What in the world?" Goldie yells. "Blow it," Perry says evenly, relishing the drama, his hands in his pockets. "No," Beau screams. I breathe in, giving her regretful eyes. "I'm sorry," I whisper, pushing down on the button. "Danny," Rose screams. "No!" Beau breaks free from Goldie, and I yell as she starts running toward the container. "Beau, for goodness sake," I bellow. Get up, bang. A ball of fire bursts into the sky, halting Beau in her tracks, and everyone shields their eyes from the blinding glare. She falls to her knees, broken, staring at the raging fire, and I rip my eyes away from her collapsed, crying form, unable to handle it. I find Rose. Her devastation is equally unbearable, her head mildly shaking, as if she can't believe what I've done. The disappointment. I can't say I like it, and in complete shame, I look away from her too, finding Perry Adams. He's always been a snake, but I never, not once, considered he could be the bear. And now, watching him delight in the carnage, I have no faith that he'll keep his word. And that's more of a problem with Rose and Beau here. Gosh darn those women. I loathe their loyalty. I can feel the gun still pressed into my skull. "Time to ease off," I say, pulling away, only to have the gun rammed back into my head. I still, pushing back the monster before he erupts and gets us all killed. I'll ease off when I'm told to. "Your death just got messier," I say darkly, turning my eyes onto Perry. Tell him to back really off. The sick smile he gives me says more than his traitorous mouth could speak. "I don't think so," he muses, nodding to his men. They all start moving in, herding us like sheep toward the cabin as the fire rages not too far away. I watch Brad claim Rose, bringing her to me, and Otto pulls Beau to her feet, walking her along. Her eyes meet mine. I know of the levels of hatred reflecting back at me. I take Rose's hand and walk up the steps to the cabin, turning when I reach the top. I scan the yard, mentally willing him to hurry really up. "You're out of your depth, Perry," he laughs. "You know, 3 years ago, when you asked me to dig up everything I could find on the greens, I assumed you were using the skeletons in their closet to blackmail them." He looks at Rose. "Of course, your difficult person would need an attorney." I inhale discreetly. "Call her a difficult person again, I will kill you, Adams." "Danny," Rose whispers, squeezing my hand, telling me without telling me not to poke the really bare. "I never imagined the kid they bought was Rose's," he goes on. I glance across to Brad and give him a moment of my eyes. He shifts, uncomfortable. Then I look at Ringo. When my eyes catch Otto and Goldie, I see understandable, utter contempt. Gosh. I turn my stare onto the green container, seeing the flames beginning to subside, and I smile, the extinguishers dousing it from beyond, disguised by the roar of the flames. Another flick of my eyes to Brad and the others, who all discreetly look toward the container too. Then I look at Beau, willing her to see me. "Look at me, Beau. Tell me, Adams," I say, holding out 4 fingers on the hand hanging by my side. "How do you want to die?" Rose's body tensing tells me she's reading the signs. I just hope everyone else is. I drop to 3 fingers, squeezing her hand. "I'm not dying, Black. You, your difficult person, and your pathetic army are the ones dying." I drop to 2 fingers. Hurry up, hurry up. My eyes scan to dying flames. We made a deal. 1 finger. I've changed my mind. I make a fist. No fingers left. "More fool you," I breathe, as the hatch that leads to the bunker flies open and James steps out, a machine gun in each hand. Gosh me, it's like the rising of the phoenix. "What took you so really long?" I call. I hear the collective inhales of everyone behind me as Perry and his man turn confused.
"Drop!" I yell, dragging Rose to the floor, hearing everyone hitting the deck behind us. But I have to see this, so I look up as James starts showering bullets across them, walking through the embers, sweating, smeared in muck, his body vibrating. It's a mixture of the guns and his fury, and yet I can see by the satisfied sneer on his face that he's enjoying himself. The men drop like flies, the noise is deafening, and I watch the show with a smile until no man is standing. The yard is littered with bodies, the dusty air dense, the echoes of gunfire ringing in my ears. What the actual gosh? Ringo murmurs from beside me, his jaw lax. Should we call him Rambo now? I chuckle, watching the dust floating down to the ground, revealing James standing at the front of the mass grave, casting his eyes across his victims. He lets the machine guns fall from his hands, and they hit the ground with a thud. I slowly push myself to my feet, helping Rose up too, before guiding her to a chair and sitting her down, giving her a thorough checking over. I pull up her sweater, check every arm and leg. Her face, stunned. I smile and kiss her. It's over, I say roughly. You both planned this? She asks, looking completely spaced out. Of course. But, she shakes her head. What the gosh, Danny? How did you know it was Perry? I told 4 people I'd be skiing yesterday at various times. My jet ski blew up at precisely 12:21. I told Perry I was out on the water at noon every Saturday. He had my father's lover working for him, so I followed her to a building he worked from when he was running for mayor. She can only stare at me in shocked silence. I feel the same. I'm so really stupid for not seeing it. I didn't trust him, not at all. But the bear? It's almost laughable. I look past her to the others. All look as blindsided as I feel. Everyone good? I ask, getting silence in return. No doubt I will be copping the wrath of each of them, but the job's done. Or nearly done. I turn and face James, finding him holding his shoulder, where his hoodie is bloody. Feel better? I ask, lighting up a cigarette. He wipes his brow roughly and looks for Beau. She's in shock, her body a statue, her face a picture of disbelief. Good to know you trust me, I quip, getting her attention. I accept what's coming, bracing myself as she walks slowly toward me and lands a stinger of a slap across my face. I grit my teeth and slowly take a drag of my cigarette, exhaling. You're welcome, I murmur, recoiling when she lands me with another. That one I definitely didn't see coming. I'm in a tolerant mood, Beau, given the circumstances, I say quietly. The nostrils of her small nose flare, her eyes blazing, as she swings around and marches toward James. Like me, he braces himself, widening his stance and anchoring down. She belts him so hard, I flinch harder than when she cracked me one. Just let her have her moment. Let her be rid of the anger. Eyes closed, his head to the side, James visibly cracks his jaw back into place. Is that all you've got? He asks seriously. And I laugh under my breath as she reaches forward and rips his zip-up open, revealing his vest. Then she launches herself at him, wrapping every limb around his frame and clinging on. More like it, he says around a hiss of pain, holding her as he walks to a rock and perches on the edge, having a moment with her. A stirring on the ground gets my attention, and I wander over to the only body showing signs of life. He's on his front, so I wedge a boot into his side and push him to his back, growling down at him, taking in the bullet wounds just north of his knees. I did say I'd kill you if you called my wife a difficult person again. I drop to my haunches as I take a long drag, blowing it into his face before stubbing out my smoke on his cheek, snarling as he yelps and weakly fights me away. Nothing to say? His dribbling and moaning is pitiful and really very annoying. I want to kill him, James says from behind me. I look back, finding he still has Beau stuck to his front. No, I want to kill him. I stand, joining him. We agreed. You play Rambo, I kill Adams. I've changed my mind, he says firmly. Me? No, me, I retort. No, Danny, I get to do the on. Beau releases James' shoulders, turns, takes my gun, aims, and blows out Adams' brain before dropping the weapon and resuming her position, hiding in James's neck. We stare down at Adams in disbelief, James with his mouth open, me with my smoke hanging limply out of my mouth. Well, that solved that little conundrum, Brad says, helping himself to my pack of Marlboros and lighting up. James smiles, and it looks good on his murderous face.
I think I need a vacation, I say as Rose joins me, moving into my side and hugging me close. I wouldn't mind a holiday too. James tries to put Bo on her feet and fails. A bit of sun on my face. She looks up at him and smiles. It's the first smile I've seen on her that's true. Real. Happiness. I'll take one too, Brad pipes in. And me, Ringo grunts. Count me in, Goldie shrugs. I've never had a holiday. St. Lucia it is then, I declare, reaching into my pocket and pulling out some keys, tossing them to James. He catches them and lets them dangle from his finger pointed toward Goldie. You have a job before we can go on holiday, he says, prompting her to frown and reach for the keys tentatively. In that container. She looks across to where James is nodding, then to everyone else, her eyes passing across each and every one of us. What is it? A surprise, I say, watching as she walks across the stones in her dress and opens the door, looking inside. I see the lift of her shoulders, and I look across to James, seeing he's watching closely in fascination. Did you load it? He asks without looking at me. I can only smile. Fully loaded. I had Leon lay out every tool, knife, and weapon known to man on a table inside that container. We won't be seeing Goldie for a while. And what are we doing with Kenny Spittle? I ask. Let me think about it, James grunts, rolling his shoulder. Get your rear to dock. I start to walk Rose back to the car, and the first wail of pain sounds from the container when I open the back door for her. I flick my cigarette away, glancing back, seeing Brad and Ringo following us. But James, Otto, and Bo? They're still sitting there, and they'll wait outside that container until Goldie decides she's had enough. Flight leaves tonight, I call. James holds his hand up in acknowledgement. They'll be there. Of course they'll be there. Don't trust anyone. I understood why Pops lived and died by that mantra, but I also knew that putting my trust in James Kelly would finally allow all threats to die. And by gaining my freedom, it seems I've also gained a family. I smile and slip into the driver's seat, looking across to my wife. She's gazing at me, taking in my light, relaxed self. I put my hand on her thigh and she seizes it. You remind me of someone I used to know, she says quietly. I smile and pull away, looking up at the sun as Otis Redding comes on the radio and the dock of the bay joins us. Slumped back in the white rattan chair on the terrace, I watch Bo on the beach, returning after her walk with Rose, Esther, and Zinnia. I can't see her face clearly, can't see her expression, her smile. But it'll be there. Peace looks good on my girl, and it feels really great on me. Her pale blue sundress is flapping in the breeze, along with her hair, and her arm is bare. Except for the thick layer of sunscreen I rubbed in this morning, which I know will have been topped up throughout the day by one of the girls. I've missed her today. I've been busy, spent hours on the water with the guys, but she was on my mind every second. Every moment of my headspace dedicated to her. No plotting, no blood, no revenge, just Bo. I smile as she approaches, her straw sun hat dangling from her hand, her feet bare and sandy.
She clocks me in the chair, and the corner of her mouth lifts as she walks the path. Eyes on me, she drops her hat and climbs onto my lap, falling onto my chest and exhaling. No words, but we're certainly getting better at speaking them. I let her be, quiet and still in my arms as I look out at the ocean. Remember Rose and Danny's wedding? She asks, keeping herself hidden in the crook of my neck. No, I reply, getting a nudge. Which bit? The bit when I was stupid drunk. Oh, that bit, I say, smiling. When you blew out the brains of many dangerous balloons? I feel her lips stretching across my skin, her hands pressing into my pecs gently. No, the bit when I told you I want a baby. God vary my heart for skipping a few beats, and I know she felt it. I'm really surprised, not only because she remembers, but because she's brought it up. I've not mentioned her drunk ramblings or the demands she made because, well, she was drunk. I've thought about them, though, non-stop. Why are you tense? She asks. Why are you hiding? I throw back, and she stills against me. I'm not tense. I'm not hiding. Then let me see you, Bo Haley, I whisper, turning my face into her hair and kissing her. Let me see. She slowly eases away from my body, her hands pushing into my chest, and she looks at me with too much uncertainty in her eyes. And it's all because of who I am and what I do. She shouldn't love me. She shouldn't understand me.
She shouldn't want babies and marriage and a happily ever after with me. Hi, it's me, I say, staring into her eyes. Who's me? She asks, her head tilting, a small, unsure smile on her lips. James Kelly. What do you do, James? Love you, I whisper. That's all I want to do. And when our kids ask us how we met, I sigh, taking the tops of her arms and stroking my way to her wrists. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Is the bridge far away? She looks tentative, and I smile, unsure as she nibbles her bottom lip. It's close, but we need to make sure it's safe to cross. I think it's safe. Are you an expert ex-bridge builder as well as an ex-cop? I seize her hips, edging forward. So the bridge is Beau's body, and while it's stronger, I'm not sure it's ready for the strain of a pregnancy. We should talk to Doc. I feel okay. This is all good and well, but what about the marriage part? Are we skipping that bit? I can't marry you, she says, her fingertip tracing the edges of the bandage on my shoulder. Because you killed Dexter. Sledgehammer, meet my face. I stare at her, mute, as she watches me closely for my reaction. I know I'm giving her what she wants. Guilt. I killed him before you asked me not to. What the really am I saying? How did you know? Ollie called me. I am in no position to be agitated or pissed off, and yet here I am, really agitated and massively pissed off. Where'd he find the body? Or, more to the point, how? Because Danny assured me it could never be found. He didn't. Then, I pause as Beau's eyebrows slowly rise. There's no body, is there? Of course there's no really body. It's undoubtedly been ripped to shreds by sharks. Only yours if you don't tell me what happened. Burroughs didn't call you? Yeah, he called me, but not about that. What the really conversation is this? Beau, why are you saying things to intentionally stoke my temper? What did Burroughs want? You know what he wants. Me alive and you dead. Now tell me how you killed Dexter. You really don't want to know, I assure her, and she withdraws, looking like she doesn't know if she wants to know. Really, I reiterate. What did you do? I killed him, that's it. An eye for an eye, Beau. The end. Did Danny know? Really? No. Really, really, really. We need to get ready for dinner, and I need to put an emergency call in to Danny. Come on. I ease her off my lap and put her on her feet. That's it? She asks as I turn, making me halt halfway. End of conversation? I close my eyes and gather myself. I don't know what you want from me, Beau. I can't turn back time. I can't change that. Same as I can't change him shooting you. An apology, maybe? I face her. For killing him? No, James, for lying to me. I'm sorry, I say on an exhale. All day long, I'm sorry. For lying? Yes. But for killing him? Certainly not. Pushing past me, she enters the bedroom, saying nothing, leaving me full of doubt on the terrace. So now what? I want you to block Burroughs' number. So, I say that. You really foolish person, James. She looks back at me, amused but insulted all at once. I need to get ready for dinner. Going into the bathroom, she closes the door. Translated, don't join me. It's probably safe for both of us, but neither Beau nor I have ever been all too keen on playing things safe. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. We could have taken the short route, but Beau wanted to feel the last of the sun on her face, so we took the beach, all the way along the shore to the small, winding path that leads to the restaurant. Hand in hand, both of us barefoot, both quiet. My white shirt is fastened by one button, my loose trousers damp at the hem, my hair, frankly, wild. I feel her head rest against my upper arm, her hands clinging on, and my eyes fall to her scarred arm, exposed. Can you hear that? She asks, pulling us to a stop. What? Listen. Her finger comes to her mouth, hushing me. And I hear it. Is that Zinea? Beau laughs, pointing up the beach to a nearby bar. It's her first performance. She got a weekly gig every Saturday night. God help St. Lucia, I mumble, Zinea's voice getting louder until we're passing the bar. She's on stage, flaunting every color imaginable, in some form or another. Dress, makeup, wig. Darlings, she calls over the mic in between verses of Tom Jones' She's a Lady, making me wince and bow wave. My niece, everyone, and her dangerously handsome fellow, James. Her grin is impish, my head shake weary. I'll join you soon, my darlings, she croons, before launching into the chorus. I see the entrance for the pathway up ahead, and, thankfully, by the time we make it there, Zenaya's singing has faded out completely, being swallowed up by the sound of the ocean. Here they are, Esther says, getting up from the table when she spots us. I was just going to call. I release Beau's hand and let her go to the girls, all kissing her cheek and showing her where to sit. Okay? Danny asks, clicking his fingers for a waiter, who soon arrives with a bottle of vodka. Good. I pull out Beau's chair for her and take the one next to it. Where's Daniel? Rose points to the ocean, and there he is, zooming across the water on his jet ski, two others in fast pursuit, Tank and Fury, who have been reassigned. I'm not sure yet if they're happy about that. Wine? Rose asks Beau, the bottle hovering over her glass. Not tonight. She helps herself to some water, and I smile to myself. Something you're not telling us? Danny asks, winning my attention. Oh, for goodness sake, Brad mutters. Don't tell me you two are pregnant too, or I'll quit Mafia life. We all just quit Mafia life, Ringo laughs, necking a bottle of beer like it could be a shot. What did I miss? Otto asks, approaching the table, looking dapper. I cock an interested brow as he takes the chair beside Esther, feeling the instant chill from the man a few seats away. I glance at Danny. He looks like he's preparing for a kill. Jesus, Otto, of all the women in this world, you choose the Brit's mother? Esther pours him a wine, and he thanks her with a knowing smile. He's also trimmed his beard, and I can smell his cologne from here. Who are you trying to impress? Goldie asks, making Otto still, his glass at his lips. She's a fine one to talk, sitting there with lipstick on? She walked out of that container 2 weeks ago with not one mark on her. She emerged a different woman. Yes? Who? Danny asks. Danny, Esther says lowly, and everyone bats their eyes from mother to son, waiting for what comes next.
Knife? Fist? Gun? There have been many occasions since we all arrived a few weeks back when Esther has been missing at the same time as Otto. Many times. Everyone, bar Danny, has played ignorant. Danny, however, has called Otto's phone persistently each time he's been missing. Leave it, please. Esther gives her son a warning look, and his nostrils flare as Rose reaches for his hand, squeezing. Drink up, she orders, pushing his scotch toward him as the waiter slides some dishes of olives onto the table. So who popped in to see Zinnia? Rose chirps, trying to divert her husband's foul mood away from Esther and Otto. We just walked past, Beau says, plucking an olive from the bowl. She's got quite an audience. Well, have to go in and see her after dinner, Esther says, passing the menus around the table. Let's order. I'm starving. That's because you missed breakfast, Danny mutters, shoving his face in his menu. And lunch. Danny, Rose breathes, and I smile, watching the stone-cold killer sulk like a child, flicking his eyes and a curled lip at his wife. Should we have a little chat? Otto speaks up, and the whole table falls silent, all eyes jumping between them. Oh, really? Brad whispers, as Danny casually turns the knife at his setting. Otto, I can answer that for you. Yes, Danny says, standing abruptly, sending his chair shooting back. Let's have a chat. Danny, Esther gasps, jumping up. No chatting. It's okay, Otto says, calm as can be, reaching for her arm and gently urging her back to the seat, his eyes never moving from Danny. Rose is suddenly up too, her face up close to Danny's, words being spoken urgently. We're good, Danny says, placating her, encouraging her to sit. Aren't we, Otto? Good, he agrees, standing. Walk and talk? Danny's smile is the smile of a killer, and I shake my head. But I know Otto too. Not as callous or messed up, but a killer nevertheless. Il ref, Brad declares, swiping up the bottle and pointing it toward the beach as they wander off toward the path. Esther is edgy. Rose is now looking furious as Beau pours her some wine and holds it up. Rose, distracted, grabs the glass and takes it to her lips. Pauses. Stop, Beau yells. Gosh, what the hell am I doing? She confiscates the glass and takes it to her own mouth.
Pauses. Pouts. Well, if you two won't, Goldie sings, claiming the wine. Anyone got any popcorn? Do you think you should go? Bo asks me, looking as nervous as her friend and Esther. Nope, I say over a laugh. Let them hash it out. Oh, God, Esther cries, making grabby hands for the bottle in the middle. Otto and Danny disappear through the opening in the wall that leads to the beach, and Esther is quickly up from her chair. I can't just let them kill each other. She flies off across the restaurant, and Rose is soon following quickly. Me? I take my time getting up and put my hand out to Bo. Some comedy with your evening meal, madam? I ask as she laughs her way to her feet. We leave Goldie and Ringo at the table and head for the wall, and when the beach down below comes into view, I see Danny and Otto walking a slow circle, their sleeves now rolled up. Who's odds-on favorite? Bo asks, sitting on the wall and swinging her legs around to dangle. Depends if they play fair. I move in behind her and drape my hands over her shoulders, smiling when she holds them. Danny's the first to swing, and boy does he swing, delivering an ear-splitting crack to Otto's jaw, sending him flying back to his rear. Then he dives on him, and they start to roll and wrestle around on the sand, grunting, punching, yelling. They're going to be here a while. Come on, I pull Bo up, seeing Brad leading Esther and Rose back to the table, obviously reaching the same conclusion as I did. Leave them, they won't kill each other. We all sit down, order food, and everyone falls into conversation. I smile, relax back, and enjoy the company, but I take the most pleasure from watching Bo talk happily with the girls, every now and then looking at me, as if checking I'm still here. Always. I hold her hand on my lap, smiling as I take a sip of vodka, and cast my eyes around the table. I ordered an army, and I got one. And as messed up and unexpected as it is, I've also got myself a family. By the time starters arrive, Danny and Otto are back from their brawl on the beach, each of them disheveled, Danny wiping blood from his lip, Otto from his nose. Everyone remains silent as they sit, take a drink, and start tucking into their seafood. Not a word spoken. I think it's out of Danny's system, at least for tonight. Once the table's cleared, we all decide to take our after-dinner drinks at the bar down the beach, so we catch the end of Zinnia's performance. We make it in time for her last song, and while the men order drinks, the women file onto the dance floor and cheer her on. And of course, they demand an encore when she's done. My mouth falls open when she breaks into Gangster's Paradise, and Danny starts chuckling, Brad spits his drink out, and Ringo and Goldie, for the first time ever, laugh their heads off. We settle at a nearby table, the men alone, and it's weird. Usually, with no women, we'd be strategizing, plotting, figuring things out, lining up the next kill. Instead, we're all just sitting here, mute, but I guarantee we're all enjoying the silence. Until Danny's phone rings. I don't like his frown, and I don't like the lift of his eyes to find me. Who? Brad asks, as Danny clicks answer and sets it on the table, prompting us all to lean in. I'm truly injured you thought that piece of power-tripping jerk Adams was me? He laughs, and my cheeks blow out, my body moving back in the chair. He was useful for a time. What the... Really? I look at Danny and see shock. I've never seen shock on him. His fists are balling, and as I look at my hands, I see 2 white rocks, the blood gone from my fists. So the games continue? Yes, he says, sounding all too happy about that. James, Danny, I look forward to the next round. The line goes dead, and Danny's fist crashes down on the table, making everyone's glasses jump. Really? He barks, swiping his hand out and smacking the cocktail menu off the table. How? I look across the bar to Bo, who's twirling, laughing, singing on the dance floor. Happy, calm, at peace. It's an illusion. Well, it was a nice holiday while it lasted, I say quietly, raising my drink to my lips, my eyes falling to Bo's tummy. Hopin', praying. What time does our flight leave? Okay, I am ready. Please paste the content you want me